Chapter 132. The night sky was covered with thick, dark clouds, but at the edge of the dark clouds, purple moonlight could be seen faintly. For the aggressive demons of Dark Moon City, tonight was a very important day. In the arena, a duel was about to begin. Unlike usual days, the arena didn't arrange any other matches tonight because those battles were insignificant compared to this one. Just a few days ago, the news of this battle had already spread like wildfire. The two sides of this battle were the owner of the arena, hired demon Erix, and the leader of the cloak gang Aguile. Erix was the head of the three strongest scythes under the financial officer Joseph Albin. He was the peak of higher demon. In the conflict with the Karen family a month ago, he fought with Karen family's strongest peak of higher demon, Salado. As a result, both of them suffered heavy losses. Half a month later, Erix challenged Salado again, and he lost to Salado. After the battle, Salado admitted that he wasn't as good as Erix. Erix was close to the critical point of breaking through the limit of higher demon. Once he found the opportunity, he could advance to Demon King with the identity of a non-mutated great demon. Once he advanced to Demon King, even if Erix himself didn't change, the bloodline of his descendants was likely to mutate and become a great demon with mutated bloodline. The higher his own strength level, the stronger the mutated bloodline of his descendants. For demons other than the royal family, this was the most enviable thing. Of course, potential had always been the biggest bottleneck of demons since ancient times. It wasn't easy to break through the limit. It depended on whether Erix could grasp the tiny chance to advance successfully. As for today's Aguile, he was also a mysterious powerhouse. In the beginning, Aguile was just a small character who could barely participate in the lowest stage of intermediate demons battle. Then he gradually climbed up. In just 1 month, he had encountered a total of 3 opponents: the early stage of intermediate demon, Bloody Hand Lance, the middle stage of intermediate demon, Quick Wolf Jesse, and the strongest Balrog Rika. Every battle was a leap, and he won every battle. However, his current opponent was Erix. Intermediate demon and higher demon were a realm apart. The difference in realms was incomparable to the difference in ranks of the same realm. Even if Aguile had defeated the strongest intermediate demon, Rex, it was the same. There was no suspense at all. Moreover, it was only a month since Aguile defeated the Balrog Rika. In other words, Aguile was only at the lowest strength of the intermediate demon when he first participated in the arena battle. In just 2 months, he had to compete with the strongest higher demon, Erix. Most people didn't think that Aguile had the possibility of winning. But just like how Aguile kept defeating impossible opponents before, some people thought that Aguile could create a miracle again, especially since this battle was announced by Erix himself. The strongest higher demon in the arena should also be the strongest in the Dark Moon estate. The opponent personally appointed by Erix, who was known for his belligerence, would not be weak. Could it be that Aguile, who could only fight against intermediate demons, could be promoted to higher demon after a month of not seeing him? And he could even fight against Erix, who was at the peak of higher demon? With people's interest in Aguile, the cloak gang led by Aguile also rose in status. With the sign of the Palace Guards Reserve, the cloak gang had become one of the biggest emerging forces in the Dark Moon. Of course, the key person was still Aguile. Once Aguile was defeated, the cloak gang would also disintegrate. No matter what, the audience was looking forward to this battle. A higher demon's battle hadn't appeared in the arena for a long time, not to mention a higher demon at the peak. Today's battle not only attracted a large number of spectators, but the arena was rarely full. Not only higher demons like Saladar, Royce, and Visasha were watching the battle. Even the owner of the Dark Moon estate, Princess Royal, Jia, personally came to watch the battle. Under everyone's attention, Erix appeared in the center of the brightly lit arena with a shiny armor. The demon realm worshipped strength the most, so the audience cheered for the strongest in the arena. Today, there were 4 more liches in the 4 corners of the arena. Their role was to cast protective magic when necessary to avoid hurting the audience. This was a necessary equipment for a higher demon's battle. Time passed by, but Aguile still didn't appear. Eric's couldn't help but frown. Judging from the performance of the previous few battles, Aguile shouldn't be the kind of person who is afraid to fight. I heard that he has been secretly training and preparing for the battle some time ago. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Do I really have to wait until the time limit is up and chase him through the war contract? The audience, who was also impatient, began to whisper. Aguile must be afraid of Eric's reputation, so he chose to escape in order to save his life. In the center of the VIP seats, Princess Royal, Jia still had the same unchanging iceberg expression, but her hands and her sleeves were clenched a little tightly. She was worried about another thing. Aguile and Chenrue had a symbiotic contract relationship. Aguile didn't appear. Did something happen to the mine? As early as when Chenrue went to the mine, Jia carefully controlled the imp, Slee, secretly to prevent Slee from showing up in the dark moon and letting Joseph's men see through the truth. Because of the master-servant contract, if the master died, the servant would also die. On the contrary, as long as the imp was still alive, it proved that Chenrue was also alive, but it could only prove that he was still alive. Moreover, Slee wasn't around now. Jia didn't know that in the enemy camp not far away, Royce, whom she had always regarded as a thorn in her side, had the same master as the imp. 2 hours passed. Just when the audience was depressed and wanted to leave, Eric's eyes that had been squinting suddenly lit up. Unknowingly, there was already an additional figure in the arena, a figure in a cloak. The audience was in an uproar. Those who stood up quickly sat down again. The cloak gang members, led by the old goblin, Didi, and the dark elf, Jesse, cheered loudly. The leader finally appeared. The cloak on this person's head fell behind his head due to the high-speed running. On that face, there was a mask that only revealed his eyes, so his true face couldn't be seen clearly. Eric's snorted coldly, "You're finally here." "Sorry." The masked man covered himself with the cloak again. "I just came from a far place, so I'm a little late. Fortunately, I'm still in time." The masked man was naturally Chenrue. He fought with Brock with all his might. Due to the huge difference in strength, he almost died in the end. Just as he was dying, Christina's strength finally recovered and scared Brock away. Surprisingly, Christina actually saved him. When her blood dripped on his chest, Chenrue felt a blazing heat, a fire-like heat. Perhaps it was the special power in the blood, or perhaps it was the emotion hidden behind the calmness of an ancient well. When he woke up, Christina was already gone. She only left one thing, a red piccolo. This piccolo was about 15 centimeters long and delicate and small. Chenrue still remembered the empty and lonely mood when she played solo under the moonlight. This piccolo should be the instrument at that time. With Christina's true strength, even a demon emperor-level powerhouse like Brock would flee in fear. It was very likely that she was at the peak of the demon emperor, or even such a powerful woman actually became his first woman, and he became her first man. Now that he thought about it, he felt like he was in a dream. Chenrue wouldn't go to the Dark Shadow Empire to look for her. Before he obtained the strength that was equal to her or could take her away, he would keep this red piccolo in his heart. Whether she was a passerby or a real person that he would have forever, the decision was still in his hands. Chenrue took a deep breath and retracted his drifting thoughts. He circulated the star power in his body to relieve the tiredness of the journey. He crossed the Red Spirit Estate from the silent night wetland before arriving at the dark moon. This was all thanks to the few strongest wyverns sent by the Wyvern King. They traveled day and night, and now they were still hiding somewhere in the outskirts of the city. Now, Chenrue had gained the recognition of all the wyverns, including the Wyvern King. However, the Wyvern King's injuries were too severe. Even if Chenrue used a large amount of recovery potions from the exchange center, it would still take at least a month for it to fully recover. Eric stared at the opponent in front of him and felt the faint power that was emitted. Compared to a month ago, there was a qualitative leap. The fighting spirit in the great demon's eyes began to burn. Very good. You didn't disappoint me. Chinrue's gaze swept past Jia at the VIP seat. Then let's begin. It's time to end this. The 2-month war contract made him jump from the initial All-Cade State Star collector to the current star leader. The huge pressure was also a motivation at the same time. Aren't you going to rest? I need an opponent in his best state. In tonight's competition, life and death will determine victory or defeat. There's no need for that. After Chinrue was resurrected under the effect of Christina's blood, he felt that his energy and strength seemed to have increased significantly. Moreover, he had the characteristics of astral form, so this level of fatigue was nothing. The power in his body was surging, and he needed to find a place to vent. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding. Eric's didn't waste any time. Crimson, demonic fire started burning on his body. Waves of powerful energy spread to the surroundings with him as the center, like a monstrous wave that was stronger than the previous one. The audience was moved. Eric's used demonic fire as soon as he came up. It seemed like he was ready to go all out. Many of the audience also noticed that although Eric's aura was shocking, Aguile didn't seem to have any movement. However, Aguile's cloak only fluttered slightly. He didn't seem to be affected by Eric's aura, just from the invisible exchange of aura. Both of them were evenly matched. Everyone held their breath and waited quietly for the real battle to begin. Chapter 133. Eric's strength was indeed amazing. Just the strength of his aura was already slightly above Barnacle. However, for Chinrue, who had experienced the surfy sea training, it wasn't enough to shake him. At that time, Chinrue drank the black potion that increased his strength. After a hard battle, he finally killed Barnacle by luck. Today, he didn't drink any supplementary potion. He wanted to use his own strength to defeat Eric's. His own strength was the biggest reliance. What's more, the battle with Eric's was just a starting point. There were still Demon King, Great Demon King, Demon Emperor. After returning from the Silent Night wetland, Chinrue's determination was even firmer. During the battle with Barnacle, he had already found the feeling of the highest level of the Mizar state. Subsequently, he seemed to have gained additional strength in the passion of the Wyvern's lair. The most special thing was Christina's blood. Not only did it save his life, but it also gave him a powerful force that he couldn't even describe. Now, Chinrue's body was unprecedentedly full of strength. What he lacked was comprehension. He needed to completely master the strongest state of the Mizar state through actual combat, or even seize the opportunity to break through to the Alioth state. Eric's continuously channeled his strength several times, but he couldn't shake his opponent. The fighting spirit in his eyes was even stronger. A long-handled scythe appeared in his hand. The two ends of the scythe were a little different from the ones commonly used by the demon tribe. Both ends were long blades with faint purple patterns on the blades. It was obviously a battle-hardened scythe that was stained with the enemy's blood. Chinrue remembered that he seemed to have seen this kind of double-headed scythe somewhere. Yes, it was the first time he met Eric's. The statue that he converted into aura was holding this kind of weapon. However, the statue seemed to be a female great demon. Eric's tapped his feet and drew an arc of light, circling Chinrue. The whistling scythe actually carried the sound of thunder. Its speed was faster than expected. Chinrue was already prepared. He dodged sideways and the scythe missed. Just the power of the scythe in the air left a deep trench on the hard stone floor of the arena. Its power was amazing. Chinrue's experience in fighting with Great Demon was quite rich. He knew that long weapons were most taboo in close combat. Instead of retreating, he advanced and got close to Eric's. In his expectation, Eric's would use teleportation to open the distance and fully utilize the characteristics of a long weapon. Then he could launch a fierce attack when the opponent's teleportation was temporarily unavailable. Just as Chinrue got close to Eric's, he suddenly sensed danger. He retracted his momentum and dodged the 2 rays of light. It turned out that the long-handled scythe in Eric's hand had turned into 2 short weapons. Thunder roared and enveloped him tightly. With a miscalculation, Chenrue instantly lost the initiative. He retreated as he fought, trying to get out of this passive situation. The great demon race had the talent to be proficient in weapons. This talent was fully utilized in Eric's hands. The intertwined light arcs were like a giant net. No matter how Chenrue dodged, he was trapped in it. Along the way, the ground was full of crisscrossed ravines. Most of the audience were Eric's supporters, cheering loudly. However, Eric's himself didn't relax at all. The enemy seemed to be in a passive situation, but he didn't panic under the thunderous attack. He must be brewing a powerful follow-up move, such as the white light ball last time. Chenrue calmly dealt with Eric's violent attack. He saw an opportunity and punched Eric's ribs. He attacked the enemy's weakness to change the passive situation. Unexpectedly, Eric's didn't dodge. His scythe slashed at Chenrue's shoulder at the same time. It was a way to hurt both of them. Chenrue's reaction was extremely fast. He twisted his body and minimized the damage from the scythe on his shoulder. He still punched Eric's ribs. Eric's only felt that the place where he was punched was hit by a huge wave. The aftershock was endless. He groaned and took a step back. The ground that was deliberately reinforced suddenly had a footprint full of cracks. At the same time, another short scythe swept past Chenrue's waist like a venomous snake. There was blood in the stream of light. The second strike was out of Chenrue's expectation. He was also surprised by Eric's battle reaction. He actually got hit twice before he changed to another punch. Taking advantage of the momentum of recovering the passive situation, he launched a fierce attack without hesitation. The heat in Eric's eyes became stronger. His hand seemed to be one with the weapon, transforming into countless streams of light in the thunderous sound. They collided with Chenrue's surging force. The real fierce battle began. The sound of collision, thunder, and violent yelling sounded continuously. The exaggerated destruction marks in the arena were also expanding rapidly. There was a lich in each corner of the arena. They controlled the activated defensive magic circle to protect the audience. This was a necessary facility for higher demons battle. The spectators below the stage couldn't see the two's movements clearly. However, based on the impact of the defensive magic array, they could tell how frightening the collision's power was. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and massive waves surged into the sky. Everywhere the waves passed, the thick stone slabs on the ground cracked and shattered. Initially, they thought it would be a one-sided battle, but the intensity of the confrontation was far beyond their expectations. Shay was the most powerful spectator at the scene. She frowned as she watched. The battle between these two people is not defensive at all. It's all offensive. They don't even care about getting hurt. It's like two simple-minded bulls competing desperately. This Aguile, although his strength improved at an amazing speed, he was terrible in terms of tactics and wisdom. He clearly knew that attacking was Eric's strength, but he still chose to fight head-on. If Chenrue had this kind of strength, he should be able to win more cleverly. Thinking of Chenrue's name, Princess Royal's eyes flashed with a rare softness. She didn't know that one of the two bulls in the arena was Chenrue himself. Jia's strength was much higher than Chenrue and Eric's, so her vision was naturally much higher. However, it didn't mean that others saw it the same way. Saladair, who once tied with Eric's but lost the second time, had a completely different view. The strongest higher demon of the Karen family stared at the two figures in the fierce battle. His eyes trembled slightly along with the tremor of the defensive magic circle. Both of them are lunatics. I didn't expect that other than the lunatic Eric's, that Aguile is also a lunatic who doesn't care about his life. He could actually attack Eric's all the time. If it were me, I'm afraid that I would change my strategy in 5 minutes. Rhea's heart was also full of horror. No one knew the true identity of Aguile better than him. He also knew the strength of this person a month ago. At that time, he was chased by him to the point where he had no way to escape. He only surrendered when the giant dragon was summoned at the Blue Lake. In just a short month, the strength of this master had truly risen to a height that he could only look up to. Equally horrified were Sheriff Allen, who once thought of tearing Aguile into pieces, the Cloak Gang's deputy leader, Jesse, who was determined to challenge the leader, and the vast majority of the audience who were not optimistic about Aguile. Everyone had the same feeling in their hearts. The 2 hours just now weren't in vain. This is a rare battle between the strongest higher demons. In the continuous booming sound that was almost auditory fatigue, time passed by minute by minute. The center of the arena had been destroyed beyond recognition. The rhythm of the collision gradually slowed down. Finally, the two figures in the fierce battle separated as soon as they touched each other and pulled apart. Eric's metal armor had been severely deformed. The armor was full of fist marks, and there was still blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He kept panting. The demonic fire burning on his body was getting brighter and brighter. A strange light bloomed in his blood-red pupils. Excitement. For 100 years, it was his first time encountering such a satisfying opponent. They actually kept on attacking until now. Shinrue's eyes were also blazing. He was panting heavily. This kind of attack consumed a lot of energy. It was a huge test for endurance, will, and physique. His star power had dropped a lot. His cloak had long been torn into pieces. His body was covered with blood marks, but he wasn't really seriously injured. The refined body of the Alcade state not only made his physique different from ordinary people, but his combat reflexes were also getting stronger under various actual combat training. Almost before his consciousness, his reflexes could control his body to instinctively react in advance to minimize the damage. Of course, there was nothing he could do if he encountered an opponent he couldn't match, such as Brock. Eric's strength indeed surpassed Barnacle, and their characteristics were completely opposite. Barnacle's strongest point was his defense. Even the enhanced Aurora shot couldn't break through his absolute defense. Eric's didn't need to defend at all because offense was his best defense. Whether it was the desire to attack, the power of attack, or the means of attack, he was the strongest opponent that Shinrue had ever seen among his peers. In this fierce attack of pure power, the faint feeling from the last time he fought with Barnacle was getting stronger. It was like the sparks when two sharp blades collided. The stronger the strength, the hotter the sparks were until they burned into a real flame. At this time, in the human body in the status bar, countless stardust particles became exceptionally crystal clear. Each particle seemed to be an individual that had been thoroughly tempered, yet they were incomparably coordinated as one. The light emitted during this period had filled the entire three-dimensional human body. Not only that, but there was also a faint feeling of breaking out of the body. Shinrue had already accumulated a lot of insights from the surfy sea and gravity training. Now he clearly grasped this new feeling in time. Even the several external forces absorbed in the silent night, wetland began to integrate and transform into the real power of his body. I didn't expect to meet such a satisfying opponent like you. Although I enjoyed this kind of battle, I didn't have much power left. Your endurance and physique are obviously stronger than mine. If we continue to attack like this, I'll be the first to lose. Eric's said unabashedly, causing the audience to be in an uproar. Eric's actually admitted that he was inferior to Aguile. In order to show my respect, let me use my strongest attack to cut off your head to draw a perfect end to this battle. Chapter 134. As soon as Eric's finished his sentence, the two sides in his hands had merged into a long handle. He waved his hands and began to spin at a high speed. The audience only felt that their vision was distorted and blurred, as if the space with Eric's as the center had undergone some kind of change. Just by charging, the ground of the arena could no longer withstand the pressure and was completely shattered. Countless gravel slowly rose into the air under the influence of that power, and they were shattered before they could rise. Chinrue was the first to bear the brunt. He felt the terrifying pressure from the scythes that were spinning at an increasingly high speed. He knew that this blow must be earth-shattering, and he couldn't take it head-on. He immediately exerted strength in his feet and moved around Eric's. However, the pressure was so strong that even moving his feet became extremely difficult. Eric's momentum had skyrocketed to the peak. The spinning scythes emitted a dazzling flame. It was so fast that even his hands almost disappeared. At that moment, Chinrue had moved behind him. As he was about to attack and interrupt the charging, Eric's figure suddenly disappeared. Teleportation. Chinrue felt a terrifying breath coming from behind him. He knew that something was wrong. He turned around and saw Eric's figure appearing 7 to 8 meters behind him. The flames in his hands were burning. A huge beast with flames all over its body roared and rushed toward him. Chinrue only felt a ball of heat coming toward him. It contained a terrifying power of destruction. He instinctively felt that it was not an illusion. He could no longer dodge now. He shouted, condensed star power on his hands, and faced the beast. In the past, it was always Chinrue who launched Aurora shot. Today, he finally met an opponent with a long-range energy attack. It was his turn to face the attack. At the moment of contact, Chinrue's body trembled. He felt that his entire body was about to be distorted by the terrifying pressure. Even his star power was in danger of collapsing. He must not let his guard down. Once his defense collapsed, this terrifying power would devour him completely. Chinrue was involuntarily pushed back by this force. The ground that the beast passed through was shattered. The shattering continued as he moved. He could only maintain a defensive posture. He felt that his star power was being consumed rapidly. Bang! His back crashed into a hard wall, and he was unable to retreat any further. Before he knew it, Chinrue had been forced to the edge of the arena by the ferocious beasts. The walls of the arena were reinforced with defensive magic arrays. Now that he couldn't retreat to offset the ferocious beast's power, he could only take the brunt of the ferocious beast's power head-on. In an instant, he felt the pressure on him increase several-fold. The fierce beast turned into a fireball and wrapped around Chinrue, who couldn't retreat. The audience could only see the huge fireball on the wall squirming and twisting crazily. Even the wall with magic defense began to crack. It could be imagined how terrifying the power of this move was. Gradually, the squirming in the flames stopped. It seemed that Aguile had been completely swallowed by the beast. Royce couldn't help but change his expression. If Chinrue died, then as a servant, he would definitely not survive. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Visash's doubtful gaze next to him. He could only force himself to calm down. The old goblin Didi also looked horrified. Aguile's master was the pillar of the Cloak Gang. If he died, then the Cloak Gang would also scatter. Alan, on the other hand, smiled. This damn Aguile. His strength actually soared to such a terrifying level in a short time. Fortunately, Eric's was more powerful, and he finally destroyed this damn guy with his prowess. This time, Alan placed a heavy bet in the arena. Naturally, he bought Eric's victory, so he could still make a profit. Jia's eyesight was far better than these people. Her iceberg-like expression didn't change at all, but a faint light flashed in her eyes. This Aguile isn't simple. At that moment, the flame that was almost still suddenly trembled. In the blink of an eye, the trembling became more and more intense. Boom! Sparks flew in all directions, and the wall that was protected by the defensive magic array actually broke apart along with the flames. A figure with countless wisps of smoke on his body slowly became clear. Aguile. He actually withstood Eric's ultimate move. Chinrue panted violently. The cloak on his body was already torn. His star power was almost exhausted just now, but the inexplicable external force in his body suddenly filled his whole body and withstood the beast's attack. A bold idea came to Chinrue's mind. He channeled his newly acquired insight and used the ferocious beast's powerful attack to speed up the digestion and refinement of Christina's inexplicable strength. This gamble type of tempering was quite successful. He had completely mastered the new feeling, but he still failed when he wanted to break through the limit. The expanding strength eventually tore apart the ferocious beast's attack. The stardust in the 3D human body had shown to a limit, and the experience value had reached 100%. He was one step away from breaking out of the body. Unfortunately, he was still one step away. The difference of a millimeter resulted in a great loss. Eric's was taken aback when his ultimate move was broken, but his reaction was extremely fast. He teleported above Chunrue's head, and the double-headed scythe slashed down. He wanted to launch a fatal blow while his opponent was at his weakest. As if Chunrue had eyes at the back of his head, he swung his blade-shaped palm backward like lightning. His years of combat experience made Eric's instinctively produce a warning sign. He forcefully retracted the scythe's attack and blocked it in time. Due to the distance, the palm blade didn't really touch the scythe. However, the slash in the air actually made the scythe tremble and sparks appeared. Not only that, Eric's felt that the invisible and terrifying sharpness didn't disappear after colliding with the scythe. It actually passed through the scythe's parry and landed on his chest. A crack suddenly appeared on the armor on his chest. Eric's broke into a cold sweat. He didn't expect this guy to have such a horrifying killer move in addition to the light ball last time. If it weren't for his instinctive reaction after training for a long time, his body would have been cut into two by the invisible sharpness. Eric's used the power of the aura blade and flipped out. He opened up the distance between him and Chunrue. As soon as he landed, a sense of crisis immediately emerged. He saw Chunrue's 5 fingers were opened and aimed at him. Eric's pupils suddenly contracted. He just used teleportation, and he couldn't use it again in a short time. Sure enough, the white light ball shone out. Eric's clenched his teeth and swung the scythe horizontally. The white light ball instantly appeared in front of him. A month ago, Eric's tore the light ball in half with his bare hands. However, after just a month, he actually felt that he couldn't withstand it, even with the enhancement of demonic fire. Although the light ball was one size smaller, the horrifying power contained in it was more than 10 times stronger than a month ago. Eric's let out a low growl from his throat. Flames appeared on the double-headed scythe. His body began to move backward, little by little. It was the same situation as when Chunrue caught the beast just now. However, the speed was much slower, but the damage on the ground was more exaggerated. Eric's hand that was holding the scythe gradually oozed blood. He felt that the strength of his whole body was dropping sharply. He was almost reaching his limit. Finally, the scythe that was slashed by Aura Blade couldn't withstand such heavy pressure. It broke into 2 pieces with a clank. Eric's was extremely experienced. At the moment when the scythe broke and released the heavy pressure, his feet suddenly stopped and stopped retreating. His fists that were holding the 2 broken scythes suddenly burst out with all his strength and pushed out Aurora's shot. Aurora's shot that was pushed out flew all the way until it fell into the defensive magic circle wall, leaving a horrifying big hole in the wall. Eric's used all his strength this time. He felt his body was exhausted and he was panting heavily. Suddenly, the white light in front of him shone brightly. Another light ball came at him. The second Aurora shot. Eric's heart suddenly sank. Aguil can actually cast such a terrifying attack continuously. Besides, the time of teleportation hasn't recovered yet. As he couldn't avoid it, Eric's dropped the 2 broken scythes. The dim flame on his body burned brightly again. He yelled and used both of his hands to resist the Aurora shot again. He was exhausted now, and it was more strenuous than before. The metal armor on his body cracked under the heavy pressure. The muscles of his palms, arms, and shoulders were bleeding. The speed of his body being pushed back was much faster than the previous time. In his current state, if he couldn't take this attack, only death awaited him. Eric's felt that his defense was about to collapse, and the demonic fire was about to extinguish. He was only holding on desperately with a brave will, but this will was also on the verge of collapse. "Weakling, can you kill me?" Joseph's mocking face back then seemed to appear in front of him again. "I can spare your life, and I can also give you a chance to challenge. Before you succeed, you can only be the humblest dog by my side." The fighting spirit in Eric's eyes was burning to the extreme. His pupils suddenly turned purple. At the brink of death, he burst out a power beyond his limit. The crimson flame on his body jumped again, and the color darkened. His body that was being pushed gradually stopped, and he stood firmly. In the loud cheers of the audience, the light of the second Aurora shot finally disappeared bit by bit. Eric's rising purple flame returned to its original crimson red and gradually extinguished. The great demon that exhausted all his strength felt an unprecedented weakness. At this moment, a warning sign suddenly appeared. Before he could gather his remaining strength to teleport, a palm had silently swiped across his neck from behind. The palm just gently swept across Eric's neck without any force, but the light in Eric's red pupils suddenly dimmed. "I lost." Although the voice wasn't loud, many demons with sharp hearing heard it clearly. For a moment, they thought they heard it wrong. Although Eric's was just a few seconds away from teleporting, and he could still teleport to fight again, he didn't do so because he was Eric's. A loss is a loss. Eric's could behead his opponent's head without hesitation in a duel. Even if it was the person he admired the most, he wouldn't hold back. However, he had his own glory and persistence. He would rather die than despicably desecrate a real duel. The only pity was that at the moment of life and death against the light ball, he was much closer to breaking through the bottleneck. Unfortunately, he didn't grasp it. Next, he was afraid that he wouldn't have this opportunity to break through the bottleneck again. Chapter 135. When Eric's forced Aguil to sign the war contract, he once said that as long as Aguil lost, he would kill him and everyone in the Cloak Gang. This was by no means a joke of encouragement, but a real decision. Now that Eric's was the one who lost, the result was imaginable. "Before killing you, I want to know if the war contract has been cancelled." Chinrue asked with a sneer. Almost everyone heard it this time. Many people stood up in surprise. Eric's, the king of the Dark Moon Arena, actually lost. The members of the Cloak Gang still didn't know that all of them had a turn at the gates of hell. They all looked excited, especially the old dwarf, Didi. "Master is too powerful. He actually defeated Eric's. My decision to surrender back, then, is really wise." Only the dark elf, Jesse, sighed. In the past 2 months, under the stimulation of Aguil, he trained desperately and reached the strongest level of intermediate demon. The next step was to break through to higher demon. It was considered a great improvement among opponents of the same level. However, compared with this leader, the gap was getting bigger and bigger. The most frightened one was Sheriff Allen. Although he lost a lot of money, money was still a small matter. He had made up his mind not to provoke this terrifying guy who could defeat Eric's. Eric's slowly opened his hand. In the raging fire, the flaming leather scroll appeared in front of Chun Rue again. There were faint golden words on it, and the signatures of both parties. The leather scroll gradually turned into ashes and disappeared. Chinrue said coldly. His body exuded a terrifying, murderous vibe. "Actually, if I kill you, I can automatically cancel this contract. However, for the sake of caution, I didn't take your life just now." Now, Eric's didn't dodge, nor did he speak. He just quietly waited for the arrival of death. "Wait," a voice sounded from the VIP seats in time. It was Reyes. Reyes teleported and came to the arena. He bowed slightly to Chinrue. "Mr. Aguil, do you remember the scene when we met a month ago?" "Of course I remember." Chinrue secretly praised Royce's timely appearance. He deliberately revealed a cold and arrogant voice. "At that time my power was still sealed, and I almost died in the hands of a small character like Mikas. It was you who saved me." As soon as everyone heard it, they immediately remembered the fiery fight between the two major forces in the Dark Moon City a month ago. Until now, the relationship between Joseph and Alan had not been repaired. The cause at that time seemed to be because of a nobody. However, this small fry was no longer the same as before. Many viewers noticed another thing. It turns out that the strength of Aguil has always been sealed by some kind of force. No wonder the speed of his progress is so incredible. With his current strength, it was an exaggeration to call Mikas, an early-stage higher demon, a small character. You and Eric's are friends, right? You saved me in the beginning so that today's duel could proceed as scheduled. Or perhaps you wanted your friend to kill me with his own hands. It wasn't a good intention. Chinrue sneered. However, I do owe you a favor. I'll return it to you today. Thank you, sir. I will give you a satisfactory gift as compensation later. Royce looked happy. He bowed again and was about to leave with Eric's. Wait, Chinrue shouted. There's no need for a gift. I only want what I deserve. According to my agreement with Eric's, if he loses, not only his life is mine, but this arena is also mine. Now, I'll return his life to you, but this arena... Royce's eyes flashed and frowned. Strictly speaking, this arena originally belonged to the financial officer, Sir Joseph. Now, Sir Joseph is not in the Dark Moon City. I need to contact him with a magic communication talisman. I will definitely give Sir a satisfactory answer. Chinrue heard the information revealed by Royce quietly. Joseph was currently not in the Dark Moon Estate. No need. The arena is yours, Royce. I will explain this to Sir Joseph. Eric stared at the cloaked man opposite him and clenched his fist. As for my life, you can come and take it at any time. Chinrue smiled coldly. Okay, this is what he said. I'll give you half a day to prepare for the handover. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally take over this arena. Eric seemed to want to say something, but he was forcefully pulled away from the arena by Royce. The audience all admired the strong. They immediately stood up and cheered for the newly born strongest in the arena. This battle finally came to an end. The Dark Moon City's strongest higher demon, Eric's, was unexpectedly defeated by the mysterious Aguil. Because Aguil owed Royce a favor, he was able to save his life. The arena also changed hands accordingly. The big and small cloaks, led by the old goblin, Didi, all looked excited. One of the iconic buildings of the Dark Moon City, the ancient arena, is the property of the Cloak Gang from now on. On the VIP seat, Ja stood up and calmly glanced at Aguil, who was standing quietly in the arena and receiving the cheers of the audience. She turned around and left. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes. The Cloak Gang rose very quickly. It is now a relatively influential force in the city, although it is guaranteed by Chinrue and has the title of the Palace Guard's Reserve Force. I haven't contacted this mysterious leader, Aguil. Should I test him? Chinrue stood in the arena as if he didn't hear the deafening cheers around him. The war contract that troubled him for 2 months was finally resolved. Looking back at these 2 months, it was actually more than a year in the training ground. He trained day and night to become stronger as if he was in a dream. Perhaps he should thank Eric's. Without this kind of pressure between life and death, there would be no motivation to desperately become stronger, and he wouldn't have the strength he had today. If it was only the war contract incident, then Chinrue could take a break for a while. However, going to Mountain Shillong, the Shadow Empire, and the Silent Night wetland this time broadened his horizons. He saw more powerhouses, Demon King, Great Demon King, Demon Emperor, and even those that might surpass Demon Emperor. Compared to these people, his current strength was really insignificant. If he slacked off or satisfied, then he would never be able to stand side by side with those real powerhouses, especially that woman, his first woman. The woman who could clearly kill him, but didn't hesitate to use her blood to resurrect him. Although he didn't see Christina's first tear at that time, he still remembered her last sentence. The next time we meet, it will be your death. It sounded like a tough sentence, but before that, She gave him her blood and left the red piccolo. The next time we meet, I will let you see how strong my stupidity and weakness can be. I must break through the Mizar state. Continue to become stronger as soon as possible. Chinrue withdrew his thoughts, secretly adjusted the remaining star power, and slowly walked to the lounge. The power left by Christina in this battle had been completely digested. He had perfectly mastered the highest level of Mizar state's power. Unfortunately, he couldn't break through to Alioth state in one fell swoop. As an opponent, Eric's deserved respect. He actually took 2 Aurora shot head-on, especially at the last moment of life and death. There were signs of breaking through the limit. However, demons without mutated bloodline were affected by their innate potential, so it was quite difficult for them to break through the limit. Perhaps this could be the most crucial breakthrough to subdue Eric's. The old dwarf, Didi, came to the lounge excitedly. He wanted to congratulate his master and report his achievements for this month, but he found out that his master was gone. Chinrue didn't have time to stay here. He had to take care of the wyverns hiding in the suburbs. He couldn't let them be discovered. These wyverns were all Demon King level. Although their power level was higher than his, they were friendly and respectful along the way. It wasn't only because of the Wyvern King's order, but also because of their recognition of Chinrue. As there were still many unfinished matters, he couldn't leave Dark Moon City immediately. He had to stay for another day. However, the flying ability of these wyverns was far better than Kegu and Mingda. It shouldn't be a problem for them to go to Mountain Shillong to meet Athena at the agreed time. Now he had to go to another place with the wyverns. In front of him was the blue lake that he hadn't seen for many days. Including the time spent in the training ground, he really hadn't seen this familiar lake for a long time. There was also that familiar guy, a dead duck poison dragon. Paglio! Chinrue shouted from afar. Paglio, who was hiding in a corner because he noticed the person, suddenly pricked up his ears. He grinned, revealing his white, sharp teeth. The Demon King level wyverns suddenly showed an uneasy look, because they were keenly aware that the man who suddenly appeared in front of them had terrifying power. Not only power, but there was also a natural oppression. Who are you? How dare you break into my territory? If you want to live. Chinrue was comforting the wyverns and asked them to wait at the side. He was stunned when he heard that. He thought Paglio's old problem of amnesia happened again, and he even forgot him. Then he saw the unconcealable smile in the poison dragon's eyes. He knew that this boring guy was blackmailing him again. He immediately interrupted the other party's threat. No, I don't want to live anymore. You don't have to do it. I'll just commit suicide. Damn human. I haven't seen you for a month, and you're using this trick again. Paglio couldn't help but scold with a smile. The same trick is useless against dragons. As for you, do you want me to learn from that little girl and call you a few words? If you dare to use this kind of disgusting trick again, I'll really commit suicide. Chinrue shuddered. The chill caused by the poison dragon's words of brother was enough to make the 2 moons of the night feel inferior. Paglio looked at him for a while and shook his head. Although I know that your strength is likely to have improved again, I still can't help but curse when I see your current appearance. In a month, you reach the peak of Higher Demon from the early stage of Higher Demon. I now suspect that you're the illegitimate child of the demon god. A certain poison dragon is extraordinary. He is 100 times stronger than that greedy human. Why didn't he get such a lucky favor? Chinrue helped Paglio to continue. I've heard all these so much that my ears are getting calluses. Is jealousy really the virtue of dragons? Paglio said resentfully, judging from your current strength and consumption, that war contract should be resolved right. And it's resolved. Paglio looked at him for a while and asked again, did anything special happen to you this month? Why do I feel that a part of the lifespan that was consumed last time has been restored? Chinrue was taken aback. When he first activated the super system to become a star collector, He once absorbed half of the poison dragon's lifespan. Now he has actually recovered part of it. Lifespan is not comparable to physical strength. If it's gone, it's gone. Could it be that it has increased a little? The problem was that his current evolution star level could not be exchanged for more things from the exchange center. For example, the highest black potion that might appear in the next star level evolution, longevity potion. As for other special things, Chinrue suddenly thought of something, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Is it Christina's blood? As soon as Peglio saw Chinrue's expression, he asked, "You remember? What is it?" Chinrue thought about it and told him about how he was seriously injured and dying. He was saved by the blood of a noble lady of the Shadow Empire royal family. Seriously injured and dying? Peglio shuddered and shouted exaggeratedly, "You want to kill me? Don't forget, your little life is not yours alone. If not, do you think the strength of the peak of Higher Demon comes out of thin air? Even with the inheritance of the Grand Master, you must work hard." Chinrue knew that Peglio would have such a reaction. "Do you know where I went this time? Silent Night Wetland. It's all for your seal. You went to the Silent Night Wetland." Peglio's eyes widened. "Yes, I came from the Silent Night Wetland with those wyverns just now. They are mutated special wyverns that have reached the Demon King level. They also have the ability to spray venom from a distance. However, I'm just exploring this time. 3 months later, I plan to officially go treasure hunting. At that time, I'll first remove your lock of light and dark. Then we'll find a way to remove this symbiotic contract. I really don't want to drag you down." Peglio snorted coldly. "There's no way to remove the symbiotic contract now. In fact, which powerhouse didn't go through countless tests of life and death to obtain true power? Don't think too much about this. If anything really happens, just take it as me being unlucky." Although the poison dragon seemed indignant, Chinrue still saw this guy's support for him. He was touched. "Peglio, don't change the topic." Peglio interrupted what he wanted to say and showed a suspicious look. "You just said that a woman from the Asmodeus royal family saved you with her blood?" Chinrue nodded. Peglio recalled a little and looked shocked. "Are you sure it's the Asmodeus royal family?" "Yes, I'm sure. Nirvana's blood. That must be the Nirvana's blood." The poison dragon's voice trembled with excitement. "You're such a lucky bastard." Chapter 136. Nirvana's blood? Chinrue seemed to have heard the term Nirvana from Brock's mouth, but he was dying at that time, so he couldn't hear it very clearly. Judging from Peglio's appearance, Nirvana's blood, which was the blood that Christina used to resurrect him, was definitely not simple. "Tell me quickly, what is Nirvana's blood?" "Don't rush. You know that my memory is not very good. Listen to me slowly." The poison dragon sorted out his thoughts and said, "The Asmodeus royal family has 3 bloodline powers. The first is elemental weakening, which can weaken any magic of the opponent or even completely eliminate it. The second is war puppet, which is a powerful combat machine made by combining talents with secret methods. This machine has no fatigue or pain, unless it is completely destroyed or the owner dies. Otherwise, it will continue to fight. It is very difficult to deal with." The 2 bloodline talents that Peglio mentioned, Chinrue had seen from Christina before. They were indeed quite powerful. He then heard the poison dragon talk about the third kind, Nirvana. Nirvana was the easiest to awaken. After awakening, it could make the spirit of the Asmodeus royal family stronger, and their appearance would also become young and handsome. This kind of talent didn't seem to have much practicality, but it actually contained mysterious power. It was said that Nirvana could be done up to 5 times. The function of young and handsome was only the effect shown for the first time. Every time after Nirvana, the strength would increase greatly, but the accompanying danger and failure rate would also increase exponentially. One careless mistake would result in death. Other than the ancestors of Asmodeus, there was only one Asmodeus royal family in history who completed 5 nirvana and became the top powerhouse at that time. He killed 10 demon overlords in battle, then he disappeared. There was also a talented Asmodeus royal family who had completed 4 nirvana. When he was charging for the 5th time, he was burned into ashes by the flames of nirvana. Due to the extremely high risk, coupled with the limited talent and willpower of ordinary Asmodeus royal family, completing the first nirvana awakening was basically the limit. Therefore, this bloodline talent that was originally known as the strongest gradually became the weakest and was replaced by War Puppet. Chinrue had a sudden realization. Devil Pomeg should be a special item that could improve the success rate and effect of nirvana. Christina must have reached the critical moment of nirvana awakening. No wonder Empress Catherine didn't hesitate to ask Christina to come directly from the capital after getting the news of Devil Pomeg in Town Leia. Now it seemed that the effect of Aura Fruit was better than Devil Pomeg. But in fact, Chinrue didn't know that it wasn't the Aura Fruit that had side effects, but the Devil Pomeg itself had a special function of suppressing desires. However, whether it was the Devil Pomeg or the spiritual fruit, they were now planted in his galaxy garden. However, both Devil Pomeg and Aura were planted in his galaxy garden. The original form of Asmodeus is a black phoenix, which has the mysterious power of rebirth. However, not every Asmodeus royal family has this mysterious power in their blood. Only after going through at least the 2nd nirvana can they have the precious nirvana blood. The amount of nirvana's blood is extremely small, and it's extremely precious. It possesses the effects of resurrection and regeneration, and it can even extend one's lifespan. However, the other party must be willing to obtain it. Otherwise, it'll be useless even if they let out all of their blood. At this point, Peglio chuckled. You must have received the nirvana's blood. Now be honest. Did something happen between you and this noble lady? Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you such precious blood. I thought you would take that Athena with you on this trip. I didn't expect you to trick another beauty from the Lust royal family. Chinrue blushed. Peglio's mouth is too vicious. This time, Athena did go to Mountain Shillong together. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't be distracted with the progress of their relationship, he might have already made a move. Also, something did happen between him and Christina, although it was just an accident. It seems that I guessed it right, despicable and lucky guy. Peglio smiled even more cunningly. Asmodeus is known as the Lust royal family. She's also a royal lady who has gone through the 2nd nirvana. It's not easy to conquer such a beauty. However, there's a good thing that I haven't told you. You share your life with me, and you also possess a certain powerful ability of the dragons. It's enough for you to deal with more beauties. I believe you've already felt it. To be able to conquer this beauty, my symbiotic contract played a huge role. Chinrue then knew why he could do N times a night in the tent. He thought it was the benefit of crossing over, but he didn't expect it to be because he signed a symbiotic contract with the dragons and the Nirvana's blood. Christina actually used such precious Nirvana's blood to save me. Her blood flowed through his veins, just for the sake of not owing each other anything. Or at that moment, she was also infected by some kind of stupidity. Stupid man and stupid woman. So, what's the level of this Asmodeus royal beauty? To be able to go through the 2nd nirvana, she should at least be stronger than your current higher demon. Your means are really brilliant. A bored dragon kept chasing the gossip like a paparazzi from another world. Demon King? Peglio saw that Chinrue was a little absent-minded, and his eyes lit up. Great Demon King? Chinrue sighed and shook his head. It's useless to think so much now. Let's improve my strength first. One day, I will appear in front of her with dignity. It can't be a demon emperor. Peglio saw that he was still shaking his head, and his tone suddenly increased. He couldn't help but grab this guy who made the dragon extremely jealous. Damn bastard Don't tell me that this noblewoman is a demon overlord powerhouse. Chinrue was distracted. He was startled by this action and blurted out, "How do you know?" Could it be that the world of the demon realm has changed after I slept for only 2,000 years? Paglio was a little dumbfounded. He involuntarily let go of his hand and hit his head hard. "Are you sure she's a demon overlord? With your humble strength, even if you're a boy toy, she won't be interested in you. Damn it, you're the boy toy." Chinrue said angrily, "I'm not sure if she's a demon overlord. She's probably an advanced demon emperor. I was dying at that time. It seems that as soon as she completed nirvana, the demon emperor who was chasing us immediately ran away in fear. A beauty with unfathomable strength, superior wisdom, dark shadow cloak, strange secret method. Could it be?" Chinrue suddenly had a strange association, but he felt it was too unbelievable, so he immediately denied this hypothesis. Christina must be that person's direct descendant or direct disciple. If she's really a demon emperor-level powerhouse, then the Nirvana's blood that you got is probably not just the second Nirvana, and the benefits are likely to be far more than what you see now. Paglio looked like he was in deep thought and pulled him to sit down. "Tell me about this in detail." Chinrue told the whole story from beginning to end. Of course, he left out the personal part. The poison dragon looked thoughtful and said, "You're really in danger this time. A demon emperor-level powerhouse isn't something you can touch at your current level. That Brock is from the Leviathan royal family, and the Leviathan royal family also has 3 bloodline talents. According to Paglio, the Envy royal family, Leviathan, had 3 bloodline powers: Water Mastery, Eye of Incubus, and Soul Shackles. Water Mastery could directly use water magic. The higher the awakening of the bloodline talent, the higher the level of magic that could be mastered. It could also suppress the water power of a general magician. Eye of Incubus was known as the demon god's right eye. It was the strongest illusion and enchantment eye. Its power was mysterious and unpredictable. Soul Shackles was a skill to enslave others. It was similar to the master-servant contract, but it was much more powerful than the master-servant contract. Moreover, the number was not limited to 1. The controller could pass through the limitation of space and punish or kill the controlled freely. You're now at the peak of higher demon. The next step is Demon King. It's time for you to understand some things. The poison dragon looked solemn and said a new concept. The strength of the demon realm from high to low were Demon Supremo, Demon Overlord, Demon Emperor, Great Demon King, Higher Demon, Intermediate Demon, and Lower Demon. However, there was another division, which was the upper, middle, and lower levels. Lower Demon, Intermediate Demon, and Higher Demon were the lowest level. Demon King and Great Demon King belonged to the middle level. Demon Overlord and Demon Emperor belonged to the upper level. As for the Demon Supremo, it was equivalent to the demigod level, so it wasn't included. As long as the upper limit of potential was enough, it wasn't too difficult to reach the lower level through hard training. For example, Great Demon could generally train to the level of Higher Demon. However, even the royal family with unlimited potential might not be able to train to the middle level of Demon King and Great Demon King. To reach the middle level, one must understand the rule of a certain power and be able to use it freely. Meanwhile, Demon Emperor and Demon Overlord needed to understand the higher level of territory. Not only the demon realm, but the human soldier, master, and saint in the human world on the surface were also similar to these 3 levels. The gap between each level was greater than the gap between ordinary realms. Chinrue listened carefully. Paglio's introduction was very valuable for reference, but he didn't train the method of human or demon realm, but the strange system from another plane. Of course, the absolute power was the same, but the path he took was relatively different. I don't know what kind of advancement the Grand Master's inheritance is, but you have to pay attention that the Demon King and Demon King level powerhouses in the middle level have understood the rule of power. Most of them have special energy attack skills. Like your Aurora shot, it shouldn't be rare. You must be careful. As for the territory of the upper level, what Brock mastered is actually just a pseudo-territory combined with his bloodline talent. The territory of a real demon overlord is definitely not what you can imagine now. So, you must act according to your ability in the future. You can't be so lucky every time. It's not wrong to want to be a powerhouse, but only by surviving can you have the possibility of becoming a powerhouse. Shinrue finally understood Paglio's real intention, so he nodded. The conversation between the two continued. Unknowingly, a night had passed. Chapter 137. The next morning, the figure of Aguile appeared in the arena registration hall. This was the agreed handover time. Waiting for him were the 3 hired demon under Joseph, Royce, Eric's, and Visasha. Compared with yesterday, Eric's spirit seemed to be much better, but he was still a little weak due to the severe overdraft of his power. Feeling that the power emanating from Chunrue didn't seem to weaken at all, but it increased instead. Eric's expression looked a little gloomy, and he didn't speak. Mr. Aguile, before the handover of the arena, Sir Joseph wants to talk to you. However, he is now handling affairs in the Red Spirit Estate. Please allow me to use the magic communication talisman to contact him. Shinrue heard the news from Royce yesterday that Joseph was not there, so he deliberately looked around. Royce understood and said, "Sir, please rest assured that there are no outsiders here except for the 4 of us." Shinrue glanced at the expressionless Visasha, then looked at Royce and nodded. Visasha's beauty was superior, but there was still a certain gap compared to Athena. Royce was very persistent with this woman. Royce took out a magic communication talisman, exerted a little power, and placed it on the table. The magic communication talisman suddenly emitted a beam of scattered light. Soon, it seemed to be connected to the network, and Joseph's figure appeared in the beam of light. Royce should have contacted Joseph last night. Joseph still had a smile on his face. He nodded at Shinrue. "First of all, I want to congratulate you, Mr. Aguile. In just 2 months, you jumped from the original intermediate demon to higher demon in one fell swoop. You even defeated the strongest higher demon under me, creating a great miracle." "Miracle your ass." If the smiling tiger knew that the person under the mask was the human who wanted to kill him, his smile would probably look uglier than crying. Shinrue sneered secretly and said, "For me, this is not a great miracle. I just lifted some seals on my body and defeated a low-level opponent that I didn't put in my eyes." Hearing Chunrue's description, Eric's clenched his fists tightly, but the fact was that he was inferior, so he couldn't refute it. Judging from the opponent's current strength, even if we fight again, my chance of winning is very small unless I can break through that bottleneck. Some seals. The smile on Joseph's face was even wider. "Let's not talk about this." Shinrue avoided the topic. "It seems that what Sir Joseph wants to congratulate is not only my victory over Eric's. According to the agreement, this arena should be mine. This is just an agreement between you and Eric's, but I can recognize it." Joseph smiled and said, "However, do you recognize the agreement between you and Reyes at that time?" Shinrue didn't speak. He seemed to be thinking and said, "I will definitely keep my promise. I'm willing to help Sir Joseph, but whether our relationship is equal or dependent, I can't decide until I formally meet with Sir. Perhaps Sir will be a good mid-level opponent." Top, middle, and low level were what he heard from Paglio last night, and he immediately applied what he learned. When Joseph heard the words mid-level opponent, his eyes lit up. "Great, no matter which relationship it is, I welcome it very much. The arena will officially be handed over to you to manage. I have authorized Reyes. You can sign the handover document with him on the surface." Shinrue nodded and glanced at Eric's. "I have to train for a while to further break the seals on my body. I wonder if I can hand over the arena's affairs to a loser to manage? I heard that Eric's even lost his life to you. This is your right." Joseph said disapprovingly, "The law of this world is that the winner is king, and the loser can only be stepped on." Eric's clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Chinrue saw it and laughed a few times. He said then, "I will publicly break off with Princess Royal Jia and announce our partnership. I believe it will be a major blow to that Princess Royal." Joseph also smiled. "However, I think that if you continue to stay by her side, it will be more useful to us in the future. Isn't your cloak gang the reserve of the palace guards? This is a wonderful identity with a lot of room to play. Sir Joseph is really wise." This proposal was exactly what Chinrue wanted. He pretended to ponder and said, "It's just that if this is the case, the arena may have to be returned to Princess Jia. This should be my trophy." Joseph praised, "Smart man. The arena originally belonged to her, but when her father was young, he lost it to my father, Lord Josh, in a sky battle. Your Excellency's vision should be more far-sighted. If our cooperation is successful, what is a mere arena to us? I still have a lot of resources in the Dark Moon. If Sir needs them, I can provide them without limit, but everything has to wait until I return to the Dark Moon. I could have returned in these few days, but something unexpected happened. It may take a while before I can return. The fastest is half a month, and the latest is a month. Okay, I will rush back to meet Sir as soon as possible." Chinrue deliberately showed a moved tone. He faintly guessed that the accident Joseph mentioned was probably related to Barnacle's heroic record in Townlea. Barnacle was Joseph's subordinate. Being able to continue to drag Joseph into the Red Spirit and Kanita's infighting, and even further intensify it, could be regarded as Chinrue's unintentional success. Then, "I'm looking forward to a formal meeting with Sir." Joseph smiled slightly. His figure gradually faded and finally disappeared without a trace. Behind the mask, Chinrue was also smiling. The biggest spy of the year had successfully kicked off. Royce took out a magic document about the arena handover. After both parties signed it, the handover was considered complete. Chinrue said to Erix, "Erix, you heard what Sir Joseph said just now. You are still responsible for the arena's affairs, but you must be clear that I'm the real controller of the arena." Erix's blood-red eyes stared closely at Chinrue's eyes in the mask. They were full of anger. Chinrue said indifferently, "If you can't afford to lose, you can leave here immediately. I will never stop you." Erix snorted coldly, but he didn't leave. He sat down on the sofa, took out a bottle of wine, and drank without saying a word. "If there's nothing else, I think I won't see you too off." Royce and Visasha looked at each other and left. When they walked to the entrance of the arena, Royce said, "Visasha, if you're free, how about we go for a drink?" "I'm not free," Visasha said with a blank expression. Although Royce asked this deliberately, and this answer was expected, there was still a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Then I'll go find Erix for a drink." "Whatever." Visasha dropped a word and turned to leave. Royce sighed and turned back to the arena. After Royce returned to the arena, Visasha's footsteps paused slightly. Then she walked forward faster. In the hall, Chinrue took out a bottle of meow fruit wine and threw it to Erix. "This is a specialty of the Shadow Empire. Try it. Don't play tricks." Erix took the bottle and didn't thank him. 2 months later, "I want to challenge you again. Do you dare to accept?" Chinrue didn't immediately agree. He asked, "Yesterday, you seem to have touched a little of the Demon King level." Erix's spirit was suddenly stimulated. He snorted. "Yes, if I broke through to Demon King yesterday, the one who died must be you. Reality is reality. There are not so many ifs." Chinrue threw an extremely tempting olive branch. "However, I can turn your ifs into reality." Erix's ears suddenly perked up. "What did you say? You can make me a Demon King? Do you think a person who only took 2 months to advance from intermediate demon to higher demon can't do this?" Chinrue smiled slightly. "Maybe I should believe it." Erix's eyes flashed with passion. "What are your conditions?" At this time, Royce's figure appeared in the hall. Erix looked at his friend, who returned strangely. Then he heard Chunrue say something that surprised him. The condition is surrender. Surrender. True surrender, not like what you and Royce did to Joseph. How do you know? Eric's reacted immediately. Royce, what did you say to him? Before Royce could speak, he saw Chunrue throwing something over. Royce, this is for you. With your knowledge, maybe I don't need to tell you what this is. Royce caught it and looked at it. It was just a red round fruit with a hard shell covered with strange patterns. The fruit exuded a faint breath, which seemed to contain magical power. This fruit is a bit like... Royce's eyes widened all of a sudden. He felt his hands trembling slightly. His usual calmness and wisdom seemed to have disappeared in an instant. He murmured, No, impossible. Nothing is impossible. This devil fruit is yours now. Chunrue affirmed faintly. Royce's loss of composure was within his expectation. Even Athena couldn't avoid it back then. Devil fruit. Eric stood up abruptly and stared at the fruit in Royce's hand. His breathing also became rapid. It's actually a devil fruit. This fruit can greatly increase the potential of demons, increasing the possibility of breaking through the bottleneck several times. There's also a very small chance of obtaining additional special abilities. This is the most important and priceless treasure of demons. There are countless demons who know the effects of the devil fruit, but only a few actually get it. The value of this fruit is immeasurable. If it is brought outside, I'm afraid it will cause unimaginable disputes. Aguile actually gave it to Royce casually. Chapter 138. Eric's finally understood why Aguile would make such a promise just now. He was now at the peak of higher demon, and he was faintly grasping the feeling of breaking through the most difficult bottleneck. If he had this devil fruit, the success rate would increase by at least 10 times, or even more. Eric's panted heavily and suppressed the idea of snatching it from Reyes's hands. Then he heard Reyes said, Master, please allow me to give this devil fruit to my best friend. He needs this treasure the most. Eric's was shocked, and his mind was overwhelmed. Reyes actually wants to give me the devil fruit. I can't believe I had such a shameful thought just now. Wait, what did Reyes call Aguile just now? Reyes, what did you call him? Eric's was shocked again as he asked in disbelief. Reyes had regained his calmness and replied, I surrendered to Master a month ago. A month ago? Eric's eyes were even more shocked. Wasn't this Aguile not even a higher demon a month ago? At that time, Reyes even saved Aguile and killed Mikas. This incident also became the origin of Joseph and Alan's hostility. Could it be at that moment, Chunrue said, I reject your request, Reyes. This is what I prepared for you, my most capable assistant. As for Eric's, as long as he is willing to surrender, my promise to him is still valid. Until now, he already knows too much. If he's unwilling, then he can only die. Eric's and Reyes both heard that the devil fruit that could make all the demons go crazy except for the royal family of the demon realm was in Aguile's hands, and there was more than one. At that moment, a wyvern appeared at the entrance of the hall. The aura of power exuded from the wyvern even made Eric shudder. Demon king-level demonic beast. He saw Chunrue walk over, and that demon king-level wyvern was actually enjoying his touch meekly, as if it wasn't a powerful and terrifying demonic beast, but a little hellhound that had been raised for many years. My friend, it's time for you to make a choice. Royce was completely convinced by the power of his master. He walked to Eric's. Don't you want to defeat Joseph with your own hands and wash away the shame of 100 years? Isn't submitting to him a disgrace? Eric still couldn't let it go. He's just a higher demon that's slightly stronger than me. What about a month ago? He's still an intermediate demon, much weaker than you. Royce sighed. When I submitted to him, he had just advanced to a higher demon. At that time, I was easily defeated by his symbiotic partner. He didn't even use 1% of his strength. Symbiotic partner? Eric's frowned. Royce smiled bitterly. Do you still remember what's sleeping in the blue lake? Eric's expression suddenly changed. You mean that poison dragon? A powerful dragon's actually signed a symbiotic contract with him. Royce nodded. Eric's felt that he had never been so shocked in his life. The way he looked at Aguile finally changed. Master has promised me to help me get back Visasha. Not only her. I believe that one day, even the glory of the Kunda family can be reproduced in my hands. Facing the shocks and surprises brought by Chunrui, Royce couldn't help but think so. If he was initially worried about Visasha's matter, now he completely believed that Chunrui could do it. He even thought of the long-term goal of restoring the family's glory. Thank you for your trust, Royce. Another devil fruit appeared in Chunrui's hand. I'm not Joseph. My servant is a trusted and reliable right-hand man. He's never an abandoned pawn. Eric's, if you choose to believe me, this fruit is yours. Eric's panted and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He finally reached out his hand. Soon after, the figure of Aguile appeared in front of the ancient house on the 4th Street of the southeast block. The arena's matter had been successfully completed. As expected, Eric signed a master-servant contract with him. Since then, the servants who had signed contracts were Slee, Royce, Dodo, and Eric's. The symbiotic contract partner was Paglio. There were a total of 5 contracts. He didn't know what the upper limit of the super system was. There was only one devil fruit left in Chunrui's hand. There were a total of 6 devil fruits from the Black Rainforest. Athena used 2, Chunrui tried 1, and the other 2 were given to Eric's and Royce. However, the devil fruit tree in the Galaxy Garden could be harvested again in about a month. Chunrui still clearly remembered the surprised look of the poison dragon when he showed the devil fruit to Paglio yesterday. Unfortunately, this thing was useless to dragons. However, Paglio's surprise came later. Chunrui gave him a set of 4 bottles of eternal black potions. Although the poison dragon was a little numb to the miracles on Chunrui, his eyes almost popped out when he got the 4 bottles of extinct black potions. With the power of these 4 bottles of potions, as long as the lock of light and dark was unlocked, even if the seal of the ancient runes was still there, the poison dragon could also recover part of his strength. He was likely to reach the level of a demon emperor. The ancient house in front of him was originally the lair of the black merchant Silva. When Chunrui bought the Shadow Stone, he wanted to murder him for money. In the end, he even lost his life. The ancient house in front of him had become the base of the cloak gang. It was heavily guarded, and there were many figures in cloaks coming and going. Chunrui didn't expect that the attire he made to hide his identity at that time actually became the unified logo of a large gang. Since the battle yesterday, the name of Aguile resounded throughout the Dark Moon. Even some demons who weren't part of the cloak gang began to imitate the attire of this legendary figure. Wearing a cloak seemed to have become a fashion. Although he was also wearing a cloak, his figure, mask, and especially the breath of power of higher demon made the cloaked people around him understand the identity of Chunrui. They saluted and made way for him. Someone had already reported to the old dwarf, Didi. Didi immediately brought a group of people to welcome him. Accompanied by the sound of music, a series of slogans praising the leader was shouted. Although the sound was good, it seemed incongruous. Chunrui looked at the grand ostentation deliberately set up by the old dwarf, and he inexplicably thought of slogans such as Constellation Immortal, Virtuous and Powerful. He felt that it was ridiculous. He said in a hoarse voice, "Disperse. Didi, follow me." "Yes, leader." As soon as he said that, the big and small cloaked people whose performance was interrupted didn't hesitate at all. They bowed and retreated. This was the power of a powerhouse. Due to Didi's weak strength, he could only use his master's name to suppress these people. Now that he saw his master wanted to see him alone under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it made the word trusted follower more real. He was overjoyed and quickly followed Chunrui into the yard. He asked everyone around him to retreat as if there was something important. It seemed that the leader had confidential matters to instruct. "How's the store I asked you to open?" The old dwarf replied respectfully. According to master's instructions, Didi opened a convenience store to sell various items. The business is very good. By the way, Didi also acted on his own and accepted a kind of purchasing transaction. Customers only need to pay a little more, and they can safely buy the goods they want in the city without taking any risks. Jesse also brought a few people to the north of the city to buy goods just now. Purchasing? Chen Rue remembered that there were similar purchasing services on Earth, such as Taobao, QQ Mall, etc., which provided convenience services for some customers who were inconvenient to access the internet and use online banking. They earned some fees or rebates from it. Of course, the old dwarf's purchasing should be targeted at Silva's first-class black merchants or some risky transactions, using the power of the cloak gang. How's the business of this purchasing? In the beginning, there were some difficulties. Some merchants didn't sell. Due to master's absence, we almost lost our money and lives several times. Once, even Jesse almost suffered a big loss. Thanks to his teacher's intervention, the threat was removed. Then it slowly got better. Now that Master defeated Eric's, our cloak gang's reputation has soared. Even those cunning merchants don't dare to mess around. Jesse's teacher? Chenrue was a little surprised. It's a dark elf named Sky. He has the strength of a higher demon, and he has 2 seriously ill daughters. However, Sky seems to have been seriously injured before, and he hasn't recovered. He usually lives in the yard at the back and rarely shows up. Let's take a look at this Sky later. Chenrue thought for a while and asked, "How many people are there in the cloak gang now?" The old dwarf replied as if he was counting his family treasures. There are a total of 221 people. Sky is the only higher demon, and there are 35 intermediate demons. The rest are lower demons and below. After Master defeated Eric's, this number will probably increase a lot. More than 200 people. That's fast. I remember there were only 20 to 30 people at the beginning. Chenrue was a little surprised. Other than convenience stores and purchasing, what other sources of income do the gang have? Also, some property that is handed over. The old dwarf said hesitantly. The current income is relatively stable, and the gang's income is not bad. Chenrue knew in his heart that the so-called handed-over property must be money obtained by cheating or stealing, but this was not a long-term plan. Since he decided to rely on Joseph, the cloak gang was no longer a dispensable plaything, but an important chess piece. By the way, Master, the head of the palace guard, Kagron, personally came to the cloak gang just now. He said that Princess Royal Jia invited Master to the palace for a discussion. The old dwarf looked proud. After Master defeated Eric's, all parties expressed their goodwill. Even Princess Royal Jia sent an invitation. I got it. Even if Jia didn't invite him, Chenrue planned to go to the palace. Let's go see the dark elf Sky now. The cloak gang must be reorganized, and it would be useful in the future. Everything would be decided after meeting with Jia. Of course, it would be as a guile. Chapter 139. The old dwarf led Chenrue to the backyard. The ancient terrace house was originally Silva's base camp. It was very large. There were several empty rooms in the backyard alone. In the yard, Chenrue saw 2 dark elf girls playing magic chess. The old dwarf's daughter, Sasa, was helping to give ideas. It seemed that the family were quite familiar with each other. He learned from the old dwarf that the older one was called Eve and the younger one was called Alien. They were 17 and 15 years old, respectively. The 2 girls had darker skin, and their faces were covered with veils. Their beautiful facial features could be vaguely seen. Seeing the old dwarf, Didi, coming with a man in a cloak and mask, the 2 girls were a little panicked. Sasa, who was at the side, quickly stood up and saluted the leader of the cloak gang. At the same time, She didn't forget to give him a flirtatious look. The leader's body shook violently, and he almost suffered an internal injury. Eve, an alien, then realized that the cloaked man was the leader of the Cloak Gang, the owner of this place. They hurriedly bowed with a timid look in their eyes. Chinrue saw that the two dark elf girls were thin and dispirited. As the old dwarf said, they were seriously ill. He said gently, "It's okay. You guys continue to play chess. I'm here to see Sir Sky." The door of the house opened, and a dark elf came out. This dark elf's face was full of wrinkles and looked old. The appearance of the dark elves was generally very handsome, and they could stay young for a long time. Only in the last 10 years before death would their appearance suddenly become old. It seemed that Sky's remaining life was numbered. Chinrue was taken aback, not because of Sky's age, but because of his strength. Analytical eyes showed race, dark elf. Comprehensive strength, unable to judge. Is this the higher demon that the old dwarf mentioned? With Chinrue's current D-level strength, the unable to judge prompt would only appear when the object he was analyzing was at least 2 levels or above, which was the Great Demon King level. Although the Dark Elves didn't have a strict upper limit of potential like ordinary demons, their general strength generally stopped at Intermediate Demon. With Sky's strength, he was definitely the top powerhouse among the Dark Elves. He probably had a mutation or something. Without analytical eyes, judging from his breath, he was indeed just a higher demon. It was undeniable that the demon realm was a place full of hidden talents. However, a powerhouse of this level was extremely rare even in the entire Dark Moon City. He didn't expect that he would actually submit to the small temple of the Cloak Gang. Sky coughed a few times habitually as if he just saw the old dwarf leading Chinrue. He looked at them for a while and bowed. "This should be the leader, Sir Guile. My name is Sky. Sorry for troubling, sir." Chinrue reacted quickly and accepted Sky's salute without hesitation. He nodded and said, "It doesn't matter. I also want to thank Sir Sky for helping the Cloak Gang previously." He nodded and said, "It's okay. I also want to thank Sir Sky for helping the Cloak Gang previously." With Sky's strength, it was impossible for him to submit to others like this. He must have other hidden reasons or purposes. However, from the preliminary analysis of his current state and the condition of his 2 daughters, it was very likely that he was hiding from his enemies. Since he had the intention to hide and help the Cloak Gang, excessive respect and admiration would be counterproductive. It was better to turn a blind eye and pretend that he didn't know. Based on the analysis of the current situation, as long as Sky was still in the Cloak Gang, the advantages of keeping this person alive definitely outweighed the disadvantages. Sure enough, Chinrue's attitude made Sky very satisfied. He said, "Thank you, sir. I'm already very grateful that sir is willing to give us a temporary shelter. By the way, I also want to thank sir for your encouragement to Sky. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to reach the upper stage of Intermediate Demon now. This is the result of his own efforts. I heard from Didi that sir is injured. I know a potion master. I wonder if he can help? It's an old injury for many years. Even a potion master can't cure it. Anyway, my old bones won't live long." Sky sighed. "If sir can get a master-level antidote, you might as well sell me a few bottles. My 2 daughters have a strange disease that breaks out regularly. The master-level antidote can more effectively relieve their pain." Chinrue's brain turned very fast. This Sky shouldn't be from the Dark Moon Estate. It's only because he was seriously injured by his enemies that his 2 daughters, Eve and Alien's illness was actually poisoned, so they escaped to the Dark Moon City. Sky was probably a disciple that was accepted after he came here. Master-level antidote. By the way, I happen to have 2 bottles here. I'll give them to Eve and Alien. Chinrue had the intention to use Sky's power. He took out 2 bottles of antidote from the storage warehouse. It was one of the many potions that Aldos gave him before he went to Mountain Shillong. It was indeed a master-level antidote. Seeing Sky's hesitant look, Chinrue explained, "I'm about to go out to train. The Cloak Gang only has 1 higher demon, Sir Sky. If there's anything I need to take care of, please help within your ability. When I come back from training, I'll find the master to help prepare a new antidote. Just take it as the reward for helping the Cloak Gang." Although Aguile's move had a faint feeling of blackmailing, Sky was relieved. This equivalent exchange was exactly what he wanted. If the other party was ingratiating for no reason, Sky would really be vigilant. It was the first time for both parties to meet, so it was impossible for them to talk too much. After a simple greeting, Chinrue walked out of the backyard with the old dwarf. In fact, not only did he have a master-level antidote, but he also had a Grandmaster-level antidote that could be exchanged. However, the Grandmaster-level potion couldn't be easily revealed at the moment. Besides, he didn't know Sky's background and true purpose. For the time being, it was better to maintain the status quo. He would deal with it further in the future if there was a chance. Sky's appearance was an unexpected surprise. With this mysterious master and Eric's, not only could the Cloak Gang sit back and relax, but they could also further implement the expected plan. After explaining a series of matters to the old dwarf, Chinrue left the Cloak Gang and went to the palace. When he walked to a main street, he suddenly had an idea and walked toward the colorful and gorgeous shop. This shop was currently the most famous shop in the Dark Moon City, Princess Retail Store. The current Princess Retail Store was no longer the same as before. The integrity incident last time had a great impact on the Dark Moon City. Although many people thought that the little princess was very stupid to give up a huge sum of money out of thin air, the Princess Retail Store had gained a good reputation because of this incident that the previous advertising methods didn't have. Not only the upper class, but even the customers of the lower class had also skyrocketed. They didn't have to worry about being scammed here, so they could buy with confidence. What kind of person was the little princess? She was the sister of the Dark Moon Lord. She didn't even blink when there were hundreds of thousands of black crystal coins in front of her. She would rather sell it to the customers who paid first. This was the true bearing of the royal family. The items in the Princess Retail Store were a symbol of status and glory. Moreover, many of them were sold in limited quantities. There would be no more after they were sold. No matter how much money they had, they could only wait for the next batch of goods. This was the real premium and authentic product. Even if other shops were also selling imitations, they would never have the nobility and honor of the authentic product. Of course, was the price of the Princess Retail Store scammed and scammed? How much was scammed and scammed? It wasn't enough for outsiders to know. Chinrue walked into the Princess Retail Store and noticed that many details of the furnishings had been adjusted. The space seemed to be a lot bigger. It could be seen that Alice was very diligent in running the shop. There were a few more waiters in the shop. As soon as Chinrue entered the door, he received a warm reception. Some people recognized that this cloaked man was the leader of the Cloak Gang who defeated Eric's in the arena yesterday. They all showed awe and made way for him. Chinrue walked all the way to the second floor and heard Kia's voice that he hadn't heard for a long time. This is a limited edition premium demon fighting chess with the little princess magic signature on the back. There are only 5 sets left now. Our premium products have very strict requirements for the production process and material selection. The next batch will only be produced after a month at the earliest. How many sets do you need, sir? It was still early now, so there weren't many customers on the second floor. Alice wasn't actually there. She might have gone out. In front of Kia was a great demon, and behind him was an imp follower. Under Kia's enchanting voice, he showed an excellent look of awarding souls. He said, "Okay, I'll buy 1 set. No, 2 sets." Kia was still so beautiful. Her snow-white skin, perfect face, especially her sexy red lips. Every frown and smile revealed a huge temptation. Although she didn't use her special charm talent, the great demon was already a little uncontrollable. In addition, the little Princess Alice wasn't there, so there was a lack of restraint. When the great demon took over the demon fighting chess, he wanted to touch Kia's hand. Cagliostro was about to stop him, but suddenly a cold snort sounded behind him. "Get lost!" This great demon was also a higher demon. When he heard someone yelling in front of a beauty, he looked back and saw a guy wearing a cloak and a mask appearing behind him. The breath on his body seemed to be at the higher demon level, and he was stronger than him. The great demon was confident that his background wasn't small, and the cloaked man in front of him didn't seem to be a member of those big families. He was emboldened and asked proudly, "Who are you?" "How dare you be presumptuous in front of me, Sherlock?" "Melon? Melon family?" Chinrue's tone was still quite unfriendly. "I won't repeat what I just said. If you don't want to die, disappear in front of me within a minute." The Melon family and the Seifel family were the two largest families in the Dark Moon. They controlled a considerable part of the Dark Moon's business. Unlike Princess Royal Jia's die-hard loyalty to the Seifel family, the Melon family that followed the wind had long fallen to the Red Spirit estate. The family's mechanic master, Carl Melon, was currently working for the Red Spirit Lord, Josh. Alvin, the real master of the Melon family, should be Joseph's father, not Joseph himself. Moreover, Aguile was now equivalent to Joseph's subordinate. He was happy to see such a rebellion. Chapter 140. As Charles was about to speak, he was suddenly pulled by the imp behind him and whispered. Charles, who was still arrogant just now, was taken aback. He felt that the cloaked man, who wasn't particularly tall, was getting taller and taller. Although he wasn't at the arena last night, he heard the hotly discussed battle of the strongest higher demon in the city early in the morning. The person in front of him was actually the leader of the Cloak Gang, who defeated Eric's and took away the arena from financial officer Joseph Aguile. Not only that, the Cloak Gang also had a title that couldn't be ignored, the Royal Guard's Reserve Force. Behind them was the Dark Moon Lord, Princess Jia. Regardless of personal power or background, he was far inferior to them. If the Patriarch knew that he had a conflict with such a person, a heavy punishment would definitely be inevitable. In the demon realm, offending people who were stronger than oneself was undoubtedly the most damning behavior. Charles shuddered and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry just now." Chinrue ignored him and said coldly, "You have 30 seconds left." Charles looked at Kia, clenched his teeth, turned around and left. "Customer, don't you want the 2 sets of chess?" "Want my ass," Charles muttered in his heart and walked down the stairs without looking back. Kia couldn't stop him even if she shouted. A beauty was important, but it couldn't be compared to his own life. The 2 customers who were picking items at the side were obviously a little suspicious of Kia. When they saw Charles leaving in frustration, they vaguely guessed the identity of the cloaked man. They thought that this rising powerhouse had taken a fancy to Kia, so they didn't dare to stay and left in a hurry. There were also a few gossipy guys who guessed if Aguile's heroic feat of defeating Eric's was mixed with some unknown grievances. Perhaps it was related to a stunning succubus. After some imaginative guesses, they sensibly left one after another. In the blink of an eye, other than Chinrue, only Kia and Kaguli were left on the second floor. It was a pity that Charles from the Melon family left without provoking anything. However, the departure of other customers was beyond Chinrue's expectation. He didn't expect his power to be so great that he drove away all the customers. Seeing Kia's aggrieved look, he took out a purse and said, "I want these 2 sets of chess." Kia's beautiful eyes lit up and she immediately smiled. She took the money bag and wrapped the 2 demon-fighting chess sets and handed them over. "Thank you for your patronage. I also have to thank you for helping me out just now. After Sir bought these 2 sets of demon-fighting chess, you have automatically qualified to become a 1-star member of our Princess Retail Store. I wonder if you can provide information for registration? 1-star members can purchase goods at discounted prices. In the future, as Sir's spending in the Princess Retail Store increases, you can upgrade to a higher star and enjoy more discounts and preferential activities." Chinrue nodded secretly. It seemed that the little loli had thoroughly learned what he taught her. This membership setting was quite good. He replied, "Cloak gang Aguile." Cagaley, who was on the side, was shocked when she heard that. Her guess just now was not wrong. This cloaked man who exudes the power of higher demon is the leader of the cloak gang, Aguile, who is famous in the dark moon. Kia also heard about the battle in the arena last night. She smiled with just the right amount of reverence. "It turns out to be Sir Aguile. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. It should be Sir's first time visiting our store. We still have a lot of limited edition boutiques here. Sir might as well take a look." Weren't the so-called limited edition boutiques all made by him? Chinrue shook his head. As he was about to turn around and leave, he heard another familiar voice coming from downstairs. "Kia, I'm coming." This voice made Chinrue's heart feel a faint warmth. Sure enough, after a while, Alice's petite figure appeared in his sight. It was still the same curly and beautiful blonde hair, delicate facial features, and big purple eyes that seemed to be able to speak. However, compared to a month ago, the little lowly seemed to have lost some weight. It was probably because she spent a lot of effort in the princess retail store. There was an unconcealable bright smile on Alice's face. She seemed to be very excited about something good. When Kia introduced the identity of the cloaked man, Alice returned to her princess demeanor. She nodded and smiled. "It turns out to be the leader of the cloak gang who defeated Joseph. You're now the hottest celebrity in the city. Here's a 3-star membership card. Take it as my congratulations. You're welcome to visit again." "Thank you, Princess Royal Highness." Chinrue secretly praised Alice for being better at doing business. He deliberately increased the hoarseness in his voice and reached out to take it. Just as he reached out to take the 3-star membership card, the little lowly's nose suddenly twitched. She looked at Chinrue in surprise. Then she sniffed carefully and looked surprised. "Why is there a familiar smell?" "Impossible, she's too sensitive." Chinrue was taken aback. He was now deactivating the state of camouflage and releasing the aura of a higher demon. Alice actually noticed the abnormality. There should still be a little difference between the aura and the smell, but the little lowly sensing ability made Chinrue feel terrified. Could it be a newly awakened talent of the Lucifer royal family? Hellhound? Seeing the little lowly's puzzled eyes, Chinrue instinctively felt that some powerful reasoning seemed to appear again. He only felt a chill on his back. He didn't dare to stay, so he bowed and walked downstairs quickly. Alice looked suspiciously at the cloak gang leader, who left in a hurry. She tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she muttered, "Impossible, it should be an illusion. I really miss Athena and that guy. I haven't listened to his stories for a long time, and I haven't eaten the food he made for a long time. And those fun things." Speaking of fun things, Alice suddenly thought of something, and her face turned red for no reason. "Little princess?" Kia's voice pulled Alice back from her absent-mindedness. The little lowly woke up and remembered her excitement when she came. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. Then she raised her chest and smiled mysteriously. "Kia, the massage method you said is really effective. I really seem to have gotten bigger here. Cagaley, don't you think so?" Kia pursed her lips and smiled. "It's really effective. Then, little princess should continue to persevere." Cagaley looked for a long time, but she didn't see any obvious changes in the little princess' chest compared to before. She could only nod implicitly. The little lowly looked proud. Suddenly, she glimpsed the towering fullness in front of Kia's chest and thought of her best friend's equally stunningly developed body. She felt tremendous pressure, and her big purple eyes suddenly emitted a strong desire to fight. Her whole body was full of vigor. No way. I must become stronger before Athena, and that guy come back. Oh no. It became even bigger. Fight hard. Girl, use your great chest to dazzle that guy's eyes. Achoo. Following the inexplicable sneeze in the princess retail store last time, Chinrue, who had reached the peak of the Mizar state, couldn't resist some kind of chill. He sneezed exaggeratedly again at the door of the princess retail store. The so-called public figure image was lost for a moment. After a while, the palace council hall. Jia carefully looked at the cloaked man in front of her. She didn't take the initiative to speak. Her body exuded a faintly discernible breath, giving people an invisible oppression. Obviously, Shay and Joseph tried to lure Guile, the leader of the so-called Imperial Guards Reserve Force, whom they met for the first time. On the contrary, Shay and Joseph used the method of knocking on the mountain to scare the tiger. What she didn't know was that the guy in front of her was already very familiar with this. Back, when he didn't have any power, he had almost adapted to the test of the female boss' fluctuation of killing intent. This kind of oppression gave him a long-lost sense of warmth. After experiencing the death in the Silent Night wetland, Chenrue's mood had some subtle changes. When he saw these friends or familiar people, there was a faint sense of intimacy. It was the same when he saw Alice in the princess retail store just now. Of course, he wasn't that kind of masochist. Otherwise, he would have given a whip to the queen to show her power. In order to ease this slightly weird atmosphere, Chenrue immediately said, "Before I return to the Dark Moon City, a friend of mine said that Princess Royal Highness will trust me as much as she trusts him." Jia was silent for a moment, and she finally said, "Unfortunately, I can't do this now. I can't even dispel my doubts about you. But out of trust for him, I'm willing to work hard to trust you, provided that you show a trustworthy performance. First of all, tell me, how is he now?" Jia didn't directly win him over, but she first asked about his situation. Chenrue was slightly touched. It seemed that Jia really valued the human mining officer who had gone to Mountain Shillong. Princess Royal should already know my relationship with him. Chenrue felt a little awkward when he said this. I didn't die in the battle yesterday, so he is naturally still alive and kicking. As for Princess Royal's performance, is the battle in the arena last night not enough? I have won an important bargaining chip. Jia immediately reacted. You mean the arena? The Cloak Gang is now the reserve team of the palace guards. It is reasonable for Princess Royal to take over the arena that I obtained. Jia couldn't help but be moved. The arena was a considerable source of income, and it was also one of the landmarks of the Dark Moon City. 30 years ago, in a sky battle, the then Dark Moon Lord, who was also Jia's father, Groom, lost to the Red Spirit Lord, Josh. It was a great shame. She didn't expect that she could take it back so soon. Strictly speaking, the arena should be Aguile's personal. The Imperial Guard's reserve team was just an empty title. Aguile did show his sincerity by doing this. Things went smoother than expected. Thank you very much. Jia stood up and nodded slightly to Aguile to show respect. Not only that, Chenrue bowed back. Royal Highness also needs to know another thing. During the handover at the arena this morning, Financial Officer Joseph contacted me through the magic circle. I have promised to cooperate with him. On the surface, I am still under the influence of Princess Royal Highness. The arena is one of the rewards I received. Jia was slightly startled. She took a deep look at Chenrue and nodded. You did quite well. I would like to thank you again for your trust. This is a very important secret. I believe you should understand what I mean. Chenrue shook his head deliberately. Royal Highness, don't misunderstand. These are just what I did according to my friend's instructions. Many of the developments are within his expectations. Jia's eyes lit up. Chenrue even guessed Joseph's step? He is indeed a wise man. So he must have a plan? Almost. Someone who was praising himself was a little embarrassed. However, after the remote meeting with Joseph at the arena this morning, plus the meeting with the mysterious dark elf, Sky, in the Cloak Gang, it made the original plan in his mind further perfect. This plan was likely to control the future trend and destiny of the entire Dark Moon. Chapter 141. Jia regained her calmness in a blink of an eye and asked faintly, Has Chenrue told you about this plan? Yes, but he only mentioned a part of it. It's mainly about the Cloak Gang. Seeing the strange look in Jia's eyes, Chenrue guessed her concerns. He smiled slightly, but I'm not interested in these schemes. Even the cloak gang is just a coincidence. In fact, I've never personally taken care of the cloak gang's affairs, and I don't want to waste my energy on boring things. I only have one goal, which is to pursue greater power. If it weren't for Chen Rui's other plans, the cloak gang would have been disbanded long ago. Jia was slightly relieved. This Aguile had never appeared in the dark moon before. He rose up almost suddenly, and he even defeated Eric's. This person's origin was unknown, and his whereabouts were mysterious. Moreover, the cloak gang's power was growing. If she was not careful, she might become a serious problem. However, if he was just a powerhouse who pursued personal power, he wouldn't be too much of a threat. What was more reassuring was that Aguile was also tricked by Chenrui to sign a symbiotic contract. At least Jia thought so. So, please tell me about Chenrui's plan? It's a long story. Your Highness should take a look at the letter he asked me to bring back. Aguile took out a letter and handed it to Jia. Jia didn't relax her vigilance. She opened the letter with a faint power in her hand, but nothing special happened. She read it slowly, and her eyes finally became bright. She blurted out, "Chenrui is really incredible. Not only did he make so many achievements in Mountain Shillong, but he also carried out a very clever overall plan. Aguile, I will now officially appoint you as the captain of the Imperial Guard's reserve team. You will still be in charge of the arena. Your first mission is to make the Cloak Gang the biggest force in the Dark Moon as soon as possible. I will fully support it." Although the captain of the Imperial Guard's reserve team was not prominent, his real power was not trivial. It was equivalent to the commander of a new combat force. Sure enough, the boss was still a trustworthy person. He immediately made a decision after reading the letter. He was quite bold. However, there is one last question. As the only person the Imperial Guards are loyal to, I have the right to know the true origin of the captain of the reserve team. Aguile nodded and replied, "Your Royal Highness, my family once lost its glory because of an unforeseen event. I once swore that I would never remove the mask on my face before that, nor would I reveal my origin to anyone. My conflict with Eric's originated from this. Although I'm very grateful for your Royal Highness' trust, I'm sorry that I still can't be completely honest. Your Royal Highness should give the captain position to Chen Rui. I need to go out and train for a while now, but please rest assured that there are a few people in the Cloak Gang who are competent for this job. When necessary, I will come out to preside over the overall situation. I believe it won't take long for my friend's first step of the plan to succeed. As for the confidentiality, please rest assured, Your Highness, I know what to do." Aguile's frank and persistent attitude in training made Jia more at ease. As for his origin, although it was suspicious with the symbiotic contract, she could basically rest assured. "If that's the case, I won't force you." Of course, the appointment of the captain of the reserve team remains unchanged. I hope that one day you can restore the glory of your family. If you need help, you can ask at any time. "Thank you, Your Highness." Aguile bowed and said, "There are 2 more things that Chen Rui asked me to bring to Your Highness. One is this space bracelet. The other one may not be convenient to place here. I need a warehouse-like space, the bigger the better." Jia picked up the space bracelet he put on the table and opened it. There was a lot of magic dust inside. At present, Old Gauss and Kaka's secret planting plan was quite successful. They were planning to further expand the planting area. This dust was like charcoal in a snowstorm. If the Dark Moon's food problem for many years could be completely solved, the biggest contributor in Jia's heart was not Kaka, but Chen Rui. Even Kaka, an unexpected talent, was personally discovered by Chen Rui. Under Jia's instructions, Kaguran took Aguile to a large, empty warehouse in the palace. After a while, Aguile walked out and bid farewell to Jia. "A large warehouse hasn't been filled yet? So much?" Jia looked surprised. "Locke, are you sure it's that kind of high-quality iron ore?" A centaur next to Kagurron replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness, I can be sure. This kind of iron ore should be a high-quality iron ore from Mountain Shillong, and it doesn't have the most annoying impurities. It can be easily extracted using ordinary methods, and every piece is the same. This kind of iron ore can be used to make the best weapons or armors. Even if it's further used to make magic equipment, it's quite ideal for enchantment." That man is really incredible. In just 1 month, he actually solved the problem of waste ores that had been lingering for 400 years. Moreover, he tricked the leaders of the bandits to kill each other, weakening the power of the bandits to the minimum. He even predicted and planned Joseph's strategy after Gwalwan. It seems that choosing to trust and put him in an important position was the most correct decision. If value determines the meaning of existence, then the value he showed had far exceeded expectations. In fact, Jia still overestimated Qinrui. Tricking the leaders of the bandits to kill each other was barely acceptable, but Qinrui only determined the plan to foresee and plan to deal with Joseph today. Jia exclaimed in her heart, and her face had regained its calmness. "Very well, you can leave first. Remember, you can't mention this to anyone." The centaur bowed and retreated. Jia said to Kagurron, "You start to reorganize the soldiers and equipment now. The fastest is half a month, and the latest is 1 month. Prepare to wait for my order to go to Mountain Shillong to eliminate the bandits. This time, we should be able to completely eliminate the hidden danger in the west." "Yes, Your Highness." After Kagurron retreated, Jia gently stroked the letter, and her eyes fell on the last 4 words. "Take care of yourself." It was a very ordinary greeting or an instruction, but it made the Princess Royal's frosty eyes show a touch of warmth. This seemed to have nothing to do with the so-called value. After Qinrui finished these things, he returned to the arena and gave a few instructions to Eric's. He rode the demon king-level wyvern to the outskirts of the city, rose into the air with the other 3 hidden wyverns, and flew toward Mountain Shillong. Too many things happened in the past few days, and he felt a little breathless. He needed to calm down for a while and concentrate on breaking through Alioth State. Mountain Shillong should be a suitable place now. Of course, before that, he had to fulfill an important promise and confess some things. The demon king-level wyvern's flying ability was very powerful. Qinrui was familiar with the route, so he saved a lot of time compared to when he first went to Mountain Shillong. In the morning, when he flew over the green leaves forest, he saw the cozy cabin again. However, Athena should be at the mining office at the foot of Mountain Shillong now, so he should go there to find her first. The wyvern circled above the green leaves forest and flew toward Mountain Shillong. "Athena, I'm coming." Originally, the remaining bandits of the Red Devils should still be nesting in Mountain Wallen. With Athena guarding the mine and Kulia's repeated instructions, the bandits should not dare to act rashly. Qinrui had currently reached the highest level of the Mizar state, but he was still not the opponent of a demon king-level enemy. As long as he broke through to Alioth state, he should be able to rival a demon king-level powerhouse. Coupled with these 4 demon king-level wyverns, even if the Red Devil's leader, Snowden, came back, he still had the confidence to win. When Joseph returned to the Dark Moon from the Red Spirit, it would be the time to eliminate the bandits and clear the West Passage. By then, he wouldn't be given time to react. He could directly take over the sheriff's position, which could further trigger the break between Alan and Joseph. From Royce's mouth, Qinrui already knew that Alan and Joseph's trick of becoming enemies on the surface and secretly reconciling. However, he was very clear about Alan's character. The death of Mikas and Eric's attack must be a crack. If he won the sheriff's position according to Joseph's initial proposal, this crack would definitely continue to expand. By then, he could really implement the real step of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. As the demon king-level wyverns were too eye-catching, Qinrui did not ride the wyverns to land at Mountain Shillong blatantly. Instead, he placed them in a relatively remote mountain forest, left a lot of food, and instructed them not to wander around to avoid exposing their target. Anyway, Mountain Shillong had nothing but mountains. After Chinrue settled the wyverns, he rushed all the way. When he approached the Shillong mine, he slowed down and walked toward the foot of the mountain. At the foot of Mountain Shillong, the miners who had temporarily lived in Mountain Lagong had returned to their own miners' residential area. They seemed to be much more stable. The gate was guarded by 2 guards from the mining office. When the guards saw the mining officer who had been young for a while, they seemed a little surprised. Thinking of the rumors that the human mining officer went out to practice poison, they were in awe. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll report now." The dark elf guard bowed and quickly ran toward the mountainside. Chinrue saw that the direction of the dark elf was toward the mining office halfway up the mountain. He asked the other guard, "Is Athena in the mining office?" This was a centaur guard. He pointed to the top of the mountain and looked a little frightened. "Miss Athena and Captain Gade went there." "Main pit." Chinrue was taken aback. "Didn't I specifically instruct Athena to never enter the main pit? Tell me, what's going on?" This centaur wasn't very articulate. For some reason, he suddenly felt a terrifying sense of deterrence from this powerless human, so he stuttered for a while. Chinrue became more and more anxious as he listened. An ominous omen suddenly rose in his heart. Chapter 142. Chinrue couldn't be bothered to listen to the centaur's words. He walked into the gate and grabbed another miner to ask. It turned out that after Chinrue went to Town Leia, Athena returned to Mountain Lagong and led the miners to move to the foot of Mountain Shillong. The Red Devils really didn't come to disturb again, and the spirit dragon didn't appear. The miners lived a rare and stable life. Mountain Shillong was very far from the Mountain Lagong open pit, so mining was extremely inconvenient. In addition, the original open pit mine was almost finished. Although Chinrue didn't force the miners to complete the task, it was now very close to the transportation time every 3 months. They must pay the amount set by the Dark Moon City, otherwise all the miners would be heavily punished. Therefore, some bold miners began to have the idea of the main pit. They secretly went to the main pit to investigate regardless of the possible appearance of dangerous creatures. Chinrue naturally knew that the so-called spirit dragon wouldn't attack the miners, but the lower level of the main pit was no small matter. Although there were extremely rich mineral resources, the demonic beasts inside were even more terrifying. Mountain Shillong was originally the largest mine in the fallen Angel Empire, but it was gradually abandoned because of this big problem. It had been 400 years, and it still couldn't be solved. After the miners entered the main pit, they didn't encounter the terrifying spirit dragon again, so they were a little more lucky. However, they found that more than half of the ores in the waste ores room had disappeared for no reason. They didn't know the reason, but it might have been transported by the bandits. However, the impurities on the waste ores were quite troublesome. The quality of the extracted ores would be greatly affected. They didn't know what use the bandits had for them. Of course, Chinrue wouldn't tell the miners that he was the one who transported the waste ores away, and he had already handed over a portion to Jia. He was eager to know the whereabouts of Athena. Why did Athena and Gade go to the main pit? How long have they been there? "Sir Chinrue," a voice sounded. It turned out to be the deputy captain of the guards, Connor. He hurried down from the mining office on the mountainside after receiving the report from the Dark Elf. "Connor, you came just in time. Tell me what happened. Where is Athena?" Connor frowned and said, "Sir Chinrue, it's like this. Miss Athena led us back to the mining office. The situation had already stabilized. However, a group of miners secretly went to the main pit to mine in order to complete the ore delivery mission every 3 months. At first, it was very smooth. The terrifying ghost dragon did not appear, so more and more miners began to mine. In the end, magical beasts appeared in the lower levels, and the miners were trapped inside. Athena and Captain Gade went to rescue them, but they never returned. The people sent to investigate also disappeared one after another. I was just about to make an urgent report to the On-US City when I coincidentally bumped into Milord's return. "Milord, please arrange people to head to the On-US City as soon as possible." When did Athena go to the lower level? Probably last night, but he didn't come back this morning. It had already been one night. Chinrue's expression changed drastically. It was definitely too late to report to the Dark Moon City. Every minute delayed, Athena would be in more danger. He immediately said, "Find a miner who has been to the lower level immediately. I want to go down and take a look." Connor looked surprised. "It's too dangerous down there. Sir Chinrue, it's better to urgently send someone to report to the Dark Moon City." Chinrue was a little angry. "I'm the mining officer. I order you to immediately arrange someone to lead the way. I want to go to the lower level myself." Connor gritted his teeth. "I've been to the lower level. How about this? I'll go with Sir." "Okay, there's no time to lose. Let's go now." Connor immediately arranged some matters with the guards and walked up the mountain with Chinrue. Seeing the fearful look of the miners along the way, Chinrue blamed himself for a while. "It's all my fault as a mining officer for dereliction of duty. Previously, I only focused on planning the Red Devils, and I didn't expect that such a thing would happen because of the overpayment deadline. If something happened to Athena, then no matter how successful he was, it would be meaningless. No matter what, I have to bring Athena back safely." As Connor walked, he introduced the situation of the main pit to Chinrue. It was a strange creature that attacked the lower-level miners. It was somewhat like a fly. It could suck all the flesh and blood of the body, leaving only a skeleton. It was very terrifying. The most troublesome thing was that there were a lot of them, and they were difficult to kill. Despite the illumination of the magic lamp, the main pit still looked gloomy. It wasn't the first time Chinrue entered the main pit. With a thought, he put on the ring of illumination and a magic compass appeared in his hand. He began to record the coordinates and paths along the way. The upper level of the main pit was huge, but Connor was quite familiar with it. After many turns, he finally came to a bottomless entrance. "Sir, this is the entrance to the lower level. Originally, there was a large elevator that was very convenient to enter and exit. However, 400 years ago, the underground demonic beast broke the original seal, so the mining officer at that time could only destroy the large elevator and go down through this only emergency passage. The emergency passage is also sealed. Only creatures below Demon King level can pass through. But this seal can only restrict demonic beasts below Demon Emperor level. If it is above Demon Emperor level, it can also break through here. If the emergency passage is destroyed, then the connection with the lower level will be completely closed, which is equivalent to giving up the largest mineral vein and thousands of years of operation. Therefore, this passage has been preserved until now, waiting for a solution in the future. And let's go down." Chinrue took a look. The diameter of the passage entrance was less than 2 meters. It was extremely deep. Usually, the miners secretly went to the lower level to mine through this passage. Connor's eyes flashed. Chinrue didn't notice this, but he keenly felt a strange breath. Murderous breath? Connor actually has murderous breath? Although it was only a fleeting touch, it was still captured by Chinrue. "You go down first." "Connor, I'll follow you." Chinrue wanted to go down first, but he changed his mind. The murderous breath appeared again. Chinrue had already activated Analytical Eyes Race, Dark Elf. Comprehensive Strength Assessment. Connor looked terrified. "To be honest, sir, I'm a little scared. Can Sir walk in front? I'll illuminate for you from behind." He's scared while emitting murderous intent. Chinrue glanced at him lightly. "Connor, there are only the two of us here. I don't think you need to pretend anymore." Connor was silent for a while and shook his head, as expected of Sir Mining Officer. "I really can't figure out where the flaw is. There really is a conspiracy." Chinrue originally guessed that there were spies of the Red Devils among the miners. At that time, the situation was urgent. It was quite difficult to find out the spies among the large number of miners who were unfamiliar with the situation. Then, with his efforts, the leader and main force of the Red Devils were basically wiped out. Even if there were spies, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. He didn't expect there to be a flaw. In this way, it seemed that Athena's rescue in the main pit was likely to fall into some kind of premeditated plan. It's just intuition. Chinrue frowned. Perhaps it's because I don't have any power, but this kind of intuition is generally very accurate. I just tried it today, but I didn't expect it to come true again. I didn't expect you to have this kind of sensing ability. Unfortunately, this will only make you die faster. Connor shook his head. You'll die anyway if you go down. Instead of being killed by the demonic beast below, it's better for me to give you a quick death. I didn't expect my intuition to be so deadly, Chinrue sighed. Before I die, I want to ask a few last questions, okay? It's useless to pretend to be calm. I know your ability. The dark elf sneered and slowly retreated, cautiously distancing himself from Chinrue. Don't try to use any potions. The crossbow in my sleeve is already aimed at your throat. As long as you move, you'll immediately become a corpse. Now, as the victor, I can satisfy the last curiosity of a dying man. Chinrue seemed to have his last trick seen through by Connor. He looked dejected and maintained his stiff posture, not daring to move. The first question, were Athena and Gade tricked by you? Strictly speaking, they took the initiative to go down to rescue the miners. I didn't lie to them. Connor looked smug. However, those miners were actually instigated by me to go to the lower level to mine, so I should be fully responsible. So Athena and Gade are still down there? Chinrue immediately asked the second question. Why didn't they come back all night? It's very simple. Connor pointed to the entrance of the emergency passage. When they went down, the enchantment of this passage has been destroyed by me. Now, they can only enter but can't get out. Unless they can really reach the power of the Demon Emperor level, they can only break the seal. Otherwise, it's useless even if you ask the Dark Moon for help. One-way passage. It can only be removed by the power of the Demon Emperor. Chinrue's heart sank, and he asked, Are you a Demon Emperor powerhouse? How can you have the power to destroy the enchantment? Of course I can't. Connor was very proud. But the magic equipment given by my master can. Even if Athena is a higher demon, there is only a dead end down there. Chinrue was shocked. Your master? Could it be Joseph or Kaneda, or the Red Spirit Lord? Connor revealed a look of disdain. How can those little figures be mentioned in the same breath as my master? Besides, how can those guys from the Red Spirit be stupid enough to directly murder the daughter of the Empire's first general? Chinrue was really taken aback. Connor's master is actually not Joseph or the Red Spirit Lord, but a more powerful, mysterious person. A small mind actually has more than one pair of evil hands involved. Not only that, there must be another magic communication tower nearby. Who is your master? Connor sneered and said, You don't need to know this. I'll give you an answer for free. I have another identity, which is the spy of the Red Devils. The Red Devils have a big change. Their leader, Schneider, has already set off from the Red Spirit Estate. He will come to Mountain Shillong soon. By then, the news that the Red Spirit Estate manipulated the Red Devils to murder the daughter of the Empire's first general will spread. General George only has one daughter, so he must be furious. It is very likely that the fragile balance of the fallen Angel Empire will also be broken. This chaotic situation will be what my master is most willing to see. Your master is not from the fallen Angel Empire. Chinrue suddenly realized. Connor's hand moved, and 2 crossbow bolts were shot at his throat, like lightning. After enduring for so long, it was rare to face a weakling. It was just the right time to enjoy the feeling of victory. Although it was a bit too much, it was going to end soon. Chapter 143. However, Connor's sinister smile quickly froze on his face. A hand appeared in front of the target that the crossbow bolts were about to hit, and the two rapid crossbow bolts were easily caught between his fingers, caught in that powerless human's hand. In the blink of an eye, Connor felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his whole body fell to the ground. Before he could react, he was already trampled by that human's foot, and he couldn't even muster the slightest bit of strength to resist. Speak! How can I restore the barrier? Damn it! Connor had just cursed when he felt suffocated. A terrifying aura had already enveloped him, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This was the power of at least a higher rank demon. Connor was greatly shaken. This human, who had always been regarded as powerless, was actually hiding such a terrifying strength. Tell me how to restore the barrier. Also, tell me who your master is. This is your only chance to save your life. Connor struggled to no avail. He knew that the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great, so he didn't beg for mercy. Instead, he revealed a ruthless smile, and his blue eyes suddenly turned silver. His 7 apertures simultaneously emitted a silver radiance. A warning sign appeared in Chen Rui's heart. His figure flashed, and he saw Connor's body explode with a bang. Silver light erupted, and the stone walls above and below trembled violently, causing countless dust to fall. With the power of this explosion, if not for Chen Rui's early reaction, even with his strength as a higher-rank demon, it was inevitable that he would be injured. Connor's body had already been smashed to pieces, and nothing was left behind. It was very obvious that he was a death warrior, and in order to avoid revealing his secrets, he didn't hesitate to use a secret technique to self-destruct. Now was not the time to investigate the origins of Connor's mysterious master. Chenrue looked at the deep entrance, and then climbed down without hesitation. So what if it was a one-way passage? No matter what danger there was, he had to face it together with her. Just like she said, "You are not alone." Athena, hold on. This passage was longer and more winding than he had imagined. It seemed that the distance between the upper and lower levels was far greater than he had imagined. The dim light of a magic lamp finally appeared at the bottom of the passage, and Chenrue hastened his movements. The moment he passed through the exit, Chenrue felt as if his body had passed through a layer of water and was repelled to the exit below. He tried to climb back up the same way he came from, but no matter what method he used, he would always be bounced back by that ripple-like power. It seemed like what Connor said about the barrier being broken was true. No matter what, he had to find Athena first. The lighting in the lower levels was very dim, and the air was more humid. From time to time, there was a pungent smell. Many magic lamps had been destroyed, and skeletons could be seen on the ground. Chenrue thought of Athena, and his heart suddenly jumped. Judging from the pickaxes nearby, they should be miners. The ring of illumination in his hand emitted a strong light. Although it was very likely that he would become the target of the magical beasts, he did not care so much. He shouted with all his strength, "Athena! Athena!" Just like that, Chenrue ran forward quickly with the help of the magic compass. He constantly tried various paths and shouted Athena's name loudly. His voice echoed along the way. There seemed to be a response from the front. Chenrue hastened his footsteps. He saw a black shadow flashing in front of the passage, making a buzzing sound. Even the nearby magic lamps flickered under the continuous movement of a large number of black shadows. Analytical eyes showed bloodthirsty demonic flies, comprehensive strength E. It turned out to be the voice of this group of demonic flies. Comprehensive strength E is just intermediate demon, but the number is very shocking. Analytical eyes was full of E. Chenrue remembered Connor, said that it was a strange fly-like creature that attacked the miners in the lower levels. It could suck all the flesh and blood of the body. It must be this bloodthirsty demonic fly. The demonic flies were about the size of a fist. Under the light of the ring of illumination, they looked particularly ugly. They actually ignored the threat of the higher demon's aura that he deliberately released and swarmed over. Chinrue punched. He was currently equivalent to the peak of higher demon. When the power that he comprehended from the surfy sea was unleashed, waves of turbulent power surged. Wherever the fist wind went, the demonic flies of these intermediate demon fell down one after another. However, these demonic flies were extremely tough. They did not die or lose their combat power. After a while, they flew up from the ground again and continued to surround him. They were actually unable to be killed. Since the demonic flies were flying in the air, it was difficult for Chenrue's attack to hit the target, unless he hit them directly or stomped them to death one by one on the ground. He could not completely eliminate this group of troublesome flies. Chinrue tried to use analytical eyes to communicate with the bloodthirsty demonic flies, but to his surprise, analytical eyes failed. This magical skill that could communicate with demonic beasts had always been effective, but now it was completely ineffective against the bloodthirsty demonic flies. It was as if these terrible flies that devoured flesh and blood were not sentient beings. Chinrue was worried about Athena's safety. He was not in the mood to explore the reason why analytical eyes failed. He kept punching away the demonic flies along the way and rushed into the passage ahead. After passing through this long passage, there was a three-way junction in front of him. Chinrue did not know how to choose. There were many demonic flies in front of him, and the ones flying at the back were also catching up. He shouted Athena's name while forcing the demonic flies away. The appearance of the demonic flies made Chinrue even more anxious. When he thought that Athena might encounter an unknown great danger, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. If something really happened to her, Chinrue would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Finally, there was a faint response from the right passage. Although it was very faint, Chinrue's senses were very keen. He heard that it did not seem to be the voice of the demonic flies this time. He was immediately energized. He punched repeatedly and rushed to the right intersection at full speed. The sound of fighting could be heard in front. Chinrue shouted again, "Athena!" "I'm here." It was indeed Athena's voice. Chinrue was energized. The star power in his body suddenly rose to the peak, and the demonic flies along the way were all blown away. Chinrue ran all the way and turned a few corners. Finally, he saw light in a relatively large hall. It was the light of the burning, demonic fire. In the demonic fire was Athena, who had transformed into her combat form. The leather armor on her body was already damaged. The great sword in her hand was constantly waving. She was fighting fiercely with three strange, demonic flies about the size of a head. There was also a large group of gray shadows around. They should all be bloodthirsty, demonic flies. Luckily, she's fine. Chinrue's heart was finally at ease. He only felt a strong sense of joy and excitement surging in his heart. The star power in his body surged, and the demonic flies that approached were all pushed away by an invisible force. There was also a fast-moving, translucent shadow next to Athena, constantly brushing away the demonic flies that approached. It should be Dodo. Behind her, there were a few strange creatures leaning against the wall behind her, forming a semicircle. They were also fighting against the demonic flies, and they seemed to be on the same front as Athena. The upper body of these creatures was a female body wearing simple armor, and the lower body was a light green snake body. A few in front were holding stone knives and shields, dispersing the bloodthirsty demonic flies that approached. There was also one at the back holding a bow and arrow, shooting at the three larger demonic flies that were fighting with Athena from time to time. There were a few corpses lying on the ground. Some were demons, and some were the snake women. Medusa! Chinrue thought of a legendary intelligent demonic beast. It had a female body and a snake body and was good at using bows and arrows. Most Medusas also had the ability to petrify their enemies. This kind of demonic beast was also one of the underground demonic beasts that harmed the mine, but for some reason it was on the same side as Athena. It was probably because they had a common enemy, the demonic flies, that they had formed a temporary alliance. "Athena, hold on, I'm coming." This thought only flashed in Chinrue's mind. He did not stop at all, and he had already rushed over. Athena's great sword had already begun to stagnate, but when she heard Chinrue's voice, she increased her strength for no reason, and became swift and powerful again. The number of demonic flies in the hall was extremely large. When they noticed Chinrue, they all surrounded him. The sky was filled with a creepy buzzing sound. "Be careful!" Athena knew the power of these demonic flies. She was anxious, but she was entangled by the 3 big demonic flies. She couldn't get away for a while. The star power surging in Chinrue's body had been raised to the extreme. The newly realized peak Mizar power burst out instantly. With a thought, a faint light appeared in his palm. Aura Blade had been launched. He shouted, "Destructive Aura Strike!" Destructive Aura Strike, a group attack skill in the state of Aura Blade. It could cause all hostile creatures within a radius of 5 meters to be instantly sliced by the high-speed sword aura. In addition to consuming star power, it also consumed an additional 100 auras. In the blink of an eye, all the bloodthirsty demonic flies within a 5-meter radius were being sliced by countless sharp forces at high speed. A faint blade light flashed on each of their bodies, like words. When the words disappeared, it was the end of their lives. These extremely tenacious, bloodthirsty demonic flies were smashed into countless particles under the power of destructive aura strike, and they fell like rain. Other than dealing with Dodo's scattered body in the black rainforest, it was the first time for Chinrue to use destructive aura strike, a group attack skill, in an actual battle with a large number of enemies. The bloodthirsty demonic flies didn't have Dodo's immortal body. The body that was completely smashed could no longer be resurrected. It seemed to be quite effective. The bloodthirsty demonic flies weren't afraid because of the death of their companions. They still rushed to surround him. Destructive Aura Strike. S prompt was to attack all hostile creatures within a 5-meter radius. Chinrue didn't know if this attack would intelligently identify allies, so he didn't dare to get too close to Athena. However, he naturally wouldn't be courteous to the demonic shadows that rushed over. He used his speed to gather the number of demonic flies to a certain extent. Then he launched Destructive Aura Strike again. Destructive Aura Strike consumed very little auras, only 100, but the star power consumed was several times that of Aura Blade. However, the effect of this powerful group attack skill was quite obvious. After several consecutive destructive aura strikes after tracting, only a small number of bloodthirsty demonic flies were left in the hall. The 3 big demonic flies had already discovered this dangerous person. One of them abandoned Athena and rushed toward Chinrue. Its speed was several times faster than those bloodthirsty demonic flies. Race, Decaying Demonic Fly. Comprehensive Strength Assessment. D. Decaying Demonic Fly equivalent to the higher demon level. Chapter 144. Although the decaying demonic flies were not big, their strength and speed were amazing. They could even spit out highly poisonous liquids from their mouths. However, for Chinrue, the decaying demonic fly's biggest killing move, venom, had no effect. It could only be converted into aura. It just so happened that a large number of bloodthirsty demonic flies rushed over. Chinrue wanted to try the effect of destructive aura blow on the decaying demonic flies. He increased his star power and once again unleashed a powerful group attack. Destructive aura blow! The decaying demonic flies that had rushed into the range of destructive aura blow were instantly cut by countless tiny sharp chi at high speed. But they were not smashed into pieces like the other bloodthirsty, demonic flies. They just staggered and barely flew in the air. Their speed suddenly slowed down, making a creepy squeaking sound. Sure enough, group attack was only suitable for facing a large number of relatively weak enemies. To deal with such a strong single opponent, it was better to use the strongest single attack, or a blade. Before waiting for the decaying demonic fly to recover, a blade-like sharp chi had already slashed down. In the sharp squeaking sound, it was slashed solidly. Surprisingly, the toughness of this large demonic fly's body was far beyond imagination. Or a blade, which could cut through metal, actually failed to cut it into two. It only cut a big hole, and the stinky juice flowed out. Shinrue didn't hesitate and slashed for dozens of times. The decaying demonic fly finally couldn't stand it anymore. It was slashed into several pieces by Aura Blade, and its vitality was completely cut off. Athena's side had one less decaying demonic fly and a large number of bloodthirsty demonic flies, so the pressure was obviously reduced a lot. The Medusa's defensive circle doubled, and they had firmly suppressed the opponent. After Shinrue dealt with the decaying demonic fly, he quickly came to Athena while Aura Blade was still within the 10-minute time limit. With the help of Dodo's restraint, they worked together to kill another decaying demonic fly. The remaining one saw that the situation was not good. As it was about to fly away, an arrow flew like lightning and nailed its wing. The demonic fly's movement was stagnant, and it was slashed by Athena's horizontal slash. It made a painful sound and fell to the side. Then Shinrue's Aura Blade arrived, and the last corrosive demonic fly was also turned into several pieces. After the decaying demonic flies were killed, the few remaining bloodthirsty demonic flies did not escape. Instead, they continued to attack without fear of death until they were all eliminated. The crisis was finally over. Athena, who had been highly tense all this time, suddenly disappeared, and the demonic fire was also extinguished. She panted heavily and used her sword to support her exhausted body. Although she was strong, she had fought for almost an entire night and consumed a lot of her strength. She was almost on the verge of exhaustion. Athena looked at the approaching Shinrue, and her eyes suddenly became a little red. Although he didn't say anything, she could imagine how worried he was about her, and how much risk he took to come here to find her. Just as she was about to open her mouth, a scorching male aura suddenly rushed towards her, and he had already hugged her tightly. After the life and death experience in the Silent Night wetland, Shinrue's longing and feelings for Athena became stronger than ever, especially when he was searching for her anxiously just now. He had a lot to say, but when he saw Athena, he couldn't say anything. He could only hug her tightly. This might be the most direct and best way to express himself. Although she was hugged by him when they parted in the green leaves forest, the strange feeling in Athena's heart at the moment was still strong. She felt the strong and powerful heartbeat and the warm embrace as if all the dangers and difficulties had become unimportant. In the embrace, without any distance, the two hearts were closer. Athena, whose eyes were a little hazy, loosened her hand, and the great sword fell to the ground unknowingly. The sound made Athena wake up. She thought that there were other people next to her, so she quickly broke away. Her face was hot, but she felt that the strength that had just disappeared inexplicably recovered a lot. "Miss." A faint voice sounded behind her. It was Gade's voice. Gade is still alive. However, from the looks of it, he won't live for long. Under the light of the illumination ring, the blood and horrible wounds on Gade's body were reflected. White bones could be seen in many places, as if he had been bitten by something. Shinrue could see that Gade's injuries were so serious that even potions couldn't save him. Athena quickly came to Gade's side and squatted down. Gade was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. His weak voice was full of remorse. "I'm sorry. Miss, I deserve to die. I've implicated you. No." Athena's eyes began to turn red again. "I'm not strong enough. I didn't save the miners, and I even implicated you. Miss, you're wrong. I do deserve to die. In fact, I've been colluding with the bandits of the Red Devils, because this is the only way to save the miners' lives." Athena and Shinrue were taken aback at the same time. They didn't expect that the biggest mole in the mining office turned out to be the guard captain who had been leading the miners in a difficult life. "Not only me, but Connor too. This time he wanted to come down to the lower level to save people. I was afraid that Connor would play tricks. I followed you down. I didn't expect that he would come down with me. Gade's breathing became more and more rapid, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Chinrue showed a look of understanding. Gade had always been grateful to Athena's father, General George. As a mole, Gade knew that the Red Devils were powerful, so he repeatedly urged Athena to leave the mine. Unfortunately, he never succeeded. Just when Athena was about to risk coming down to save the miners, Gade accompanied her down to prevent her from being in danger. However, Gade didn't know that the fall of the miners was premeditated by Connor. He didn't even know that Connor's true identity was not a spy of the Red Devils, but a man of sacrifice manipulated by a mysterious force. The purpose of this time was to kill Athena, then cause chaos in the fallen angel empire so that the force behind could profit from it. It's not your fault. Without you, the miners wouldn't have survived. Chinrue squatted down and comforted him. Although it was the plan of the Red Spirit Estate to keep the miners temporarily, from Gade's point of view, it was indeed involuntary. In any case, Gade's intention was for the miners. Now that he was about to die, it was better to let him die in peace. Sir Chinrue. How could Gade not understand that this human, whom he had always thought was weak, was actually a powerhouse with extraordinary strength? Unfortunately, he had no strength to say anything more now. Please take good care of, Gade continued in one breath, but he desperately squeezed out an unfinished sentence. His body trembled violently, and finally he gradually returned to silence. Don't worry. I will protect Athena with my life. Chinrue sighed, gently closed Gade's eyes, and stood up. I'm sorry. Athena looked at Chinrue with a sad face. Before she could speak, Dodo's reminder sounded. Master, be careful, they are coming. The 4 Medusas had finished dealing with the corpses and injuries of their companions, and they slowly wriggled over. Due to the distance previously, he couldn't see this rumored intelligent, demonic beast clearly. Now, at a close distance, and with the light of the ring of illumination, he could see it more clearly. The Medusa's hair was a wriggling snake. Although their facial features were beautiful, their pale golden pupils were similar to the vertical pupils of a certain kind of snake, which added a bit of eerie. Their upper limbs were wearing simple leather armor, and their skin was faintly visible with tiny scales. The lower body below the navel was completely a wriggling snake's body, which looked extremely strange. Chinrue noticed that the Medusa's corpses on the ground were dismembered and fragmented. The ones who attacked were the living Medusas. He was secretly vigilant. It seems that this kind of demonic beast is really ferocious. They don't even let go of the corpses of their companions. Athena and them should have met by chance, and they were forced to unite when they had a common enemy. Now that the demonic flies were eliminated, the possibility of them destroying the bridge after crossing it was quite high. Analytical eyes showed that these Medusas were all higher demon level. Judging from their breath, the leading one with the bow was the most powerful. Medusa, who was holding the bow, looked at Chinrue for a while, then she bowed slightly. She actually performed a common demon etiquette. She flicked her snake-like forked tongue, and the hissing sound converged into a somewhat awkward language. Thank you. Chinrue was very surprised. Although Medusas were intelligent, demonic beasts, they could never be compared with highly intelligent creatures like dragons. It was the first time he heard that Medusas could speak the common language of the demon realm. However, this Medusa's pronunciation was very difficult. It was a bit like a foreigner who had just learned Chinese. Athena had a lot to say to Chinrue, but she knew that it was not the time. After drinking the healing potion and recovery potion that he handed over, she said, Gade and I were chased by those terrifying flies, and we happened to encounter them fighting with the flies. They actually know how to speak the demon realm language, so we worked together to deal with the flies. The course of events was similar to what Chinrue expected, but it seemed that only this Medusa with the bow could speak the demon realm language. Moreover, Her vocabulary was very limited, so it sounded weird. "What's your name?" This sentence was said by Chen Rue in his consciousness through analytical eyes. The Medusa looked surprised, and the foreign language in her mouth turned into a hissing sound with varying lengths. Although Athena couldn't understand it, it was much more fluent in Chen Rue's ears. "How do you know our language?" Medusa said in surprise, "My name is Lusa. Thank you for saving us." "Hello, Lusa. My name is Chen Rue. She is Athena." Chen Rue asked the most important question. "We came from the ground. Is there any other way to return to the ground?" "There is only one way to return to the ground, but the enchantment there is very powerful. It restricts the strength above Demon King level. If you have reached the Demon King level, there is no way." Lusa's answer made Chen Rue frown. It seems that this is the only way out that Lusa knows. Originally, neither he nor Athena had reached the Demon King level, but now that the enchantment was destroyed by Connor, it became a one-way exit. One could enter but not exit. Unless one could reach the Demon Emperor level and break it by force, there was no hope of getting out. Chen Rue asked, "Lusa, I am born with the power to communicate with other species, so I can talk to you. However, I am curious. Why do you speak the Demon Realm language?" "My husband taught me. His name is Tim." Chen Rue was very surprised. Tim. It was the previous mining officer who mysteriously disappeared 2 years ago. Chapter 145. Tim was the son of Dark Moon's first veteran family, the Seifel family's elder, Carter. 2 years ago, he was transferred to Mountain Shillong as a mining officer under Joseph's conspiracy. As a result, he disappeared when he entered the main pit to investigate. Unexpectedly, he was still alive, and he became this Medusa's husband? Since this is the case, why didn't Tim try to escape back to the ground in the past 2 years when the enchantment at the entrance was not destroyed? There must be some unknown inside story. Chen Rue thought quickly for a while and said, "We're Tim's friends. He has been missing for 2 years. I can't believe he's still alive. Can you take us to meet your husband?" At present, the exit was impassable. There was no good way for the time being. Instead of blindly bumping into more powerful demonic beasts, it was better to follow the Medusas to meet Tim. It might be a turning point. However, they still couldn't relax their vigilance against the Medusas. With the Dark Will, they could still use the teleportation ability to escape danger as a last resort. Unfortunately, the Dark Will couldn't travel through space. Otherwise, it would have been teleported out long ago. Lusa pondered and finally nodded. "Those demonic flies may come back at any time. Let's go now. Follow me." Lusa's status didn't seem to be low. She gave a command to the other 3 Medusas, and the 3 Medusas immediately walked to the front. Chen Rue told Athena about Tim. Athena was also very surprised, but she naturally had no opinion on his decision. The 2 brought Dodo and followed the Medusas forward. After passing through one tunnel after another, the group came to a huge cracked entrance. It looked bottomless. There seemed to be a cold wind blowing from the dark entrance, adding a bit of chill. This should be the entrance to the underground world from the lower level of the main pit. The Medusas didn't stop and entered the entrance. Chen Rue and Athena looked at each other and followed in. This was a bottomless black tunnel. Even with Chen Rue and Athena's eyesight, the visibility was quite low. Just as Athena was about to raise her guard, she suddenly felt her hand being held in a warm palm. Athena's hand trembled slightly. Then she let him hold it meekly. This time was different from facing the dragon inscription in the black rainforest. There was no excuse. He just took the initiative to hold her hand directly. Athena's face began to heat up again, and her heart was beating faster. However, she was not as nervous as she was in the dark rainforest. Instead, she enjoyed the slight dizziness with a sweet taste. She felt that although the road ahead was full of danger, as long as she was held by this hand, there was nothing to be afraid of. Perhaps it was because their hearts were connected, but Chen Rue strangely felt Athena's feelings just by holding her hand. He held her hand a little tighter. After being separated for a month, both of them had a lot to say to each other. Although they couldn't say it all at once, they held hands and walked side by side. Silence was better than words. Light finally appeared in front of them. After walking through this pitch-black tunnel, a strange scene greeted their eyes. This place was different from the labyrinthine main pit. It was like another huge world. The space between the top and bottom was quite large. It felt like the space was suddenly open. There was no sense of oppression from the ceiling in the main pit at all. All they could see were strange stalactites and stalagmites. There were many special materials inside that emitted strong or weak fluorescence in various colors and shapes. It was a spectacle for a while. From time to time, they could see a glowing clear pool on the ground, receiving the water droplets dripping from the top. But the temperature was obviously much lower than the main pit. Chinrue had never seen such a spectacle, and he was secretly amazed. Athena also looked surprised. Behind the wonderful scenery was unpredictable danger. The underground demonic beasts had been rampant for more than 400 years. It was by no means a joke. Even if they went to the Medusa's lair this time, it might not be safe. Both of them knew this, so they had never relaxed their vigilance. After walking for a long distance, they did not encounter any danger along the way. The air here felt relatively fresh. It might be because some special substances such as ores could produce the miraculous effect of absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen, just like plants. Suddenly, the Medusa stopped moving forward and looked ahead vigilantly. Chinrue and Athena also noticed the abnormal sound. It seemed to be the sound of a fierce battle, and it was still moving towards them. Under the light of the rocks, the two sides of the battle gradually became clear. One side was a tall and strong humanoid demonic beast with long hair. It had a bull's head, and its feet were also bull's hooves. It had 3 fingers on its palm and held a huge hammer made of stone. From time to time, it attacked the enemy with its sharp horns and hammer. Like the Medusa, this creature was also an intelligent demonic beast called the Tauren. The Tauren was a natural warrior. They were fierce and strong. Not only did they have high physical attack and defense abilities, but they also had a strong resistance to magic. There were also a small number of mutants who could use the special power of nature to become a magician. The demon realm knew that some of the Tauren were used to living in the mountains. Unexpectedly, there were also Tauren in this underground world. The Tauren's opponent was an even stranger creature. Their bodies were made of rock and mud-like substances. Their facial features and muscles were relatively blurred, and their eyes glowed with a faint yellow light. They had no weapons, but their bodies were harder than weapons. The Tauren's powerful hammer hit their bodies, but it didn't cause much damage. One of the creatures could even unleash a strange attack. Wherever it moved its upper limbs, sharp spikes would protrude from the ground. Occasionally, it would wave its arms, and a faint layer of light would appear on the bodies of its companions. It was like armor, and its defensive capabilities would multiply. Earth spike, stone skin. Athena exclaimed, "It's an earth elemental." Elementals were the product of self-consciousness formed by the essence condensed by the elemental power in nature. Most of them appeared in places where the corresponding elemental power was relatively concentrated in nature. For example, fire elementals were mostly in volcanoes, while earth elementals appeared underground. Elementals had no lifespan. Because they were born in the process of condensing elements, they would also die in the balance of nature. They had corresponding powers according to the different personalities of the elements. For example, earth elementals were good at defense, while fire elementals were good at offense. Most of them also had the ability to control the corresponding attributes. The earth elemental just now cast earth magic. Earth Spike was to control the spikes emerging from the ground to attack the opponent, while Stone Skin was an auxiliary magic to enhance defense. The Medusas had quickly prepared for battle. Lucis shot an arrow and hit the body of the Earth Elemental. but unfortunately it couldn't penetrate. It seemed that this kind of long-range attack couldn't cause substantial damage to the Earth Elemental with super strong defense. "Help the Taurens," Lusa said. She took out a scimitar and led the 3 Medusas to attack the Earth Elemental. Generally speaking, due to different magical beasts' habits and communication problems, they would at most be wary of each other and would not attack each other. It was rare for them to help each other without any hesitation. Shinrue felt a little strange, but he quickly explained the battle target to Athena and instructed Dodo to protect Athena. Then he followed the Medusas and rushed toward the Earth Elemental. The Taurens were surprised by the Medusa's support. When they saw the 2 strangers, Shinrue and Athena, they raised their vigilance. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Shinrue immediately revealed the kindness of a friend to the Taurens through analytical eyes. Then he used his actions to show his stance. Boom! Shinrue slammed a heavy punch on the body of the Earth Elemental, who cast magic, pushing the opponent back 6 or 7 meters away. The Earth Elemental swayed for a while, but it was actually fine. Instead, the strong recoil made Shinrue's fist faintly numb. Shinrue was taken aback. This Earth Elemental was clearly still D-level in analytical eyes. With his strength that was close to D-level, such a powerful blow could not hurt the Earth Elemental. It seemed that the demon realm was really full of powerhouses, especially some special creatures with special talents. Take the Earth Elemental in front of him, for example. They were both D-level, but he might not be able to win. At that moment, he felt a warning coming from below. He quickly bounced his feet and jumped away. Almost in the blink of an eye, a large number of blade-like spikes suddenly appeared on the ground. If he was half a beat slower, he would definitely be seriously injured. Shinrue had previously fought with the demonic flies and consumed a lot of star power. Moreover, he couldn't use Aura Blade for the time being. He immediately unleashed the surging power that he learned in the surfy sea, pushing the Earth Elemental back step by step. A crack finally appeared on the solid body surface. Shinrue was attacking while communicating with the Earth Elemental in analytical eyes. He wanted to try to make it yield in order to learn more about the underground world. However, the pale yellow light in the Earth Elemental's eyes flickered. There was no emotion or fluctuation in the feedback from there, only killing intent. Endless killing intent. The Taurens on this side had recovered with the support of Athena and the Medusas. Athena and the Medusa's weapons could not cause much damage to the Earth Elemental. Instead, Dodo's transform entanglement worked wonders as it entangled an Earth Elemental. A few Taurens rushed up and took turns to attack, smashing the Earth Elemental's head into pieces. After Shinrue attacked for a while, he also discovered the Earth Elemental's characteristics of weak attack and strong defense. After carefully avoiding the opponent's magic, he continuously attacked the Earth Elemental's head. Under the effect of the surfy sea's power, the cracks on the Earth Elemental's head became bigger and bigger. Even the stone skin could not withstand the surging power. Finally, it completely shattered, and the tall body fell to the ground. Soon, all the Earth Elementals were dealt with. The leader of the Tauren walked over. He stared at Shinrue for a while with his bull eyes wide open. Suddenly, he hit his chest hard and howled. "Friend, what?" Shinrue felt the Tauren's gratitude in analytical eyes. What should be his name? So he immediately passed his friendliness over. Like the Medusas, the Taurens were surprised by Shinrue's communication ability, but they did not probe too much. They just expressed one meaning. "Come with me, I need help. Fight." The Medusas didn't seem to understand the meaning of the friendly Taurens. After Shinrue translated it with analytical eyes, she did not hesitate and immediately followed the Taurens. Although Shinrue didn't understand why the Earth Elementals and Taurens had conflicts, and why the Medusas wanted to help the Taurens, he was completely unfamiliar with this dangerous underground world. Now that he happened to win the temporary trust of the 2 demonic beasts, following them seemed to be the best way. The Taurans ran very fast. Soon, in front of a huge open space, Chinrue saw a fierce battle, or it could be called a small war. There are Taurans and earth elementals fighting fiercely everywhere. There were also some Medusas. Just like Luce's assistants just now, the Taurans and Medusas were obviously allies. Among the earth elementals, there were actually a large number of demonic flies. Taurans plus Medusas versus earth elementals plus demonic flies? Chapter 146. Elementals were born in nature and would also die in nature. They didn't have their own civilization, but they generally wouldn't interfere with other civilizations unless someone invaded their territory. It was understandable if the Taurans and Medusas invaded the territory of the earth elementals. But why would the earth elementals team up with those demonic flies? Chinrue didn't know much about these demonic beasts, and now was definitely not the time to study this aspect. It was the first time he saw a battle of this scale. Both sides were fighting fiercely without any regard for their own lives. Some Medusas and Taurans even attacked him. Lusa and the previous Taurans had already entered the battle. Who would help him distinguish between friend and foe? Analytical eyes showed that many of the creatures fighting around him had unable to judge strength. Chinrue didn't dare to provoke them. He just pulled Athena and Dodo away from the dangerous battle. He only picked some soft persimmons like the E-level earth elementals to bully. To avoid attracting too much attention, Chinrue instructed Athena to restrain her demonic fire and preserve her strength to fight with the E-level earth elementals while trying to communicate with them. The strange thing was that the earth elementals should be creatures with a considerable degree of intelligence. However, in analytical eyes, all the earth elementals that Chinrue met, including the D-level earth elemental that Chinrue defeated previously, only had one message: kill, kill, kill. The bloodthirsty demonic flies were still the same as before. They didn't seem to have any thoughts at all. Analytical eyes couldn't communicate at all. The higher level, decomposing demonic flies and another type of heart-eating demonic flies seemed to have some consciousness. But these consciousnesses were full of chilling evil and murderous intentions. They also couldn't be communicated with. As for the demonic flies in the unable to judge level battle, Chinrue didn't dare to approach. There were various caves and simple houses on this battlefield. It should be the Tauran's lair. The main forces of the demonic flies and earth elementals seemed to be attacking one place. The battle in that place was the most intense. It seemed to be a small pool. In front of the pool, there was a strong Tauran wearing leather armor and holding 2 huge stone axes in his hands. When the stone axes were waved, even Chinrue could hear a strong whistling sound from his position. The ground near the pool was also shaking. Judging from his strength and attire, he should be the leader of the Minotaurs. The demonic flies close to the pool were torn into pieces by the terrifying wind pressure from a distance, including the larger, decaying demonic flies that even the aura blade couldn't cut at once. This power was far beyond the reach of destructive aura blow. Of course, the most important factor was the difference in strength. Although the Tauran leader was very fierce, his opponents were equally powerful. They were 2 light green earth elementals. They were smaller than the previous batch that Chinrue encountered. Their facial features and muscle lines were relatively more delicate, and their strength was more terrifying. Not only that, the cyan earth elementals could also cast all kinds of earth magic. They didn't need to chant spells like Lich or Necromancer. Many of them were even high-level, powerful magic. A huge fist condensed in the air, a stone prison that grew out of thin air on the ground, a stone flower that could explode. All kinds of offensive and defensive means emerged endlessly, effectively making up for the weakness of lack of attack. The Tauran leader's skill was also beyond Chinrue's expectation. With a howl, a red halo suddenly appeared under his feet. This halo appeared under the feet of all Taurans within a certain range near him, but the color was lighter. The Taurans in this halo seemed to attack more fiercely and with more strength. Halo skill. Chinrue suddenly thought of a paladin skill in a classic game in his previous life. It could give special buffs to surrounding teammates. The red halo of the Tauren leader in front of him was obviously this effect. However, this halo could only be used on Taurens. As an ally, Medusas, although they were also within the range of the halo, there was no special display or effect on them. Similarly, not far away, there was a Tauren who also had this ability. He held a stone staff in his hand, and there was a cyan halo under the feet of his kind nearby, which made the Tauren speed up a lot. It seemed that this auxiliary halo should be a special ability of the mutated Tauren. Chinrue noticed that there was a corpse behind the Tauren, holding the stone staff. It was a Tauren warrior who died in battle. After being surrounded by a group of demonic flies, his flesh and blood were not devoured. Instead, he stood up like a controlled zombie. His eyes glowed with a pale yellow light, and he actually attacked his companion, holding the stone staff. The zombie Tauren didn't seem to feel any pain. He didn't need to defend at all. He just attacked the Tauren, holding the stone staff madly. Although the Tauren holding the stone staff had the special power of the halo buff, his combat power seemed to be weaker. He gradually couldn't withstand it. The nearby Taurens wanted to rescue him, but they were held back by the earth elementals and the demonic flies. Once this key Tauren died, the buff effects of all his companions would disappear, and they would be in further danger. The Tauren holding the stone staff had been knocked a few meters away by a hammer and fell to the ground. The zombie Tauren didn't give his former companion a chance to catch his breath and rushed forward in big strides. At the critical moment, a ball of light with a diameter of more than 1 meter whizzed toward the zombie Tauren. The Tauren, who was naturally resistant to magic, couldn't withstand the impact of this ball of light. It was pushed to a boulder at high speed by the ball of light. His entire body was engulfed, leaving only a blackened body shape. Then the entire boulder collapsed. The Tauren holding the stone staff stood up and looked in surprise at the stranger who saved him at the critical moment. This person was neither an elemental, a Medusa, nor a Tauren. The stranger pounded his chest, and a clear and understandable voice sounded in his head. "Friend, Chinrue." Although the Tauren was a little surprised, he did the same action without hesitation. "Friend, Tori." Chinrue's attack was obviously considered. Both Taurens and Medusas could communicate with analytical eyes, and he could use this battle to win favor. The chances of surviving in the underground world and even finding a way out would be greatly increased. If the Taurens failed, they would definitely die facing the earth elementals and demonic flies who couldn't communicate with each other. Chinrue saw that Tori's close combat ability was relatively weak, so he called Athena over. The two of them protected Tori in the middle. Tori just happened to have a free hand. He yelled again, and there was another type of halo under the Tauren's feet. It was the red halo used by the chief Tauren. This way, the nearby Taurens not only had speed, but their attack power also increased a lot. The halo used by Tori could be superimposed and effective at the same time, while the chief Tauren's halo was only red. It seemed that Tori's talent in halo was even greater than the chief Tauren's. He was probably an important figure in the Tauren tribe. With Tori's lesson, after the Tauren warriors died, their corpses were immediately dismembered and destroyed by their companions. It could be seen that the Taurens were quite indignant about this, but there was nothing they could do. Chinrue faintly understood why Medusa Lusa wanted to destroy her companions' corpses. It seemed that the power of these demonic flies was quite strange. They could actually control corpses. The Demon Realms version of the T-Virus? With the help of Chinrue and Athena, Tori began to move. He actually headed for a more dangerous battle. He kept shouting along the way to buff his companions who were fighting hard. The pressure on Chinrue and Athena was also increasing, but this action made the Taurens have a better impression of the two strangers who were protecting Tori. Another brave Tauren fell. After his companions dispersed the demonic flies that surrounded him, they were helplessly about to destroy the corpse when they were suddenly stopped by Chinrue. Chinrue also saved the Tauren's life just now, so the Tauren couldn't be angry at the moment. He just reminded Chinrue that the corpse would be resurrected by the demonic flies and become an enemy. Chinrue nodded and directly reassured the Tauren through analytical eyes. He then called Athena and Dodo to come over and resist the enemy. He bent down and began to observe the corpse that was about to become a zombie. When he first helped the Taurens with Lusa and the others, he discovered that the eyes of those earth elementals were somewhat abnormal. There was some kind of crystal-like substance that seemed to be flowing tears. At that time, he didn't have time to take a closer look. Just now, he noticed that several resurrected zombie Taurens seemed to have the same strange characteristics in their eyes. Now that he finally got a living body, he could take the opportunity to verify a certain speculation. He saw that the Tauren's originally dead body began to twitch slowly, which was a sign of resurrection. A strange liquid flowed out of the huge bull's eyes. It was not tears, but a pale yellow liquid. After it flowed out of the body, it quickly solidified into a crystal-like shape. The bull's eyes gradually opened, faintly glowing with a pale yellow light. Chinrue's heart moved. He opened his hand and aimed at the Tauren's head. He decisively activated a skill, aura conversion. Unknown energy, substance, found. It can be converted into aura. Do you want to convert? As expected, the Tauren's dead body's eyes were almost fully opened. Once they were opened, the zombie transformation would be completed. Chinrue quickly confirmed the conversion. The Tauren's body began to twitch violently. The crystal quickly disappeared into powder. The yellow light in its eyes gradually dimmed. There was a squeaking sound coming from its nose. It only disappeared after a long time. Chinrue retracted his hand in surprise. The conversion just now actually increased his aura by 10,000. His guess was right. This crystal that could turn Taurens into zombies was indeed an energy substance that could be converted into aura. Moreover, it should be the kind of crystal on the waste ores. The crystal on the waste ores turned out to be the special secretion of the demonic flies. Not only that analytical eyes hinted that it was not only the crystal that was converted, but also the crystal-secreting demonic flies. This was a very small demonic fly that could drill into the body through the nostrils or ears and secrete crystals to control the corpse. This demonic fly was the heart-eating demonic fly that Chinrue saw earlier. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, D. Waste ores with 400 years of history, crystal, demonic flies. Chinrue had an intuition that a corner of a big secret had been uncovered by him. Chapter 147. At present, there were 3 known types of demonic flies: bloodthirsty demonic fly, decomposing demonic fly, and heart-eating demonic fly. The bloodthirsty demonic fly could swallow the flesh and blood of its prey and turn it into a skeleton. The decomposing demonic fly's body was tough and could spray venom. The heart-eating demonic fly could manipulate corpses and turn them into zombies. From the previous situation, even if the corpse was destroyed, it could only destroy the medium it borrowed, but it couldn't really destroy the heart-eating demonic fly. Chinrue didn't expect that the auxiliary skill aura conversion, which was used to increase aura, could actually become the biggest killer move to eliminate this troublesome enemy. There was also a golden demonic fly in the distance. It was about the same size as the bloodthirsty demonic fly and had the least number. It was probably a more powerful demonic fly, so Chinrue didn't dare to get too close. From the previous analysis, the earth elementals that were full of inexplicable killing intent were probably also controlled. The earth elementals were not corpses, and they were different from ordinary life forms. The heart-eating demonic fly shouldn't be able to control them. It should be another kind of demonic fly or some other special power. Chinrue frowned tightly. This matter was definitely not simple. He must grasp more relevant information. Perhaps it was the key to him and Athena's return to the ground. The Taurens attached great importance to the dead. The Tauren Tori on the side had been paying attention to Chinrue's actions. Seeing that he could actually restore the zombies to their original state, he was very surprised. He thumped his chest heavily at Chinrue to express his gratitude. Although the Taurens were powerful and there were Medusa's reinforcements, the earth elementals, especially the demonic flies, were extremely numerous. It was almost impossible to kill them. The Taurens gradually began to be overwhelmed. At this moment, the sound of the horn sounded in the distance. Athena looked surprised. The sound of the horn sounded a bit familiar. It was like the common offensive horn of the fallen angel empire. Under the light of the stalactites in the distance, rows of neat figures appeared. Medusas. All of them were Medusas. The first few rows were armed with shields and machetes, while the ones at the back seemed to be armed with bows and arrows. They formed a formation, and under the command of the horn, they squirmed and moved quickly towards the direction of the horn. The fighting Medusas began to move closer to the supporting Medusas. Chief Tauren howled, and the Taurens also began to gather together. Chinrue, Athena, and Dodo naturally followed Tori to gather in the Taurens' camp. The Medusas were like a well-trained legion, completely lined up in formation. With a command, countless stone arrows shot toward the demonic flies and earth elementals. When the stone arrow came into contact with the target, it suddenly exploded violently. The force of the explosion spread over a range of several meters. This kind of attack was the most fatal to the demonic flies in the air. For a moment, the weaker demonic flies fell like rain. After a few waves of explosive arrows, the majority of the bloodthirsty demonic flies had been eliminated. However, the earth elementals with extremely strong defense were not affected much. Under the leadership of 2 cyan earth elementals, they rushed toward the Medusas. The horn sounded again. This time, the rhythm was slightly different. The projectiles into the air continued. 3 rows of Medusas walked out from the front and came to the front of the team. They aimed at the earth elementals and started shooting in unison. After the first row shot, the second row, which was ready, followed by the third row, they rotated in turn. 3 consecutive shots. Athena exclaimed. This was a kind of long-range shooting technique commonly used in the Demon Realm army. It required high cooperation and timing ability of the archers. If the previous projectiles were aimed at area damage, then the current 3 rounds of volleys were aimed at target damage. They were aimed at the vital points of the earth elementals' heads. Ordinary stone arrows could not penetrate the earth elementals' defense, but these arrows had a faint sharpness. They were obviously enchanted with a special sharpness spell. It seemed that the Medusas had undergone a considerable degree of training. They were very specific in their choice of targets. They avoided the 2 strongest cyan earth elementals and focused on attacking the targets in groups of a few. In an instant, the earth elementals fell one after another. Seeing that the earth elementals had rushed to a relatively close distance, the arrows suddenly stopped. A figure suddenly jumped out of the Medusa team and landed heavily in the middle of the earth elementals. This Medusa's body was taller than ordinary Medusas. The snake tail also showed a dark purple color that was different from the ordinary Medusa's cyan color. She was holding a scimitar and shield made of a special crystal in her hand. The scimitar was extremely sharp. In the blink of an eye, the heads of several earth elementals were cut off. 2 cyan earth elementals rushed up and surrounded this Medusa. The cyan earth elementals' bodies faintly showed the shape of armor. It was actually the most powerful, single-target, defensive magic, steel armor. It could only be used on themselves, but it could be superimposed with stone skin. This way, the defense was doubled. The Medusa's crystal scimitar could only leave shallow marks on the cyan earth elementals' bodies, but the earth elementals' attacks were also blocked by the shield. This Medusa should be Queen Medusa. The eyes of Medusa originally had a powerful, petrifying ability, but unfortunately it was completely ineffective against the earth elementals. The chief Tauren howled and joined the battle. Each of them caught a cyan earth elemental. The The power of this battle was extremely powerful. A large area of cracks appeared on the solid ground. Even the 100-meter-high top trembled. Stalagmites kept falling. Under the impact of the power, even the solid earth elementals nearby were torn apart, let alone the demonic flies. This move was equivalent to burning the flames of war into the enemy group. It was extremely lethal. The rest of the earth elementals and demonic flies could only bypass the 4 people who were fighting fiercely and continue to rush toward the Medusas. However, their speed had slowed down. After the Medusas fired a round of shots, the Taurens very tacitly intercepted the enemy. Then, rows of Medusas with melee weapons faced the earth elementals. The explosive arrows in the air still continued, causing a lot of damage to the magic shadows. To avoid being accidentally injured, Chinrue brought Athena and Dodo to follow closely beside the Tarantori to protect him. He finally saw the commander of the Medusa Legion. It was a human with a horn in his hand. However, due to the flashing lights and shadows of the battle, he couldn't see the true face clearly. According to Luce's previous words, it should be the former mining officer, Tim, who had been missing for 2 years. Obviously, the Medusa's formation and tactics came from Tim. It seemed that the heir of the Seifel family in the Dark Moon City had quite a bit of military talent. However, he didn't know why he became the Medusa's husband and why he stayed in the underground world instead of returning to the Dark Moon City. There was no way to contact and ask now. Everything had to wait until the battle was over. In terms of individual combat power, the Taurens were stronger than the Medusas. However, in a battle of this scale, the Medusa's team power obviously played a greater role, especially their targeted tactics. It caused the demonic flies and earth elementals to suffer heavy casualties. The situation was suddenly reversed. The Cyan earth elementals were not the opponents of Queen Medusa and Chief Tauren one-on-one. Although their defense was amazing, their lack of attack was magnified because magic could not be used endlessly. After being continuously repelled, the pale yellow light in the Cyan earth elementals' eyes flashed faintly. They finally let out a roar, and the earth elementals began to retreat. A large number of demonic flies flapped their wings and flew away. The Medusas and Taurens each let out a cry that represented victory. Chief Tauren came to Queen Medusa, howled and beat his chest hard. Queen Medusa placed her right hand on her chest and nodded slightly. After the earth elementals died, their corpses solidified into a pile of rocks. Chinrue tried aura conversion on a rock. It really worked. It further confirmed his guess in his heart. On this side, the Medusas and Taurens had begun to clean up the battlefield. Chinrue and Athena had previously fought in the lower level of the main pit. Now that they had another big battle, their stamina was greatly exhausted. Especially Athena, her fatigue was quite high. If it weren't for the Grand Master level recovery potion that Chinrue gave her, she might not even be able to last through this battle. When she saw the human in the Medusa team, Athena looked shocked and shouted, "Tim!" Tim's body shook violently. He turned his head in disbelief. Due to the chaos earlier, he was focused on commanding the Medusas and didn't notice that there was a rare kindred mixed among the tall Taurens. Looking at the image of the two kindred that he hadn't seen for a long time, Tim's body trembled slightly. He almost thought he was hallucinating. When Athena came to the Dark Moon City, Tim had not gone to Mountain Shilon yet. As the heir of the Seifel family, he naturally knew the daughter of the Empire's first general. However, Tim stayed in the underground world for 2 years, so he was not sure. After a long time, he tentatively shouted, "Ms. Athena!" "It's really you, Tim." When Athena saw the other party shouting her name, she no longer had any doubts in her heart. "I didn't expect Tim, who has been missing for 2 years, is still alive. He has always been in the underground world under the mine." Tim looked extremely excited. He took a few steps forward and bowed. "It's actually Ms. Athena. Why are you here?" "You're the former mining officer, Tim?" Chinrue said. Analytical eyes showed that Tim's strength was D-level, which was higher demon. Tim's gaze fell on Chinrue's hand that was holding Athena's hand. He felt the extremely strong higher demon breath on both of them. He bowed to Chinrue again. This, sir, is... Although Athena was shy about Chinrue holding her hand in front of Tim, she didn't break away. She felt a faint satisfaction in her heart. My name is Chinrue, the current mining officer. Like you, I was recommended to the mine by Financial Officer Joseph. Chinrue returned a salute. We were framed by someone, so we came to this underground world. Framed. When Tim heard this, he felt the same way and clenched his fists. Is it Joseph's people? Chinrue didn't explain about Connor. He just nodded. He guessed that Tim's disappearance must be related to Joseph. Sure enough, he saw Tim gritting his teeth. As he was about to speak, a hissing sound suddenly came from the side. Queen Medusa wriggled over, and her scrutinizing gaze fell on Chinrue and Athena. Dodo, who was on Chinrue's shoulder, felt the other's terrifying breath, so he shrank in fear. Queen Medusa's face shape was more delicate than ordinary Medusa, but her scales were thicker. As expected, analytical eyes showed that the queen's strength was unable to judge. When Tim saw this, he quickly lowered his head to Queen Medusa. He also made a hissing sound that was a little awkward. Chinrue could hear that Queen Medusa was questioning Tim about the identity of these two strangers. He answered that they were friends from the surface. Queen Medusa ordered him to quickly lead the team back to the lair to prevent the enemy's sneak attack. Tim didn't have analytical eyes, but he knew Medusa's language as if he was learning a foreign language. It was also an amazing ability. Queen Medusa looked at Chinrue and Athena. Her golden black snake pupils revealed a cold light. She didn't seem to be as friendly as imagined. Chapter 148. Dear Queen! Chinrue imitated Tim and lowered his head. My name is Chinrue, and this is Athena. We are from the surface, Tim's friends. What a surprising stranger. You are actually proficient in the Medusa language. Queen Medusa's snake eyes showed a bit of vigilance. What is your purpose for coming here? I'm similar to Tim. I was persecuted by the enemy, so I came here. Tim, who was on the side, looked at Queen Medusa's question in surprise. Meanwhile, Chinrue remained silent and just made some gestures. He could actually communicate easily. He thought that his talent in demonic beast language was already quite rare. He didn't expect this new mining officer's ability to be even better. No wonder he could become the son-in-law of the first general of the empire. At this time, the Tarantori came in front of Chinrue, beat his chest hard, and held a few times. Chinrue, friend, thank you. Compared with the vigilant Queen Medusa, the Taran seemed more forthright and generous, especially to the comrades who had once fought side by side. Although Chinrue wanted to deal with the Taran more, what he needed most now was to learn more about the relevant information from Tim. Chinrue also beat his chest and said in his consciousness, Tori, friend, you're welcome. I'll look for you when I have time. Tori nodded, bowed slightly to Queen Medusa, and turned to leave. Dear Queen, I've helped Lusa before, and I also have some healing powers. If Her Royal Highness doesn't object, I'm willing to follow you back to the Medusa's lair to help heal the injured Medusa and reunite with my friend. We haven't seen each other for 2 years. Queen Medusa knew Tori's special status in the Taran tribe. Seeing his and Chinrue's actions, her snake eyes shook slightly, and she finally nodded in agreement. Chinrue and the other two followed the group of Medusas all the way. About 3 hours later, they came to an open space. There were many caves near the stone wall, which should be the Medusa's lair. There was also a group of Medusas guarding it. Among the Medusas, Tim, Chinrue, and Athena were very eye-catching. As for Dodo, it had long become an unnoticeable rope. It consciously wrapped around Chinrue's shoulder as if he was carrying a rope. When the Medusas saw the queen return, They all bowed their heads and saluted. A Medusa quickly moved out of the cave, bowed to the queen, and happily came to Tim's side, hugging him tightly. The little snake in Medusa's hair didn't hurt Tim. Instead, it gently rubbed against his face. Tim separated from the Medusa and introduced to Chinrue and Athena. "This is my wife, Princess Lisa, the daughter of Queen Medusa." Both Chinrue and Athena noticed that Princess Medusa's lower abdomen was actually bulging. It seemed that she was pregnant. When Lisa heard Tim's explanation that the two were friends, she glanced at Athena with some vigilance, but she bowed her head to Chinrue in a friendly manner. It seemed that the nature of jealousy was not differentiated by race. "It's a great honor to meet you, beautiful Princess Lisa." Chinrue praised a few words in analytical eyes. To be honest, these compliments were somewhat against his will. The demon realm's intelligent demonic beast, Medusa, shared the same name with Medusa in Greek mythology. In the mythology, Medusa was once a beautiful girl. Later, for some reason, she became a monster with snake hair, wild boar fangs, and snake body. Anyone who saw her would turn into stone. The Medusa of this dimension also had the ability to petrify, but it was not so exaggerated. Similarly, her appearance was not so ugly. If one didn't look at the snake scales, snake body, and snake hair on her head, she was a beautiful woman. Oh, right, she also had to remove the very distinctive double-forked tongue. She didn't know if there was any special reason for Tim's union with her, but it was undeniable that the former mining officer's taste was indeed a bit heavy. Lisa was a little surprised by Chinrue's language skills. She enjoyed his compliments very much, so her attitude seemed to be friendlier. She was much easier to get along with than her queen mother. Athena was surprised by another thing. She knew more about demon realm creatures than Chinrue. Medusa was an intelligent, demonic beast that was oviparous. Generally, there would not be such obvious signs of pregnancy, unless at this time Lusa, whom Chinrue had helped before, appeared behind him. She bowed her head to Lisa and hugged him. Tim learned that Lusa was rescued by Chinrue and Athena, so he expressed his gratitude again. A Medusa moved over and hissed at Chinrue, conveying the queen's order. "Please treat those injured Medusas." This was Chinrue's previous promise, so he did not hesitate to exchange bottles of potions from the exchange center. He began to help the injured Medusas with Tim and Athena. In the process, Chinrue finally learned about Tim's experience in the past 2 years. The Seifel family was the strongest supporter of Crown Prince Grimm, and they were extremely resistant to foreign red spirit estate forces. They had always been regarded as a thorn in Joseph's side. 2 years ago, Tim, the heir of the Seifel family, was transferred to the Shillong mine as a mining officer under Joseph's conspiracy. Tim was a very talented person. Despite the harsh environment of the mine, he could still take the lead and use his wisdom and courage to lead the miners through one difficulty after another. However, Joseph's conspiracy was more than that. When he entered the bottom level to investigate, several of Tim's confidants suddenly rebelled at the same time and tried to kill him. Tim was caught off guard and was seriously injured. He was forced to cast a forbidden technique that burned his life to kill a few traitors, but he encountered the terrifying demonic flies. He hurriedly fled in a panic, and he finally passed out due to exhaustion of his potential. When he woke up, Tim found himself by a pool in front of a small lake. Beside him were 3 powerful demonic beasts, Medusas, who were rumored to be a scourge underground. The strange thing was that the situation of these 3 Medusas was a bit abnormal. It seemed a bit like Estrus. Chinrue could empathize with what happened next, but he obviously sympathized with Tim more. He also involuntarily faced a woman who was more powerful than him in another battlefield. Chinrue's partner was a stunning beauty. Tim, in the case of serious injury, faced 3 of them. However, there was one thing that Chinrue was a little surprised because the lower body of the Medusa was a snake body. Tim saw Chinrue's doubts and told him with a bitter smile that the pool in front of the small lake was called the Fountain of Life. Since Medusas were all female, they needed a special medium to conceive the next generation. The fountain of life was such a magical medium. When Medusas were in estrus, drinking this spring water could dispel lust, and there was a considerable chance of pregnancy and laying eggs. Medusas could become real women under the effect of the water of life. So even though it was a bit hardcore, Tim still completed a major event in his life with 3 Medusa women who could not help themselves under relatively normal circumstances. Of course, compared with the scene in a tent in the Wyvern's lair, the poor former mining officer was more passive. The magic of the fountain of life was far more than that. Tim's life, which was about to fade away due to the overdraft of the forbidden technique, was extended because of this combination, and his strength was also enhanced. However, there was a restriction that was he must drink the fountain of life once every 3 days. Otherwise, the life extended by the spring water would end. The characteristics of the fountain of life were somewhat similar to the devil pomeg. After leaving the source, it would completely lose its effect within half an hour. In order to survive, Tim could only do his best to take advantage of this wonderful mistake and stay in the Medusa's lair. One of Tim's Medusa women was Lisa, the daughter of the tribe's queen. The other 2 were called Lusa and Siasha. Their status among the Medusas was not low. Lisa, who had sex with a male for the first time, was very interested in Tim. Together with the other 2 female companions, they secretly hid Tim. In the beginning, Tim became Princess Lisa's plaything as a prisoner. Slowly, Lisa and the other 2 women began to be inseparable from Tim. This matter was finally noticed by Queen Medusa. The angry queen wanted to execute Tim, but Lisa begged to save Tim's life. In order to prove that he had the value of survival and continue to use the fountain of life to extend his life, Tim showed his outstanding abilities, including making armor, training Medusas, and so on. He finally won the queen's approval. At that time, the situation in the underground world was very tense. The forces led by the earth elementals and demonic flies madly attacked the rest of the creatures. They had eliminated many demonic beast forces, leaving only the strongest Tauren and Medusa groups. The Taurens and Medusas were originally hostile forces, but the strength of the earth elementals' demonic flies was getting stronger. If they fought alone, the possibility of annihilation was quite high. Tim saw the situation very clearly. Under his communication and efforts, the Taurens and Medusas finally reached an agreement to join forces against the common enemy, barely maintaining a balanced situation. 2 years of getting along made Tim no longer regard his 3 wives as objects of forced service, especially when Xia Sha sacrificed herself to protect him in a battle. Tim truly acknowledged Lisa and Lusa in his heart. Although he still missed his family and friends in Dark Moon City, he no longer rejected life in the underground world as he did in the beginning. Demon realm creatures had a peculiar life law, which was bloodline. Even if 2 different races of demons were to combine, under normal circumstances, there would be no hybrid. They would only give birth to a single paternal or maternal bloodline. In other words, the child Lisa was pregnant with was either a Medusa or a great demon. If the child was a Medusa, Lisa would have given birth long ago. However, she had not given birth until now. So the child Lisa was pregnant with should be a great demon, which was the direct descendant of the Seifel family. The demon realm valued inheritance the most, not to mention Tim, who was a father for the first time. Under the increasingly fierce attacks of the earth elementals and demonic flies, and the increasingly difficult situation of the Medusas and Tauren coalition, Tim had to start planning for the offspring in Lisa's belly. Last night, he quietly asked Lisa to take a few Medusas out of the mine through the lower level of the main pit to investigate. He wanted to send Lisa and Lisa out of the underground world to ensure the safety of them and their children. However, the seal of the tunnel was destroyed, so Lisa couldn't pass through the exit. When she returned, she encountered a large number of demonic flies and the besieged Athena. Under Tim's influence, Lisa already knew some simple Empire language communication. She immediately joined forces with Athena to fight against the demonic flies until Chinrue arrived. Tim hoped that Chinrue and Athena could help him fulfill this wish. He was willing to pay any price. Chapter 149. Chinrue now knew why Tim had been staying in the underground world for the past 2 years. He was trying to learn more about the elementals and the demonic flies when he heard a Medusa come over and hissed, "The queen orders you to meet her immediately." Chinrue learned from Tim that the queen was very suspicious and hostile to outsiders. He immediately held Athena's hand and followed the Medusa to the small lake. In front of the open space, Queen Medusa stood in the middle. There was a row of Medusas on both sides. Lisa and Lusa were also among them. Chinrue came to Queen Medusa and bowed his head with Athena. "Your Highness, as a gesture of friendship, I have basically cured your people." Queen Medusa nodded slightly, but the words she said were quite unfriendly. "Unfortunately, your performance can only barely save your life, but you can't get rid of the status of a prisoner. In the future, you must continue to provide healing items to maintain the lives of yourself and your companions." Chinrue was taken aback. She changed her attitude too quickly. She did not recognize him after wiping her mouth. Tim, who followed, could barely understand Queen Medusa's meaning. He quickly explained that Chinrue and Athena did not have malicious intentions. They were partners who fought against the earth elementals and the demonic flies together. They even saved Lusa's life, so Lisa and Lusa also came out to plead. "Tim." Queen Medusa's voice was a little angry. "Don't think that I don't know what you asked Lusa to do today. You even sacrificed several of our people." Tim lowered his head. Lisa said, "Mother, don't blame Tim. I asked him to do this. Everything is for the child that is about to be born." "How dare you?" Queen Medusa said angrily. "Do you think you and your child can live peacefully on the ground? The creatures on the ground are more cunning and vicious. They see us as enemies. Even if you and Lusa go out, you can't survive. If you use this to attract a large number of outsiders related to Tim, then even the entire Medusa tribe may be destroyed." Lisa wanted to plead again, but Queen Medusa's golden snake eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. "Lisa, retreat with your husband. Otherwise, I will kill you. Not only am I your mother, but I am also the queen of the Medusa tribe." Chinrue had to admit that as the leader of a tribe, Queen Medusa's concerns were not unreasonable. But for him and Athena, it was very bad. He hurriedly said, "Your Royal Highness, perhaps you don't know yet, but the passage to the surface has been destroyed by my enemies. We can only come down and can't go up. Lusa should be able to prove this. My companions and I are now part of the underground world. We are willing to help Medusa fight against the earth elementals and the demonic flies. Your Highness, please believe us. Your insignificant powers can help Medusa." Queen Medusa showed a contemptuous expression. "You outsiders are extremely cunning. Tim is now my daughter's husband, and he has to rely on the spring of life to survive. I can barely trust him. As for you, how about this? You kill the woman next to you to prove your loyalty and then become Medusa's man. I can spare your life and even give you the same privileges as Tim. Kill the woman next to him?" Chinrue glanced at Athena and tightened his grip on her hand. Dark will had already appeared on the ring finger of his left hand. He asked, "Your Royal Highness, do you think a guy who can kill his own woman to save his life is more trustworthy?" Queen Medusa sneered and stuck out her snake tongue. She shouted, "Guards, catch them!" This was the Medusa's lair. Queen Medusa didn't think it was necessary for her to deal with such small characters. "Take care. Tim, I will try to help you." Chinrue sighed. His and Athena's figures began to become distorted and blurred. Queen Medusa saw that the situation was not good. She instantly appeared in front of Chinrue. Her golden snake pupils emitted a strange light and looked into Chinrue's eyes. However, it was already a step too late. Chinrue, Athena, and the rope on his shoulder all disappeared from her sight. Queen Medusa didn't expect such a small character to slip away under her nose. She screamed angrily and set her eyes on Tim, as if she was planning to get involved. Lisa hurriedly stood in front of Tim to protect him, showing a pleading look. Queen Medusa's gaze gradually softened. She hissed with dissatisfaction and turned away. Somewhere in the underground world, there was a strange distortion in the space. Two figures appeared on the ground out of thin air. It was Athena and Chinrue. Athena only felt her vision blur, and her body seemed to be repelled. In an instant, when she woke up, the Medusas had all disappeared, and she was surrounded by a completely unfamiliar environment. Just as she was about to speak, she felt that Chinrue beside her was strange. His body maintained a strange stiffness. His skin, hair, and even his clothes turned pale gray. His whole body exuded a lifeless aura. Petrification! Athena was shocked. Thinking of Medusa's famous strongest talent, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Now there was no way to return to the surface. Unless she killed Queen Medusa, there was no way to save Chinrue. The source of all this was because she shouldn't have entered the main pit. In an instant, a thought flashed through Athena's mind. If this man lost his life, she didn't want to live anymore. Fortunately, this state of stiffness only lasted for a moment. The lifeless gray gradually faded, and he regained his original vitality. Chinrue panted heavily. He was still in a state of shock. Medusa's petrification ability was really terrifying, especially when it was personally cast by Queen Medusa, whose strength was unknown. At that moment, not only his consciousness, but even the blood flow of his whole body was solidified. Fortunately, he had the super system to digest this strange power. Otherwise, even if the teleportation was successful, he would definitely become a lifeless stone statue. Athena took a long breath. Chinrue noticed the cold sweat in her palms and gave her a reassuring smile. The two were on a stone beam near the stone wall. The terrain was very high and the light was relatively dim. They could better observe and see the nearby illumination clearly. This place should be safe for the time being. Chinrue took out a thick cushion from the storage space and pulled Athena to sit down together. Take a rest first. You fought all night last night, and you experienced that kind of battle just now. You must be very tired. When there were many outsiders just now, he held Athena's hand, and she didn't feel so nervous. Now that they were alone, she felt particularly nervous, but she didn't withdraw her hand that was held. Athena, Chinrue, and both of them asked and answered at the same time. You speak first. You speak first. Again, they spoke at the same time. You speak first, Athena. Athena responded, but she was silent for a long time before saying 3 words. I'm sorry. And it's okay, after a long time. I'm sorry, it's okay. After a while. I'm sorry, I said it's okay. Don't keep it in your heart. Athena shook her head and lowered it again. I didn't listen to you and entered the main pit. You can't be blamed for this. It was Connor's scheme. He instigated the miners to secretly mine and lured you to rescue them. Then he destroyed the barrier at the entrance. You can enter but not leave. Athena trembled and lowered her head even more. You knew that you could enter but not leave. Why did you still come in? Chinrue knew that she was sad. He smiled relaxedly and said, I've said it before. Stupidity is contagious. I've been infected by you. Unfortunately, this kind of relaxation could not relieve the heaviness in Athena's heart. Instead, it intensified. Her shoulders shook slightly and drops of tears fell. I'm too stupid and fell into a trap. I'm the one who put you in a desperate situation. I'm the one who caused you to lose your life just now. I didn't listen to you. I'm sorry. It's me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Athena's words stopped abruptly, as if blocked by something. Only a small, animal-like whimper could be heard. Gradually, even this sound disappeared. Almost at the same time, a translucent rope that was in the way was thrown far away and fell somewhere. Ouch! The rope cried out in pain and gradually turned into the appearance of an onion. Its big eyes stared curiously at the two overlapping figures on the stone beam with a gossipy expression on its face. Although the slime wanted to go over and see clearly, he shuddered when he thought of the threat of a certain and scrupulous master in his consciousness. In the end, he did not have the courage to approach. Dizziness. This was Athena's strongest feeling at the moment. The dizziness made her whole body seem to be weightless. She was floating in the beautiful space, and the rest of her vision and hearing had disappeared. Just now, when this man came close to her, her heartbeat became unprecedentedly intense. She clearly had many lethal moves to use, elbow strikes, throat grabbing. But suddenly, as if she had lost her memory, she couldn't use a single move. She even forgot to dodge. She could only watch as this guy with a strong masculine scent came close to her face and then imprinted his lips on hers without any hesitation. For the first time in her life, Athena had such intimate contact with a man. It's so hateful. He did this to me without any mental preparation. However, is it possible that with mental preparation I can soon this little bit of strange thought was drowned in the wonderful dizziness? The dizziness finally slowly ended, and it was replaced by a red flush on her face. Athena's chest rose and fell slightly. She felt that the rhythm of her breathing had become a little disordered. Correspondingly, there was a rapid thump-thump heartbeat. There was still warmth and moist on her lips, which made her a little reluctant to give up that wonderful feeling just now. When her vision recovered, it was the man's bright eyes, and there was even a trace of mischief in them. If you still dare to say the word sorry, I'll kiss you again. Damn this man. Is this a poor excuse to steal Athena Whale's first kiss? The man's eyes became a little hot again. That face came closer again. She could already feel his hot breath, and she began to panic again. As expected, he once again forgot to use his attack. As expected, the lips that had just lost their first kiss were occupied again. Then there was that wonderful dizziness that made her almost unable to breathe. After a long time, the lips parted. Her blurry red eyes regained some clarity, and a trace of anger flashed past. This time, she clearly didn't say sorry, but he still kissed her. There wasn't even a poor excuse. The man seemed to see through her thoughts, and there was an obvious smile in his eyes. Although you didn't say sorry, I suddenly feel that if I don't continue kissing you, I'll be truly sorry. Bastard. Scoundrel. Athena's eyes widened a little. Chapter 150. Shillong Mountain Range. The underground world. On a certain stone beam, the two figures were close to each other as if they were one. From time to time, they whispered to each other. They were immersed in the sweetness of the two hearts merging, and they didn't notice the flow of time at all. Athena leaned on Chun Rue's shoulder. She didn't remember how she leaned against him intimately after the kiss ended. She just felt that his shoulder was very comfortable and very reassuring. As for the hand on her waist, she selectively ignored it. Anyway, I've been kissed by this guy, and it's not just once. Dear Athena, Wales, if the bastard who is hugging you now is still that powerless human, then can his shameless behavior still succeed? Humph. What kind of person do you think I am? Athena wanted to raise her head in dissatisfaction, but he hugged her tighter. Since her strength hadn't recovered, she couldn't struggle free, so she could only continue to lean comfortably. Chinrue recalled the bits and pieces of time he spent with Athena in the past. It was vivid in his mind, and bursts of warmth surged in his heart. Passion was just a momentary touch, or even impulse. Tenderness was the extension and continuation of warmth. Initially, when he came back this time, he wanted to have a good talk with Athena to formally confirm her feelings. But now it seemed that there was no need for that. The change of feelings was extremely emotional, and there were too many unpredictability. Sometimes, no matter how perfect a plan was, it couldn't keep up with a small change. Athena had already expressed her feelings with her actions. Now it was time for him to fulfill that agreement. Athena! Chinrue kissed her hair gently and took a deep breath. According to our agreement a month ago, there are some things that I must confess to you. It turns out that you're the leader of the cloak gang Aguile. Despite being mentally prepared, what Chinrue said still shocked Athena again and again. This time, you went to the Dark Moon City and defeated Eryx? Royce and Eryx have surrendered to you? You're almost at the Demon King level now. Athena looked shocked and sighed. The Grand Master's inheritance is really amazing. There was a threshold between higher demon and Demon King, but Chinrue was a human. He didn't have the innate restrictions of ordinary demons. Plus, he had the inheritance of the Grand Master, so he had much more room for improvement than her. Not only was Athena not as jealous as Paglio, in fact, she was more envious, but she was happy for Chinrue. It was a typical case of spilled water. Girls were attracted to outsiders, but girls were not kept at home. You're almost at the Demon King level. We can compete to see who will become a Demon King first. Chinrue saw the competitive glint in Athena's eyes and chuckled. The loser has to be kissed by the winner for an entire day. But no matter how I look at it, I'm the one who's at a disadvantage. I almost couldn't breathe just now. He's at a disadvantage? Athena's eyes suddenly became ashamed and annoyed. She gave the rascal a hard punch. Similarly, because her strength hadn't recovered, this harmless punch didn't seem to have any power. Instead, it made the guy smile proudly. Rebirth and the super system were Chinrue's biggest secrets that couldn't be revealed to anyone. The excuse of the Grand Master's inheritance could just cover up the existence of the super system and the reason for his sudden increase in power. However, other than that, he didn't want to hide it from Athena, especially that matter. Just now, he didn't talk about Town Leia and Silent Night Wetland. He just talked about his experience in Dark Moon City. However, the ugly daughter-in-law had to meet her in-laws sooner or later. Now he finally had to confess. Athena, if I treat other women. Athena's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Although Chinrue could only see her hair from this angle, he could feel that she opened her eyes with a faint sadness. Chinrue hated himself for ruining her mood in this situation, but he didn't want to hide Christina's matter from her. As the woman he had decided on, Athena had the right to know about it. In his opinion, although the truth was crueler than a lie, deception was more shameful than hiding it. In his rebirth, he was still the silly rookie in relationships. Perhaps he would never become the carefree and relaxed Casanova. Just as Chinrue was holding his breath and nervously waiting for Athena's anger, she suddenly sighed softly. "You confessing fool." Athena closed her eyes again, but she leaned on his shoulder again. "Actually, I already knew." Chinrue was taken aback. She knew? Knew about Christina? Knew about the wyvern's lair? Could it be that the devil fruit awakened a special foresight ability? It's impossible. The teleportation in Medusa's lair just now was because of this ring, right? Athena's eyes fell on Chinrue's left hand that was holding her. Dark Will, the beloved concubine of Sakya Lucifer, Shuahan. Belphegor cast the secret treasure ring with the power of the strongest, the Eye of Evil, mixed with the blood of the Lucifer royal family. It is rumored to have strange powers, and teleportation is one of them. This ring was once lost. Except for the Belphegor royal family, who can sense the power of the Eye of Evil, very few people can recognize it. By chance, my father got it. 3 years ago, I escorted this ring to the Dark Moon City. Chinrue showed a sudden realization. Just looking at the inconspicuous appearance of Dark Will, it was difficult to associate it with the term royal secret treasure. No wonder even Christina once said that very few people knew this ring. It turned out that it had such an origin. The forger, the previous 2 imperial concubines of the fallen angel empire, Shuahan. Belphegor, should be the elite of the Belphegor royal family. No wonder Lomont, who was also from the Sloth royal family, could notice it. Athena escorted this ring to Dark Moon 3 years ago, so it was not surprising that she could recognize it. However, what does this have to do with her knowing about Christina? Chenru was about to speak, but he suddenly showed vigilance. Athena also felt it and quickly got up from him. As for Dodo, he had already entrenched his body in a small puddle. It looked no different from a puddle of water. The sound gradually approached. Under the faint light, it could be seen that an earth elemental was running toward this side in the distance, followed by a few Taurans who seemed to be chasing after it. Chenru had an idea. He called out to Athena and jumped down from the stone beam, blocking the path of the earth elemental. Although the earth elemental had D-level strength, it couldn't break through under the interception of Chenru and Athena. One of the Taurans who came later recognized Chenru and Athena as their friends who helped them fight bravely previously. He pounded his chest to show his friendliness. Chenru also pounded his chest and said in analytical eyes, "Friends, I'm here to help you." After that, his voice suddenly rose. "Dodo, if you dare to be lazy, I'll throw you underground." As soon as he said that, a transparent ribbon suddenly jumped out from the puddle on the side. The earth elemental who had his back to the puddle was caught off guard and was tied up by the ribbon. Chenru intended to further express his goodwill to the Taurans. As he was about to kill this earth elemental, a low voice suddenly came from the earth elemental's mouth. Analytical eyes translated it as, "Let go of Doug." Chenru was shocked, and his movements suddenly stopped. All the earth elementals he encountered previously only had one consciousness, which was to kill. However, this one seemed to be a little different. He took a closer look. This earth elemental was indeed a little different. The light in its eyes was white, not pale yellow. There was no crystal residue like the waste ores at the corner of its eyes. Chenru tried to activate aura conversion and tried it on the earth elemental. Sure enough, there was no reaction. He looked at the Tauran who had a puzzled expression and said, "My friends, please don't kill this enemy first. I have a natural communication ability, just like how I can communicate with you. I want to see if I can interrogate this captive." Several Taurans nodded. The earth elemental was subdued by Chenru and the others. According to the Taurans' rules, he had the right to dispose of the captive. "Your name is Doug?" Chenru asked the struggling earth elemental through analytical eyes. The earth elemental looked quite surprised. "How do you know? Why can you communicate with me? Are you also an elemental?" In the concept of the earth elemental, only elementals could communicate with other elementals. "I'm not an elemental. I just have the power to communicate with other creatures. However, there is one thing that is very strange. Why can't I communicate with other elementals? They are different from you. There is only killing in their minds. Yes, they have all undergone some kind of mutation. This mutation was brought by the great Earth Elemental King. Some Earth Elementals were unwilling to accept the mutation and were destroyed. Therefore, Tag led us to betray the Earth Realm." Earth Elemental King. Chenru took a deep breath. There is actually the existence of the Earth Elemental King in this underground world. He once heard from Paglio that the Elemental King was the top of the pyramid among the elements. It was also the top existence of the demon realm's creatures. It was born with the power to control other elements, and it had extremely powerful strength. It could even cast any corresponding single-element magic without any restrictions. Due to some mysterious rule, the birth of the Elemental King was unique. In other words, there was only one Earth Elemental King in the entire demon realm. The most basic condition for the birth of the next Earth Elemental King was that the previous king had died. Of course, there were other Elemental Kings, such as the Fire Elemental King, the Water Elemental King, and so on. The Elemental King was born at the Demon Overlord level. Elementals had no lifespan limit. The older they were, the more power they accumulated. Of course, they were not immortal. They would also die for various reasons. In this way, the Earth Elemental King was the culprit who controlled the Earth Elemental to kill other creatures. However, elementals had their own rules. They would not easily interfere with other species and civilizations. As a king, it was even more impossible for him not to know this. What's more, with the Earth Elemental King's demon overlord level strength, if he really wanted to eradicate other creatures, he could have easily succeeded. Why couldn't he even deal with the Taurens and Medusas? Chinrue had too many questions in his mind. Dug in front of him was obviously an important captive. It was better to find a place to ask him. Chapter 151. Doug, as you can see, I can kill you now. But I don't want to do that. I have the ability to communicate with the elementals. I really want to help you Earth Elementals. But before that, I need you to answer some questions. Are you willing to accept? Doug was silent for a while and finally nodded. Chinrue signaled Dodo to loosen the restraint. The Earth Elementals really didn't attack again, which surprised the Taurens. At this time, a few more Taurens came from behind. The leader was Wat, who had been helped by Chinrue in the beginning. When Wat saw Chinrue, he looked surprised. He hurried over and beat his chest. Chinrue, friend. What? Friend. Chinrue also beat his chest hard. He had done it many times today. Wat looked at Doug vigilantly. He was surprised by the Earth Elemental's uncharacteristic silence, but he didn't ask much. He just said to Chinrue, friend, go to the Tauren's lair. Welcome. At present, the situation of the underground world was very unclear. According to Tim's description, the demonic flies were almost all over the underground world. The number was extremely large, and there were dangers everywhere. It was difficult to find a place to live. Although the Tauren's lair was in danger of being attacked, they had just repelled the enemy, so it should be a relatively safe place in the short term. However, with the example of Queen Medusa, there were still more than 20 hours before dark could be used. The Taurens and Medusas were also allies. If the chief Tauren also turned hostile, there would be no hope of escape. Chinrue thought for a while and told them about Queen Medusa and expressed his doubts. Wat howled in dissatisfaction. Friend, Taurens are not Medusas. What guarantees with my life? To be cautious. Chinrue consulted Athena again. Athena said, the Tauren are fierce and warlike, but they have a forthright personality. In history, there were Tauren tribes that participated in battles as an alliance with the demons. If they recognize you as a friend, they probably won't hurt us. Chinrue nodded secretly. The Taurens seemed to have an easier time communicating with them than the Medusas. He could tell from Tim's experience that the Taurens had told him earlier. Chinrue immediately said to Wat, friend, let's go to the Taurens' Denver. Please allow me to bring this captive with me. Let's go. Wat looked happy as he led the Tauren to the lair. This place was not far from the Taurens' lair. After a while, the group arrived at the Taurens' lair. Here, Chinrue saw the Tauren Tori who could emit double halos. Like Wat, Tori showed great enthusiasm when he saw his two comrades, Chinrue and Athena, which made him feel more at ease. Tori seemed to have a high status in the Taurens' lair. In addition to having support halos, he also had a certain healing power. He was helping some Taurens heal their injuries. However, this kind of healing was very laborious, and the speed and effect were not satisfactory. Judging from Tori's fatigue, he had not rested after the previous battle and had been healing his own kind. Chinrue had an idea. He gave Tori a bottle of recovery potion and exchanged for a batch of healing potions. He began to actively help heal the Taurens' injuries. The exchange price of the healing potion was not high, and they were all Grandmaster level. Together with Tori's healing power, the healing speed of the injured Taurens was suddenly accelerated. The effect was very obvious. This action immediately won the favor of all the Taurens present, and they all showed a friendly look. Chinrue was helping a Tauren bandage. Suddenly, that analytical eyes showed something. He quickly looked back. Sure enough, the chief Tauren appeared behind him. Next to him was What Who Went to report. The chief Tauren looked at the surrounding Taurens, and his eyes fell on Chinrue. Just when Chinrue was a little nervous, the chief Tauren beat his chest fiercely. Friend, thank you for helping the Taurens. Chinrue was relieved and returned the courtesy. He said in analytical eyes, Dear King, my name is Chinrue. These are my friends, Athena and Dodo. We came to this underground world by chance. We hope to help our Tauren friend before we leave. Chinrue, your power is very magical. You can communicate with the Taurens so smoothly. The chief Tauren nodded vigorously. What told me about the Medusa's attitude towards you? I'll repeat what he said. Taurens, not Medusa. The chief Tauren expressed a considerable degree of importance to Chinrue. Of course, he earned all this with his own ability and efforts. Although the Taurens were straightforward, it could not be ignored that they were also fierce and powerful demonic beasts. They once harmed the mine. In the self-centered concept of demons, even intelligent demonic beasts were just demonic beasts. Even the most powerful dragon was no exception. In fact, dragons, demons, and Taurens were all intelligent beings. If it weren't for analytical eyes, if it weren't for his prompt decision to help the Taurens, perhaps he could only take Athena and Dodo to flee for their lives in this underground world full of terrifying demonic beasts. Thank you, dear king. I captured an earth elemental on the way, but this earth elemental is a little different from the others. Please allow me to interrogate him. Maybe I can get more information before the enemy's next attack. You have the right to dispose of your captive. Thank you again, my friends. The chief Tauren nodded and gestured to what to arrange a temporary cave for Chinrue to rest. Then he turned around and left. Chinrue gave Tori a few more bottles of potions and followed what to a quiet cave with Athena, Dodo, and the earth elemental Doug. The Tauren's proficiency in architecture was well known in the demon realm. Due to limited conditions, there were no special buildings in this lair. It was just some caves that looked simple on the surface. However, the use of space and design were unique, showing a sense of ingenuity. The space inside the cave was relatively large, dry, and warm. It was much more comfortable than outside. Chinrue knew that Athena's stamina and strength were greatly consumed. When she was in Medusa's lair previously, she had replenished some food, but she had hardly rested since last night. He immediately took out tents, sleeping bags, and other items from the storage warehouse. Athena, you have to sleep. Your body is too tired. Athena originally wanted to talk to him, but when she heard this proposal, she frowned slightly. Chinrue knew her thoughts and smiled slightly. There are still a lot of words between us. It can't be finished in a short time. Maybe it can't be finished in a lifetime. In the future, we have plenty of time. Before that, you must let your body recover well, or else you won't even have the strength to beat me up. Athena faintly heard the subtle meaning in his words, and her face suddenly blushed. She was more secretly delighted in her heart. She deliberately snorted and entered the tent. Her body was indeed very tired after a series of fierce battles, and she experienced the excitement of the first passionate kiss. After relaxing, she quickly entered a sweet dream. Chinrue gave Dodo a few pieces of food and let him rest for a while. The slime was worried that he would be abandoned by his master if he slacked off for a while, so he was relieved to see that. The smart slime knew that his master would definitely deal with this stone guy after catching him, so he didn't flatter and praise him as usual. He consciously took the food, chose a more comfortable corner, and enjoyed it. Doug, let's sit down and talk. The earth elemental sat down as instructed. Chinrue said, Doug, my name is Chinrue. First, I want to ask you a few questions. You must answer truthfully. Then I will consider how to help you. The earth elemental nodded, and Chinrue asked, As far as I know, the elementals have their own rules. Why do the earth elementals kill other creatures? And why do they become companions with those demonic flies? Doug's facial features were blurred, and his specific expression couldn't be seen. There was only doubt in his voice. I don't know. For many years, we have been living in the Earth realm and never invaded other creatures. But one day, when the Earth Elemental King underwent some kind of mutation, many things changed. As for those demonic flies in my memory, they have never appeared in the underground world before. It seems that they only appeared suddenly in the past few hundred years. Chinrue's mind moved slightly, and he asked, "Did the demonic flies appear after the Earth Elemental King mutated?" Doug seemed to be recalling and finally nodded. Yes. What exactly is the mutation of the Earth Elemental King? I don't know, but the people who accepted the mutation will have strange changes. All their previous memories will disappear, and they will only obey the Earth Elemental King absolutely. The people who are unwilling to accept the mutation will be destroyed, so Tag led us to escape from the Earth realm. This kind of mutation should be a kind of control. It's just that the Earth Elemental King originally had the natural coercion to control all the Earth Elementals. Why did he have to do this? What does it have to do with those demonic flies? Chinrue thought for a while and asked, "The Earth Elemental King is very powerful. It shouldn't be difficult to destroy the opposing creatures or the defectors. Why didn't he do it himself?" Doug shook his head. Before escaping from the Earth realm, the great king meditated in the palace for hundreds of years and never came out. I heard that it seemed to be related to getting something. Maybe only Tag knows the specific situation. He is an elite Earth elemental with strong strength. He was once the leader of the 3 most trusted elites of the king. The Earth Elemental King got something, meditated for hundreds of years, then the demonic flies appeared, other mutated Earth Elementals began to destroy other creatures, underground demonic beasts rampaged in the mine. Chinrue faintly felt that these clues could be connected together to become the key to solving the mystery, but there seemed to be a few key links missing in the middle. Perhaps he could get the answer from the leader of the Earth Elemental Rebels, Tag. Since the Earth Elementals and demonic flies madly killed other creatures, the uncontrolled Earth Elementals like Tag had to be wary of the demonic flies and their controlled companions. They were also hated by other creatures, so they could only stagger forward in the cracks. It was very difficult for them to survive. Today, Doug was ordered by Tag to investigate the battle between the Taurens and the demonic flies. He was accidentally discovered by the Taurens and happened to meet Chinrue while escaping. Chinrue was thinking about one thing. For the underground world, he was just an outsider. Even if the Earth Elemental King ruled the entire underground world, it had nothing to do with him. The most important thing at the moment was how to safely return to the mine on the surface. If there was no other way out, he could only use his brain to go back to the only way and rely on the power of the Demon Emperor to forcefully break open the channel. Even if he had the super system, it was impossible to become a Demon Emperor powerhouse in a short time. He had to rely on external forces. Chief Tauren and Queen Medusa were considered the top powerhouses in the underground world, but he didn't know if they could meet the requirements to break the barrier. If Chief Tauren and Queen Medusa couldn't do it, then there was only one choice left, the Earth Elemental King. Chapter 152. Could the Earth Elemental King break the seal? The answer was yes. Even the newly born Elemental King's strength had reached the Demon Overlord level. It was naturally easy to break the Demon Emperor level seal. However, would the Earth Elemental King help Chinrue break the seal? The answer was impossible. The Earth Elemental King's body was likely to undergo some strange changes. He regarded all underground creatures as enemies that must be killed. He was currently the most terrifying enemy of the underground. Chinrue couldn't help but smile bitterly. He just luckily escaped from the terrifying Demon Emperor level powerhouse, Midnight Sunday. Now he actually had to face a Demon Overlord enemy, like the Earth Elemental King. If the demon realm had something like a lottery, he would definitely buy a few tickets without hesitation. The chances of winning were probably 100%. There was no potential power like Christina in this underground world that could reverse the situation. There was only Athena by his side. No matter what, he had to protect her safety. The moment their lips met on the stone beam, Chinrue had already determined that Athena was his woman, a woman that he must protect for a lifetime. The only way out at present was to survive in this harsh environment first, and then try to find a way out. Although Queen Medusa was cold and unreasonable, the Taurens were forthright and had a good impression of him. However, this Tauren's lair was not absolutely safe. It could face the attack of the mutated earth elementals and demonic flies at any time. Moreover, there was the terrifying king behind the earth elementals. If the king ended his meditation and took action personally, then even if the Taurens and Medusas joined forces, they would definitely lose. At present, it was still necessary to gather all the forces that could be united to join forces against the mutated earth elementals and demonic flies. Most of the underground creatures had been killed. Other than the Medusas and Taurens, there was only one important force left, which was the earth elemental rebel army, led by Tag. Chinrue always felt that the earth elemental king situation was a bit strange. This Tag was once one of the 3 most trusted elites of the king, so he should know more than Doug. Of course, the premise was that he first needed to convince the chief Tauren to accept this group of earth elemental rebel army. Doug, let's go meet the leader of the Tauren first and discuss how to help you, okay? Doug had always been hated by his mutated brethren and other creatures. Hearing Chinrue's words, he was pleasantly surprised. Thank you so much. Chinrue instructed Dodo to guard Athena and not to let her be disturbed. He stood up and walked out of the cave with Doug. The chief Tauren was standing in front of the pool, in front of the lair. Tori and a few other Taurens were also by the side. They seemed to be discussing something. Chinrue told Doug to wait here while he walked forward. Analytical eyes showed that except for Chief Tauren and Tori, the rest of the Taurens had demon king-level strength. It seemed that everyone present was an important figure of this tribe. Although Tori's strength was at the higher demon level, he had the double halo power, so his status among the Taurens was very high. When Tori saw Chinrue, he said happily, "Chinrue, you came at the right time. We've encountered a very difficult thing. Maybe you have a solution." A Tauren next to him looked doubtful. This guy is the friend who helped the Taurens? His strength is so weak. How can he solve our problem? This Tauren had demon king-level strength, so it was reasonable for him to call Chinrue weak. But there was undisguised contempt in his tone. Taurens were like this. They were straightforward and didn't like to beat around the bush. "Barry, you're not allowed to despise my friend." Tori's bull face was flushed as if he had been greatly insulted. Chinrue had saved Tori several times in battle, and he had always protected him all the way, buffing the other Taurens with the halo power. Without Chinrue, not to mention Tori, even the other Taurens' casualties would increase a lot. Moreover, when this friend returned to the Taurens' lair, he started to treat the wounded without saying anything. How could such a sincere friend be despised? My friend Chinrue once used his magical power to put a Tauren's corpse that was about to become an undead to rest in peace. Many of the Taurens present can testify to this. As soon as this was said, not only Barry, but even the chief Tauren was taken aback. When he asked Tori about the situation at that time in detail, Barry came to Chinrue and beat his chest heavily. "Tauren Barry, please forgive me, friend." Chinrue didn't know that the Taurens valued the dead the most. His unintentional action in the previous experiment actually won the greatest favor. He immediately shook his head. "Friend, there's no need to say more. I'm willing to continue to help the Taurens." All the Taurens present showed friendliness to him. The chief Tauren glanced at the earth elemental, Doug, who was standing still in the distance. Thinking of this friend's magical power, his eyes showed hope. "Chinrue, we are indeed facing a big problem now. I hope you can help us." Shinrue originally wanted to talk about the earth elementals, but now it was inappropriate to speak first. It was better to see what the Tauren's problem was first, so he nodded without hesitation. The chief Tauren pointed to the pool in front and said, "This is the fountain of life, the Tauren's most important source of life. The Tauren's food is mainly grains and wheat plants. In the environment of the underground world, they need to rely on the fountain of life to plant and mature quickly. More importantly, the Tauren's children must be baptized by the fountain of life when they are born in order to gain strong or even mutated power. However, now the fountain of life is slowly drying up. Once it is completely dried up, even if the demonic flies and earth elementals don't attack, we can only face destruction. The fountain of life." Shinrue was taken aback. "Isn't there a fountain of life in the Medusa's lair?" "The fountain of life in the Medusa's lair can allow the Medusas to directly give birth to the next generation." "Are the two fountains of life of the same attribute?" When he raised this question, he received a positive answer from the chief Tauren. There were a total of 4 fountains of life in the underground world, which had very magical effects. They were distributed near the nests of the earth elementals, Taurens, Medusas, and troglodytes. Now that the troglodytes had been eliminated, the fountain of life had also dried up. Now, only the Taurens and Medusas' fountain of life were left. This was a very important clue. Shinrue quickly thought, "Is the purpose of the earth elementals and the demonic flies to eliminate the Taurens and Medusas, or occupy the fountain of life? Or a combination of both?" What was the use of the fountain of life for the earth elementals and the demonic flies? Even if it was useful, it must be related to the earth elemental king's mutation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited for hundreds of years to occupy the fountain of life. "Dear King, please forgive me for being presumptuous. Although the Taurens are brave and good at fighting, the situation is not good for us. There are too many demonic flies and earth elementals. According to the information I got from the earth elementals, the opponent actually has the existence of the elemental king. In order to avoid more casualties among the Taurens, I have a suggestion. That is to leave this underground and find a new place to settle above ground. As far as I know, many Taurens seem to live somewhere deep in the mountains, so they don't need the fountain of life. Moreover, the Taurens' construction, smelting, and forging techniques are the best in the demon realm. In this underground world, you can't truly unleash your excellent talents." Shinrue's idea sounded good, but in fact, 99% of it was for himself. At least he could let the chief Tauren try to break the seal. If it succeeded, then he could leave this dangerous place with the Taurens. The chief Tauren shook his head. "Friend, your analysis is very reasonable. We also yearn for life above ground, but you don't understand that we are different from other Tauren tribes. We can't go above ground. Many, many years ago, we don't know how our ancestors came to this underground. From the bloodline inheritance of our ancestors, we received a huge amount of knowledge and power, but we also inherited a special curse power. Unless we can find the only treasure to lift the curse, we will all die if we go above ground directly." Curse? It was the first time Shinrue heard such a secret. He asked, "If you find this treasure, you can go above ground?" "Yes, as long as the curse can be lifted, we can truly regain our freedom to go above ground. As for the function of the fountain of life, planting is secondary. The infant baptism can be replaced by building a Tauren temple. The prerequisite is that there needs to be a Tauren priest." As the chief Tauren said, his eyes fell on Tori. "We already have a priest. Of course, his power still needs to be further strengthened." "What kind of treasure is this?" "I have a certain power above ground. I hope I can help you, my friend." "Thank you for your kindness, friend." The chief Tauren replied, "This treasure is called the Eye of Sauron. It was once the secret treasure of the Tauren tribe, but even in the ancestral memory inheritance, it has been lost for a long time." Shinrue was taken aback. The Eye of Sauron. This name is too familiar. One of the two treasures that Paglio asked him to go to the Silent Night wetland to find was the Eye of Sauron. This treasure turned out to be the secret treasure of the Tauren tribe. Not only could it unlock the block of light and dark on the poison dragon, but it could also lift the curse of the Taurens under Mountain Shillong. The chief Tauren saw something wrong with Chinrue's expression and said in surprise, "Do you have news about the Eye of Sauron? My friend, if you can help us lift the curse, then you will become the benefactor of this Tauren tribe. We are willing to become your vassal tribe. We will serve you with our strength and skills and never betray you." Chinrue's eyes lit up. The Taurens are powerful and they are proficient in construction and forging. If I can get their help, it will definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. As long as I can retrieve the Eye of Sauron from the Silent Night wetland, I can kill two birds with one stone. I just don't know if there is a conflict between the lifting of Lock of Light and Dark and the lifting of the Curse Seal. The most important thing is that I can't get out of this underground at all. I do have news about the Eye of Sauron. It should be a fist-sized red crystal. Its appearance is somewhat similar to an eye, right? The chief Tauren looked surprised, and the doubts in his heart were gone. Yes, it's this treasure. Chinrue learned about the appearance characteristics of the Eye of Sauron from Paglio. He was sure that it was the same treasure. He thought, "As far as I know, this treasure is in a secret treasure of the Shadow Empire. It is quite far away from here, and it is extremely dangerous. For my friends, I'm willing to look for it. But before that, please do me a favor first." The chief Tauren quickly asked, "What is it?" "Break the seal leading to the ground." Chapter 153. After Chinrue explained that the channel enchantment was destroyed, the chief Tauren shook his head regretfully. "I'm very sorry, my friend. According to your power level, I'm probably equivalent to the later stage of Great Demon King. I'm still one step away from reaching the Demon Emperor level. The same is true for Queen Medusa. But generally speaking, the Taurens can only reach this level at most. In my inherited memory, among countless generations of excellent Taurens, only 2 ancestors have reached the Demon Emperor level. I basically have no hope in this life. The Great Demon King is the Taurens' limit? However, there are still 2 Taurens in history who reached the Demon Emperor, so it means that there is still a possibility of breaking through. Then, what if I eat the devil fruit? Chinrue thought of the last devil fruit in the storage warehouse. The chief Tauren was taken aback. The devil fruit has a huge effect on ordinary demons. For us, the effect is smaller, but it can also increase the chance of breaking through the limit. However, this fruit is extremely precious. I happen to have one here. Please accept it. Chinrue took out the devil fruit and handed it over. The chief Tauren took the devil fruit in surprise. He looked at it carefully and put it in front of his nose to sniff. He finally confirmed that it was the precious fruit in his inherited memory. He immediately pounded his chest at Chinrue. "Friend, Tauren DeLong, thank you for your generosity." The chief Tauren's action undoubtedly confirmed Chinrue as a friend in his personal capacity. Chinrue also pounded his chest fiercely. He couldn't remember how many times he pounded today. He smiled and said, "DeLong, my friend, you're welcome. Actually, I'm mainly doing this for myself. The sooner you reach the Demon Emperor level, the sooner I can return to my home on the ground." The Taurens were straightforward, but they were not fools. If they were too pretentious, it would destroy the original good impression. The chief Tauren really appreciated him even more. "My friend, your frankness is admirable to the Taurens. You will always be DeLong's friend." In fact, even with the devil fruit, DeLong's breakthrough to the Demon Emperor level was relatively slim, but at least there was a glimmer of hope. Besides, there were still more than 20 days before the fruits of the devil fruit tree would ripen again. By then, he would throw them at the chief Tauren one by one. Just like Dodo, he would win by quantity. There would always be a chance to break that dam limit. From the looks of it, They had to prepare for a long period of underground resistance. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The Minotaur's could be considered a cave. First, he had a basic guarantee. Then he would try to find other caves. Shinrue, you are really amazing. You actually have a devil fruit. Chief Tauren DeLong was full of praise. Then, I wonder if you have the ability to stop the fountain of life from drying up. Shinrue smiled bitterly to himself. He was not omnipotent and knew nothing about water conservancy. The fountain of life here was originally 4 or 5 times as big as this. Now only this small pool is left. Every time the demonic flies and earth elementals attack, they will leave some kind of power seed near the fountain of life. It is a strange crystal. With this crystal, even if I am fighting with the elite earth elementals, I will not be able to damage the fountain of life. However, this so-called protection is actually for another sinister purpose, which is that these crystals will constantly absorb the power of the fountain of life. Every time we destroy the crystal, it can always grow again. It can't be completely destroyed. Although there are special guards watching all day, it still can't stop the fountain of life from gradually drying up. If this continues as long as the fountain of life dries up, even if the enemy doesn't attack, our tribe will face a disaster of destruction. Crystal? Shinrue's mind turned and he asked, "Can I see the fountain of life?" Of course. DeLong pointed to the small pool in front. Shinrue walked forward, squatted down, and began to carefully observe the fountain of life. The fountain of life was similar to ordinary spring water. The water was clear, constantly bubbling, and there seemed to be a trace of aura. Looking at the soil at the edge, it had dried up a lot. There was a faint yellow light in the soil, and there were many chisel marks. Obviously, the Taurens wanted to destroy those crystals, but they couldn't completely destroy them. Shinrue tried to reach out his hand and activated aura conversion. He tried it on the water surface, and there was a notification. He then tried it on the soil, and there was the same notification that it could be converted. It seemed that the fountain of life itself was a substance that could be converted into aura. Shinrue didn't dare to use aura conversion indiscriminately. He asked, "My friends, I can faintly feel the power of that crystal. Can you allow me to try?" "You can feel the power of the crystal." DeLong looked happy. "Try to see if you can completely destroy them." Shinrue pointed his hand at the soil and activated the ability of aura conversion. The aura really began to increase, but the speed was very slow. The yellow light in the soil was also dimming bit by bit, and the surface of the fountain of life was also trembling slightly. Several Taurens immediately surrounded him. At this moment, Shinrue suddenly felt his mind sink, and everything around him disappeared. In the void, a pair of eyes was faintly visible. Except for the eyes, the rest was blurred, but in contrast, the eyes were unusually clear. The eyes were full of indescribable evil and ferocity. The entire void was filled with gloomy and cold murderous intentions. It went straight into the bone marrow, making people almost unable to breathe. Unknown spirit energy found. Do you want to convert it into aura? The notification in his mind sounded, causing Shinrue to wake up suddenly. Convert. The eyes gradually faded with the conversion of the super system. However, when it was about to disappear, it became clear again. It seemed that the converted power was constantly being replenished. It was actually endless. The growth of aura was also very slow, and the conversion was very difficult. In the eyes, endless evil was locked tightly on him, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. Shinrue was taken aback. Even Byron's demon emperor level, Eye of Incubus, was converted by the power of the super system, and Byron himself suffered a big loss. Now, the power of this eye could actually compete with the super system. In the evil eyes, the power suddenly increased, and the speed of the system conversion could no longer keep up. Shinrue felt that his will was tightly bound by something airtight, as if his throat was squeezed tightly. He couldn't resist at all. The binding was slowly shrinking, and his spirit began to show signs of collapse. He desperately condensed his willpower to resist this terrifying power. The dark will on his finger began to emit a faint light. Chinrue only felt that the pressure was loosened, and circles of strange fluctuations repelled the binding. He was greatly refreshed. At this time, his aura conversion skill had reached the time limit of half an hour, and it automatically stopped. The eyes finally disappeared, and the scene of the fountain of life was returned to his eyes. Chenrue panted heavily, and his back was soaked in cold sweat, as if he had gone through a tough battle. Although the danger had passed, the terrifying feeling just now was still deeply imprinted in his heart and couldn't be erased. Since he had the super system, it was the first time he encountered such a situation. He had to admit that he couldn't destroy these crystals. If it wasn't for the dark will, it might be his own will that was destroyed. The owner of this pair of terrifying eyes was likely to be the final answer to the secret of the entire underground world. The countless yellow light spots in the soil at the edge of the fountain of life were still flickering, as if mocking Chinrue for overestimating himself. Chinrue frowned tightly. In any case, he must stop the fountain of life from drying up. Otherwise, the Taran tribe wouldn't be able to hold on at all, and he and Athena wouldn't be able to wait for the day when the chief Taran became the demon emperor. If the Tauran's fountain of life completely dried up, the only way was to share the Medusa's fountain of life. Although the two sides were temporary allies, there were too many monks and not enough gruel. Medusa might not agree. At that time, it would also cause internal strife or the collapse of the alliance, and they would be defeated by the demonic flies and the earth elementals respectively. Chinrue looked at the crystal-clear pool, and an idea flashed in his mind. He reached out his hand again. This time he didn't use aura conversion, but Galaxy Garden. Since he couldn't solve these crystals with evil seeds, he would try to solve the fountain of life. Unknown water source. Transplant requires 50,000 auras. Do you want to transplant? The Galaxy Garden can actually transplant water. Chinrue resisted the excitement in his heart and looked up at the chief Taran. DeLong saw his fatigue and knew that he must have consumed a lot of strength just now. He said, "It's okay. We have also tried many methods and failed. Thank you for your efforts, friend. Maybe there is another way." Chinrue shook his head. DeLong, let me ask you something first. Is the Taran tribe willing to use all means to stop the fountain of life from drying up? DeLong looked at the people beside him who showed a determined look and nodded without hesitation. Even if we use our lives as sacrifices. Understood. Chinrue opened his hand and aimed at the fountain of life. A strange mist appeared on his hand and gradually enveloped the entire fountain of life. Then the mist gradually converged. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the fountain of life disappeared. Not only the spring water, but even the mouth of the spring was gone, leaving only a bare pit. Countless pale yellow crystal lights flashed in the soil. This time, the crystal lights seemed a little helpless. In the Galaxy Garden, there was a small pool. The prompt was unknown aura water source. Quantity, 200 units. Recovery, 10 units per hour. Current state, 200/200. The eyes of the surrounding Taurans widened in an instant. Chinrue stood up, his eyes flashing with excitement. Before DeLong could ask, a large basin suddenly appeared in Chinrue's hands. The basin was instantly filled with water, and he handed the basin to the chief Taran. The aura water source showed 199/200. This large basin of water was almost equivalent to 1 unit. Even if the fountain of life was completely emptied, it would be restored to its original state in less than a day. DeLong took the basin and looked at it carefully. His eyes widened even more, and he howled in surprise. "It's really the fountain of life!" The Taurans on the side gathered around and looked at each other in disbelief. Chinrue smiled. This time, he was really rescued from a desperate situation. He could actually move the fountain of life into the Galaxy Garden. The 50,000 transplant fee was 5 times more expensive than collecting plants, but it was definitely worth it. Chapter 154. Friends, now we don't have to worry about the fountain of life being swallowed by the crystals. Chenrue said, in the future, I can provide about 200 pots of fountain of life every day. Is that enough? 200 pots? We don't need that much at all. That's great. DeLong couldn't help but look ecstatic. My friend, how did you do it? It's just a kind of special talent. If the crisis underground can be completely resolved, I can also restore the fountain of life to its original place. Chenrue didn't lie about this. He had experimented with plants before. They could indeed be transplanted back, but it would cost twice as much aura. The prerequisite was that the transplanted place must meet the needs of plant growth. Otherwise, the plant would die. The same was true for the water source. This talent is really great. Tori and the Taurans looked particularly excited and cheered together. The fate of the Taran tribe had once again changed because of this friend they just met. DeLong came over and said solemnly, Friend, whether you can find the Eye of Sauron or not, the underground Taran tribe will always remember your friendship. Chenrue was a little ashamed. In fact, his biggest purpose was for his own survival. Thank you for your trust, my friend. Now, I want to talk about another thing. This matter is also related to our survival. Chenrue's gaze fell on the earth elementals in the distance. The earth elemental Doug had been staying far away and didn't dare to move. Most of the Taurans in front of him were terrifying existences that could easily destroy him. The demons, Chenrue, who communicated with the elementals, was negotiating with the Taurans. Sometimes he was beating his chest and talking loudly. Sometimes he was squatting by the pool. He seemed to be working very hard. After a while, he saw Chenrue walking over with the Taurans. Doug, this is DeLong, the leader of the Taurans. You should salute him now. Doug had long felt the terrifying power of the tall Tauran. He immediately crossed his hands and lowered his head. DeLong accepted the earth elemental's courtesy for the first time. He looked surprised. Chenrue, you are right. This earth elemental is indeed different from the others. Chenrue nodded and said, I once suspected that it was an enemy's trap, so I tested a talent skill on this earth elemental. This skill can absorb the power of evil. Last time, I used this skill to make the Tauran that was controlled by the demonic flies rest in peace. However, I don't feel the evil power of the demonic flies on this earth elemental. After the incident with the Fountain of Life, the Tauran's trust in Chenrue had reached a very high level. In addition, he had witnessed the magic of his bloodline talent, so he was convinced. Tori was the first to speak. Leader, I think Chenrue's proposal is feasible. The Taurans on the side also agreed. As Chenrue said just now, uniting these earth elemental rebels could not only increase their strength against the mutated earth elementals, but they could also further understand the inside story of the earth elementals or find a better way to deal with the enemy. Chenrue saw that everyone had no objections, so he said happily, To be on the safe side, I plan to follow this earth elemental to their temporary residence and meet the leader, Tag. No, DeLong immediately refused this request. You now have the Fountain of Life, which is related to the survival of our entire tribe. You can't take risks easily. The rest of the Taurans all showed a determined look. Chenrue didn't expect to be caught in a trap of his own making and become the key target of protection. He could only smile bitterly. After thinking for a while, he said to the earth elemental, Doug, I have convinced Chief Tauran to join forces with the earth elementals who left the earth realm. In order to show our sincerity, I will let you go now. But you earth elementals must also show your sincerity. I hope your leader can come to the Taurans' lair alone. The basis for both sides to help each other is mutual trust. When Doug heard that Chenrue let him go safely, he crossed his hands and saluted. Chenrue, you are indeed a trustworthy person. I believe that our leader will make the right choice. Chenrue nodded and said a few words to the Taurans. DeLong had no objection this time. He asked a Tauran to come over and take Doug away from the lair. Chinrue had fought continuously and fought against the evil eye. Now that he solved the problems of the Fountain of Life and the Earth Elementals, he felt extremely tired. He explained a few words to DeLong and the others and returned to the cave. Dodo had just finished eating at this time, and he was still unsatisfied. When he saw Chinrue coming back, he quickly went up to express his praise for his master. The main point was to express his praise for his master's food. Looking at the slime abusing adjectives with great emotion, Chinrue couldn't help but smile. He took out a few hallucination fruits that he harvested from the storage and gave them to Dodo. Although the hallucination fruit couldn't be compared with the devil fruit, it was also very rare. It could produce strong hallucinations, so it was a very expensive alchemy and potion material. If those masters knew that it was used as pet food by Chinrue, they would definitely beat their chests and scold him for being wasteful and shameful. However, Chinrue didn't care. With the magical effect of the Galaxy Garden, the automatic storage of hallucination fruit in the storage would be more and more. Although Dodo occasionally slacked off, he was still Chinrue's servant after all. He also carried out the order to protect the mistress well, so he deserved to be rewarded. By the way, this title of mistress, maybe it won't take long for it to live up to its name. Dodo was already a super alternative among the slime. He had the power to devour, but he still retained the slime's herbivorous hobby. Plant-based delicacies were ranked first in Sir Dodo's royal menu, followed by his master's barbecue. Now that he saw a super delicacy like the hallucination fruit, how could he resist the temptation? He took the fruit covetously. The slime moved out of the cave very sensibly and volunteered to take on the responsibility of guarding the door. In fact, he just hid outside the door to enjoy it. Chinrue looked at the tent, and he somehow suddenly remembered another tent in the Silent Night wetland. He then shook his head and walked to the tent, but he didn't enter. Since the sleeping bag had been given to Athena, he had to take out a cushion from the storage, sit against the wall, and gradually close his eyes. There was no sunlight or moonlight in the underground world, so it was impossible to feel the change of day and night. He could only estimate the approximate time from a time-measuring rock that could change color. In the tent, the long eyelashes moved slightly, and the red eyes slowly opened. Athena didn't know how long she had slept. She only felt that the sleep was very sweet, just like the few days in the simple cabin in the green leaf forest. Since the man left the green leaf forest, even if he returned to the more comfortable residential area in Mountain Shillong, he hadn't slept so peacefully. By the way, this sleeping bag seems to be used by the man. I didn't feel anything just now, so I just went in directly. Now that I sniffed it, it seems that there is still his scent. It feels very warm, a bit like the feeling of leaning against him on the stone beam yesterday. On the stone beam yesterday. This damn guy actually, the first kiss that I have been waiting for 19 years was actually taken away in a daze. However, the feeling of being kissed by him. Athena felt a burst of heat on her cheeks, and she quickly covered her face. I heard from Alice that kissing between men and women is only the first step. There seems to be a lot more behind, such as stripping naked. Athena thought about it for a while. Then she felt the heat on her face spread to her whole body. She quickly sat up from the sleeping bag. She felt someone outside, holding a great sword. She lifted the curtain of the tent from afar and saw Chinrue leaning against the wall, sleeping soundly. Athena gently put down the curtain. As she was about to get up, she suddenly saw that her clothes and leather armor were damaged because of the battle. She quickly took out a set of short-sleeved shirt from the storage ring and put it on. Athena changed her clothes and put the rest of the things, including the great sword, into the storage ring. She walked out of the tent quietly and looked at the entrance of the cave. Dodo turned into a pool of soft, transparent dough, lying at the entrance. He seemed to be sleeping soundly too. Athena came to the wall next to Chinrue, slowly squatted down, and looked at his face carefully. This man was actually not particularly handsome, but somehow she always felt that he was much better looking than other men. Now he was sleeping very soundly. He must have been too tired to rush from the Dark Moon City to Mountain Shillong and then to the lower level of the main pit. He clearly knew that it was a one-way trip through the destroyed enchantment, but he still chose to come down to find me without hesitation. This fool, not only this time, but also that time in the Black Rainforest. This guy was sometimes extremely cunning, but sometimes he was extremely stupid. He was so stupid that it was tempting. Athena gently approached Chen Rui's face. Her ruby-like eyes flashed with uncontrollable affection. She could already hear his long and even breathing and her strong heartbeat. Athena's movements finally stopped. As she was hesitating, she suddenly saw this guy's mouth pouting high, making a welcoming gesture. Her face suddenly turned red. Damn bastard. He is actually pretending to be asleep. Athena felt ashamed. She couldn't help it just now. Fortunately, she stopped in time, but she didn't expect to be discovered by him. Her body quickly retreated, but she was hugged tightly by this abominable guy. When she pushed him away in a panic, the two fell on the cushion. After a struggle, her lips were blocked, and Athena lost her strength again. This time, not only her lips, but even her tongue was occupied. This deep lip and tongue contact made Athena, who had just experienced a battle, tremble. She had seen some kissing scenes before, but she didn't expect to experience it personally. There was such an indescribable feeling as if their souls were intertwined. Gradually, Athena, who was pressing on Chen Rui's body, mastered some wet kiss skills without a teacher. The heat of the battle of words further escalated. Chen Rui felt the two warm, plump lumps pressed on his chest, and he couldn't help but have the most primitive reaction. Athena felt an unusual hardness under his body, and she suddenly woke up. She bounced up from his body and blushed. Sorry, Athena, Chen Rui hated that a certain part of his body was too disappointing. He quickly got up and gently held her hand. Can I talk to you? Athena lowered her head, her heart beating like a drum, and her face was so red that it seemed like it was going to drip blood. No matter how inexperienced she was, she knew what the man's strange behavior meant. If it was to this extent, she wasn't ready yet. Chen Rui pulled Athena to sit down again. This time he was more well-behaved. He just hugged her and gently leaned on his shoulder. This comfortable posture also made Athena's tense nerves relax a little. Your clothes look very good. It was a meaningless sentence like how round the moon is tonight, mainly because Chen Rui couldn't think of a good topic to resolve the awkwardness. However, when Athena heard it, she felt very comfortable in her heart. It seemed that not wearing leather armor was the right thing to do. She didn't know that it was precisely because she didn't wear leather armor that the stimulation of the man's chest just now was magnified several times. This dress seems a bit familiar. Chen Rui remembered. When I first learned beast taming, you wore this dress. And Athena was a little happy at first, but she suddenly thought of something. Her face blushed again, and she whispered, "Asshole." This asshole reminded Chen Rui. It seemed that during that time in the air, he and Athena's chest had their first intimate contact. Sigh, he really touched my sore spot, but that touch was really feeling that the atmosphere was about to freeze again. Chen Rui quickly changed the topic. Athena, you've been in the Dark Moon for 3 years. Have you ever missed home? My mother died very early. My father is a soldier. I've been running around with him since I was a child. I don't have a fixed home. The place I stayed the longest was the Warlock Fortress. I haven't seen my father for 3 years. I still miss him a little, but I may never see him again now. Chen Rui gently stroked her purple hair. Believe me, Athena, we can definitely leave here. At that time, I will accompany you to see your father. What are you going to do? Athena was suspected of asking a question that she already knew the answer, and her face was a little hot again. I'm going to ask him about a big matter. How can I completely abduct his daughter from his side? Ouch. Obviously, the last word was created by Athena's fist. Family murder. Humph. What a frivolous bastard. Athena pinched his waist again, unable to vent her anger. Don't you miss your home in the human world? I am fine. Why do you say that? Because there doesn't seem to be a woman who wants to kiss me secretly. Ouch. You can't simply hit that place. At that moment, a series of footsteps approached from afar. The two stopped flirting and stood up at the same time. They saw a Taran figure appear at the door. It was Tori. When Tori saw Chinrue and Athena's disheveled clothes, he asked in shock, "I'm sorry. Friend, I didn't interrupt your mating, right?" Chinrue almost choked to death by this sentence. Fortunately, Athena didn't have analytical eyes, so she didn't understand the meaning of this howl. "My Taran friend, your straightforwardness makes me speechless."